Chapter 10. Mary Hopewell and Hephzibah Brigstock. 1839. Mary Hopewell was endowed with the kind of beauty that seems not long for this world. So composed is it of the symptoms of sickness: pallor, delicacy, languor, a low voice, and a cheek painted pink with the hectic flush. Though much admired, she had never married, it being pronounced by physicians that her health could not endure it. This would not have troubled her, having attained the ripe age of 30 without encountering anyone whom she wished to marry. But she was of a generation of women whose brothers, father, uncles, and cousins had all been lost to soldiery, to that small French tyrant who terrorized the world so for many years. The Hopewells were an old family, hailing from Devon, but Mary was not long to have the benefit of them. Having lost all her menfolk to Bonaparte when she was a child, most of her female relations perished, as the years passed, from the same complaint that plagued her. The consumption took each in quick succession, and then Mary was alone. Miss Hopewell sold her cottage at Brighton and went to live with her one remaining cousin, a Mrs. Anstruther, who was married to a legal gentleman with a promising career at the inns and had a young family, which showed a marked tendency to enlarge itself at every opportunity. Miss Hopewell asserted that she considered it her duty to contribute her monthly portion to the household, but this was considered parsimonious, the fault that Mrs. Anstruther deplored more than any other and could not be permitted. They preferred that Miss Hopewell should lean upon them. Were they not, after all, perfectly beforehand with the world? It was nonsense. Cousin Mary must put all such thoughts from her head. No, she should enjoy what she could of London and be quite peaceful. But perhaps, if she wished to take the children for a drive now and again, that would relieve Mrs. Anstruther when she had one of her heads, which she often did in the mornings. The little angels would love it so. And Mary's skills on the pianoforte were quite superior. Perhaps Alice could be set to practice with her a little in the afternoons, for the girl would never do in a drawing room as it was. The cook, too, could be taught by Miss Hopewell to make that bechamel that Mr. Anstruther had so enjoyed at Brighton. It had been her sister's recipe, had it not, dear Anne, God rest her soul, some trick with the scalded milk, perhaps? And were Mary not too wearied in the evenings, it would be so kind in her to help with the darning. For Mrs. Anstruther was not naked with a needle, one of her many failings, she was sure, and there was always mountains of the stuff. Some little favors such as these, and Mr. and Mrs. Anstruther would consider themselves richly repaid. Yes, it was positively distressing for Mary to speak of money so. Miss Hopewell supposed London was well enough. She did not become very well acquainted with it. She mended and darned and scrubbed and nursed and taught French and Italian and the piano. She found herself often obliged to retire to her room in the evenings and, in the colder months, could not leave it. She was attended at these times with all possible solicitude. When Mrs. Anstruther brought up to her the handkerchiefs to hem, she brought also syrup of poppies and a basin to cough in. "It's little enough I can do for the poor soul," she said comfortably to her husband. "She will not likely be with us for long." Miss Hopewell remained with the Anstruthers for 3 years, during which 2 editions were delivered into the family. One winter morning at the beginning of the 4th year, during the bitterest season in living memory, Mrs. Anstruther visited Miss Hopewell's chamber for a cause. Mrs. Anstruther confided to her cousin that she was expecting, this summer, yet another happy event. So blessed were they, although it did put one to great shifts, 5 children and soon another who must in its turn be schooled and fed and shod. And Mr. Anstruther's prospects, though ultimately magnificent, had run aground here and there recently, some occurrence in the labyrinthine bowels of that great masculine entity, the Royal Exchange, which she could not fathom. At any rate, they must draw back on the reins for a time. A little, only a little. Mrs. Anstruther's household economy had ever been perfection. She was a devoted adherent of the dictum of Bishop Hall, "He is a good wagoner that can turn in a little room." Mrs. Anstruther's rooms now became little indeed. The medicaments and nourishment that were prescribed for Miss Hopewell began to be doled out precisely onto the kitchen scales. That winter brought about Mary's worst bout of illness yet. Days passed when she seemed to drift above herself. From her pillows, Miss Hopewell heard Mr. Anstruther murmur to his wife as they strolled down to dine, and yet she shows no sign of a permanent decline. Miss Hopewell was not surprised when, in the spring, it was decreed by the solicitous Anstruthers that she must try a change of air and a warmer climate. As Mr. Anstruther observed, she did not seem able to die. Mr. and Mrs. Anstruther had thought the matter through with conscientious thoroughness. As much as they would miss their dear cousin, it behooved her, for the sake of her constitution, to repair to Italy with a companion, hired for the purpose. A suitable lady was found by means of advertisement, interviewed, and engaged, all by Mr. Anstruther, who, as her only male connection, had Miss Hopewell effectively in his charge until he could find a way to get her out of it. Miss Hopewell had a small capital, which was administered by her cousin-in-law. This would pay for a tolerable standard of living and the wages of the companion. In fact, as Mr. Anstruther observed, since this capital had remained almost untouched for several years, she might be expected to go on in a capital way. Miss Hopewell fixed him with a thoughtful eye and acquiesced. She was tired of her life being measured. It emphasized its probable brevity. Miss Hopewell met Miss Brigstock for the first time at Dover on the eve of their departure. Miss Hopewell was borne there by Mrs. Anstruther, who made much of her throughout the journey and petted her, pressing her hand and uttering protestations of attachment, mourning their imminent separation. In the carriage, Miss Hopewell gave much thought to the woman who was to be her intimate companion. Miss Brigstock would be more familiar to her than Mrs. Anstruther to her husband, perhaps, for that pair had various and diverging interests, as married couples do: domestic, legal, sartorial, familial, and many weeks went by when they saw one another for but a few minutes during the course of it. Not so would be the connection between herself and this woman in a foreign place, with no acquaintance and scant resources. They would be deeply necessary to one another. The day was a bright English one. A sharp March breeze made its way through the crevices of the carriage and under Miss Hopewell's pelisse. As they entered Dover, Mrs. Anstruther leaned forward, the better to observe the crush of people around her. Miss Hopewell leaned back. She did not want to see sunlight on the silk of dresses or the gold of officers' braid. The world was busy and awake, she thought, but she should not have any part in it. Miss Hopewell looked at the sea instead, which tossed, burdened with the black stick silhouettes of ships. "Rough," murmured Mrs. Anstruther to herself. "Very rough today. I do hope it will not." Mrs. Anstruther's hand tightened with true urgency. Miss Hopewell caught her cousin's thought and smiled. Mrs. Anstruther would push the packet out of harbor herself if she could. It seemed to Miss Hopewell but a moment before Mrs. Anstruther was standing on the flagstones, calling for her to come down from the carriage, Mary, do, and then depositing her in the coffee room of the Cinque Ports Inn with a small, gray woman. This was Miss Brigstock, who was to share the remainder of her days. Now that she sat before her, Miss Hopewell could see little in Miss Brigstock to alarm her, but little to give her confidence either. The other woman wore a dress of gray merino, darned neatly and abundantly. Her hair was determinately frizzed in the fashion of one who last took note of such things at the turn of the century. Her face was small, much crossed by coarse lines, and her eyes shone black. Mary Hopewell felt a tilt of despair. Regarding her, Miss Brigstock looked emptied of life, dried, wrung out. Mrs. Anstruther thought to order a supper and left the room with the heavy, jovial tact of one who has no interest at stake. The women regarded each other a moment. "It is like an arranged marriage," said Miss Brigstock at length. "How quaint of us. If we do not like one another, I assure you it will be quite proper for you to express your reservations to Mrs. Anstruther, you know, in a low voice, at which I shall look suitably devious or perhaps drunk, and she will see that I am not fit to accompany you at all. There can be no reason for us going along with it unless we wish. I imagine another advertisement can be placed, and as for me, there is a very eligible position at Hove, which I have been considering, so you mustn't trouble yourself with that." Miss Brigstock paused and then said in a quite different tone, "But I confess I have longed to see Italy." As she said this, a great change came over Miss Brigstock. The light fell on her in the same watery way through the panes of the coffee room. Her face bore the same scores, and the eyes remained the same obstinate, very size. But to Miss Hopewell, a door was opened. There was a crack in the edifice of the spinster, through which strange things could be glimpsed. "Nel mezzo del cammin di nostra vita," said Miss Brigstock precisely, "mi ritrovi per una selva oscura, che la derrida via eras marita." One this alone would not have found Mary to Miss Brigstock. It is not uncommon, after all, to have a little of the inferno by heart. It was the face that spoke the words that moved her. Another woman had risen from the depths and was using Miss Brigstock's conventional visage quite monstrously. "I hope that we will be friends," said Miss Hopewell, and found that she could smile. Miss Brigstock smiled also and released her tight organs with relief, for there was no engagement at Hove. The journey passed, as long journeys do, in alternating fits of interest and lethargy. Miss Hopewell kept to her berth. Their arrival at Siena was a relief to both travelers. Miss Hopewell and Miss Brigstock contrived to live well, as one may do on very little in those parts. They lived as genteel English ladies do when constrained by means, quietly. At Miss Brigstock's insistence, They did not settle in the town. The apartments, she was persuaded, would be cramped and vermin-ridden. For herself, well, she was nothing, but she could not be comfortable there for the sake of Miss Hopewell's health. Miss Hopewell did not demur. It seemed to matter so little. Instead, they took a small house in the outlying district, which the agent called a villa, with cracked red walls and pink tile on the roof, overhung with fir trees that attracted many swarms of insects. Here, Miss Hopewell proposed to end her days, leaving her remaining capital to Miss Brigstock. Constrained by the sense of their enforced intimacy, Miss Hopewell and Miss Brigstock at first strove to encounter one another only when necessary. For the first month of their householding, each hovered in her room, listening for the street or garden door. Only when one was absent did the other venture forth. Both lived in fear of being subjected to, or inflicting on the other, the terrible ordeal of commonplaces. Gradually, as Miss Hopewell and Miss Brigstock met at meal times or by surprise in the parlor, they found common ground. A chance reference to painting revealed a shared taste in watercolors, which provided matter for desultory but sustained conversation. From there, they proceeded to such topics as art, music, and the benefit of foreign travel. When in early June Miss Brigstock invited Miss Hopewell to address her as Hephzibah, Mary begged Miss Brigstock to make similarly free with her own name. Hephzibah took to visiting Mary's room of an evening, where she regaled her with the accomplishments and disappointments of her day. Mary sat in bed, her head cocked with polite attention, some piece of mending in her hand. Hephzibah sat in an armchair with her legs tucked under her like a girl, her long skein of hair spilling gray over her face. The jam at breakfast. I dare say it will sound strange to you, my dear Mary, but these foreign apricots make quite a different type of preserve, I find. Now, I would not be so feather-brained as to say that I miss pips in the jam, but bramble jelly does have a feel of autumn about it, does it not? Of hedgerows and sunshine and cool days and, well, England. Miss Hopewell had enough sensibility to perceive that these remarks were offerings, and she did not scorn them. When Miss Brigstock made so bold as to admire a paisley shawl or a pair of ear bobs, oh, do keep them out of sight, dearest. Gabriella is a good girl, but every servant has light fingers, you know. Miss Hopewell urged her to borrow whatever took her fancy. Miss Brigstock was always persuaded, at last, to accept these kindnesses. She made a careful show, upon return of the article, of its perfect condition. There was no mention in these courteous transactions of the truth that was apparent to both, that all Miss Hopewell's property would devolve, one not too distant day, upon Miss Brigstock, for Mary's health did not improve. There was a compact between the women that they would carve a life for themselves from the rock face. They marketed and painted. In the evenings, they read aloud to each other, sewed, and spoke their prayers, leavening these worthy pastimes with indulgences, strictly rationed, a glass of ratafia, a book from the English library, cribbage. There existed in the district, unfashionable as it was, a little English enclave and some through passage of travelers, touring parties, and commercial traffic, for unfashionable carries with it the benefit of inexpensive. But two unattached women without wealth or privilege to recommend them, who are forced to entertain in a small parlor that smells distinctly of the kitchen, are not in danger of being inundated with callers. It was, Miss Brigstock asserted one evening to Miss Hopewell, a great relief to hold aloof from the hubbub. What liberation! To be beholden only to themselves, no longer subjects in that petty fiefdom, society. Certainly, agreed Miss Hopewell. Miss Brigstock paused. Her face was unusually flushed. Society, she said again, with venom. Miss Hopewell looked up from the pages of her novel. She put it aside and leaned back upon her pillows in order to better observe her companion. In the light of the lamp, Miss Brigstock trembled. She had her lip between her teeth a little. "Hephzibah," said Mary, "you're exercised." Miss Brigstock nodded. Of a sudden, she placed her head in her hands. She spoke through her fingers as if they were to blame. "You know that my life has not been a happy one. That I was born in a workhouse, you also know. I make no secret of it. But I have not told you something which I fear will gravely affect your view of me. The workhouse gave me the name Sarah. Hephzibah I chose for myself. It seemed fit. It is in the Bible. The name my mother gave me at birth was Talitha. My parentage, I regret to say, is not respectable. Do you know that my mother and father were of the Romany people? No, for I have not told you of it. Though I reprimand myself, I think my reticence can be easily comprehended. I have not been welcomed in polite households. Whenever I obtain a position, the matter comes out. I know not how it happens. Perhaps a friend of my father's will see me at market in a town and see his face in mine and greet me. Or I will betray myself. One morning, I told my last employer that it was raining in Romany. My mother would say that I have pushed my fate away, my people away, that fate is now pushing me back. Per causa, when the truth is known of my parentage, my departure is wished for by all concerned and soon follows. I think there is a great deal of native mistrust for those of my tribe, but it is not that which forces me on. When I see myself anew in their eyes, it is awful. The gypsy, Gadskedzensa, Rom Romensa, they say. Like with like, it is the only way they know. I thought myself so bold for running from my people. I scorned them. And what have I gained? I think I expected to discover my own nature by shedding my past, but it transpires that I have not a very discernible character underneath it all. I am not much of anything. I left the Rom, and the Gads won't have me. But I have said all this and omitted the one important matter, my apology. I did not tell you at Dover. Now I know, by God, by long experience, that it is a thing that people wish to know. Or at any rate, they resent its concealment most deeply. Allowing you to take me, ignorant of that significant thing, it was shameful. No, please, I must get it all done or not at all. Were we antipathetic, you and I, unalike, were there no fellow feeling between us, I believe I would have confessed it straight. But I wished to come with you, and so I sinned by omission. And as I came to know you better, I came to esteem your friendship most highly, as I hope you have mine, and each day it was harder to surrender it, the ease, the accord between us. I could not bear to be strange in your eyes, but it was not right. So if you wish me to leave, then I will do so." Mary pushed the covers aside and rose. She came to where her friend sat and placed a hand on the bent shoulder. Through the cotton, she felt the thinness of Miss Brigstock's rigid frame. "It is most trying," Mary said, "to be obliged to conceal things about oneself, as you say. It is a source of constant anxiety and exhaustion. It must have been a great unhappiness to you to always be keeping this secret, always steeling yourself for confession or discovery. I will not say, we will say no more about it, for I am very interested and would like to ask you questions if you would not find it too distressing." Miss Brigstock looked long into Mary's face. She nodded. She briskly blew her nose and began to push strands of gray rag hair back into her cap. "I can never repay your kindness," she said to Mary, "but I will endeavor to deserve it. Now, get back into your bed, for mercy's sake. Ask me anything you will. What would you know? All the rather dull book of my life is open to you." Mary laughed. "Oh," she said, "anything. Tell me a tale your mother told you at her knee. Tell me of the history of your people." "That," said Miss Brigstock, "would take a very long time, and I do not know enough of the old ways to do it justice." She was so woebegone at being unable to oblige that Mary was assailed by the desire to laugh. She repressed it. A sudden light shone in Miss Brigstock's eyes. She regarded Miss Hopewell steadily and with growing purpose. "There is one talent peculiar to my family," she said. "I have some sight. I cannot claim more than that. My mother was a great Chovahani. My skill is small at best, but I am able on occasion to tell both the character and the future of a person in the lines of their palm. I would look for you. What better use will there ever be for it? Dear Mary, if you have no moral objection to such things, perhaps, if you will show me your hand." Here, she took Mary's fingers in hers, cold and resistless. "Our clients prefer that we take it, being the expected thing, but truthfully, it can be enough to hold an intimate item, something belonging to the hand, a glove, a ring. Now, let us see something of your fortune." Miss Brigstock bared the soft palm to the light. She peered, small black eyes intent, her thumb pressed to Mary's wrist. The hand was torn from Miss Brigstock's with vicious speed. "Not necessary, Hephzibah." Mary's voice was cool. "I see my future plain. It is nasty, brutish, and short." As May passed into June, the days grew longer, and the sun beat mercilessly on the pink tile of the villa. There came into Siena at this time a certain Reverend Comer, who was touring the churches. The Reverend saw Miss Hopewell in the Panateria, where he was partaking of sweet rolls and she was purchasing the household loaf. He soon discovered their direction. As he explained to Miss Hopewell and Miss Brigstock, men of the cloth are not at the mercy of convention. Their calling grants them passage everywhere. They move in an elevated sphere and scorn such things as introductions. The ladies acknowledged the truth of this somewhat dazedly, for Mr. Comer had caught them on laundering day, elbow-deep in suds. This did not deter him, but inspired him to call again and often, for the Reverend had a most delicate understanding and was profoundly moved by their situation. He pitied the ladies sincerely. He begged them to believe that he did not regard the kitchen smell in the parlor. An aroma of onions was nothing to a man of God. In a villa consisting of 4 rooms, it was impossible to deny themselves when Mr. Comer called, as Miss Brigstock said to Miss Hopewell, without actually hiding under their beds. Why should they wish to deny themselves? Asked Miss Hopewell. Only benefit could result from intercourse with a person so brimming with compassion as the Reverend. He had 2, Miss Hopewell added inconsequentially, a pony and trap at his command. Hephzibah could not see how this signified. Perhaps dear Mary had sat too long in the sun that morning. When it became apparent to Reverend Comer during the course of a morning visit that Miss Hopewell desired to see the olive groves at Argiano, he was much struck. To give a poor soul some pleasure, it was the least that any man of feeling or of Christian spirit could do. They should all 3 go there that very day. The expedition was a success, and when the following day, Miss Hopewell expressed an interest in the church at Fiesole, the words had barely left her lips when a sortie to that place was proposed. Miss Hopewell acquiesced to these schemes with equanimity. If the Reverend did snuffle air loudly through his nose, well, it was a small price to pay for exploring the abandoned monastery of Pontignano. If he did apostrophize Miss Hopewell in a mournful tone, as a poor soul, or at other times as a fragile bloom upon a tender stalk, why, this too could be borne if he did so as they drove through the vineyards of Chianti. Miss Brigstock had qualms. She did not like to indulge the Reverend's generosity so far. It looked perhaps somewhat pushing. Miss Hopewell soothed her. In due course, the Reverend would leave the district. In the interim, biddable escorts with ponies and traps did not grow on trees. One could not live always at the rock face. On a particularly hot day, the 3 were taking tea in the Campagna under a white umbrella, in the fashion of that time. Of a sudden, Reverend Comer began to gasp. His face became an even deeper shade of puce and acquired an uncertain sheen. Miss Hopewell and Miss Brigstock rapidly concluded that they must seek relief for him. It was the fragile bloom who bloom upon a tender stalk. Why, this too could be borne if he did so as they drove through the vineyards of Chianti. Miss Brigstock had qualms. She did not like to indulge the Reverend's generosity so far. It looked perhaps somewhat pushing. Miss Hopewell soothed her. In due course, the Reverend would leave the district. In the interim, biddable escorts with ponies and traps did not grow on trees. One could not live always at the rock face. On a particularly hot day, the 3 were taking tea in the Campagna under a white umbrella, in the fashion of that time. Of a sudden, Reverend Comer began to gasp. His face became an even deeper shade of puce and acquired an uncertain sheen. Miss Hopewell and Miss Brigstock rapidly concluded that they must seek relief for him. It was the fragile bloom who proposed that they should walk together to the road where they had left their trap and hail a passing vehicle, perhaps the diligence, which traveled. This road, and so summon help. This they did, and waited some time on the hot wayside. The diligence was not in evidence. The road, which was peopled, in Miss Brigstock's mind, with bandits, was yet empty of vehicles. Presently, however, hoofbeats announced the approach of a man in rich livery who came on a sweating horse, returning from the discharge of some duty. Miss Brigstock stepped into the path of the animal, calling piteously, "Eudo, per piacere." By pregiamo di portarsi a Siena. Two Mary seized Hephzibah's collar and pulled her from the road, as the man attempted to wrestle his horse to a halt in a cloud of dust. At length, when all was still, he addressed Miss Brigstock. "I pray you, madam, do not throw yourself in the path of galloping horses." At which Miss Hopewell said sharply, "You are a Devon man." I would know it anywhere. Her heart hurt with half-recalled things. To hear it in this place after so long. "Aye," he said quietly. William Shakes, Madam of Peter Tavy on the Tavy River. He swept the tricorn from his head, pulling at his forelock, which revealed a pleasant face of 40 years or thereabouts, topped with sandy hair, without powder or wig. "I know Peter Tavy," Mary said. "A good place for fishing. Well met, fellow countrymen. But I could wish for better circumstances. You find us in straits. One of our party is indisposed. Help should be sought with all possible speed. Is your establishment nearby? Will your master admit us? Is there a doctor in the neighborhood?" He nodded briefly after each inquiry. Mary thought he seemed an effective, restful sort of person. "It will be done," he said. "A carriage to fetch you. Look for it." The horse leaped forward. Miss Hopewell and Miss Brigstock were left with dusty faces in the empty road. "Well," Miss Brigstock said in distress, "to go to some strange gentleman's house to beg help? Mary, you have put us in a predicament. It cannot be right." "Your solution was folly," said Miss Hopewell, and settled on a stone to wait. "It is what I would wish to avoid," said Miss Brigstock. To take such aid from a stranger, and a foreign gentleman too. Presently a large, dark carriage in the Italian style came rumbling along the way, and Mr. Shakes riding at its side. Two footmen, directed by the women, got the ailing clergyman into it, and Mary and Hephzibah climbed in after. They presently arrived at a wall whose gate, being opened, revealed a formal garden of the type not often seen in that country. Even in their fatigue and concern for their companion, whose color had grown alarmingly high, Miss Hopewell and Miss Brigstock's spirits were lifted by the perfume of flowers in the air, the rolling lawns before them, which lay lush and verdant in defiance of the white sun. The coach made its way between spreading oak trees, leaves dappling the drive in Longford, familiar patterns of light and shade. Miss Hopewell looked about and found herself confronted by a roe deer. It regarded her briefly with a walnut eye and fled into the trees like smoke. The drive curved to reveal a lake hemmed with rushes, upon which swans sailed. On the far side of the water lay a tall white house, encompassed by rose gardens and fruit trees. The sound of the cicadas in the distance fell strangely on their ears. The ladies felt they had stumbled into a pocket of England. The Reverend was whisked away into the depths of the house, protesting that he felt, if not well, quite better, and that he forbade a fuss to be made. His querulous voice faded up the long staircase, and a deferential majordomo motioned the ladies to follow him down the marbled hall to a cool parlor overlooking an orange grove where they were given tea. At first, Miss Hopewell and Miss Brigstock sat with their eyes lowered. They were still and upright as effigies, as if observed by some unseen governess. They knew themselves for intruders. But after the tea had been removed by a white-starched maid, and a long interval had passed and still no one came, why, they began to exhibit the natural curiosity of any person so placed in an interesting and unfamiliar setting and to look about themselves. The ceiling was high and cunningly decorated to resemble a verdant canopy. Here and there, brightly painted hummingbirds darted among the glossy foliage. The hides of beasts, lion, antelope, bear, zebra lay at intervals across a shining floor of black and white Carrara marble. The heads were left intact. Many pairs of glass eyes peered crazily at the ladies. A light breeze moved always through the room, bringing with it the faint perfume of orange flowers. Through tall, open windows could be seen the tops of trees, rustling in convocation, bearing a few pale stars of late blossom. In the distance, golden hills rose to meet the bright and blinding sky. From some place beyond their sight, there came the sound of water falling on stone and, once, the bark of a dog. The women spoke in hushed tones as they looked about them, remarking on certain little peculiarities of their surroundings. Miss Hopewell directed Miss Brigstock's attention to a curious box of teak that sat on a bureau. It had children's heads carved on it. She whispered to Miss Brigstock, the heads of little children with flowing hair. They started as the door behind them was opened. A round, cheerful doctor entered and opined in flawless English that the Reverend was suffering from no more than the heat. A day of rest with cool cloths on his brow would do all that was necessary to restore him. The ladies thanked him and asked who their host might be and, indeed, where, that they may thank him also and discuss conveyance back to their villa, for it would be dusk in a few short hours, and they must collect their trap from the roadside and convey the Reverend to Siena and then themselves to home. The doctor smiled and said that he believed that a carriage was being made ready for these purposes. As for their host, it was Don Villarca who resided here, but as to where he might be, the man shrugged. He had been instructed by the major domo to see to the Englishman, and he had done this. It was good enough for him. Perhaps, ventured Miss Brigstock, the lady of the house might permit us one moment of her time. In order to properly express our obligation, the doctor shook his head and gave his broadest smile yet, for, Chiaro, there was no Donna Villarca. It was plain, as he made his bow, that he had already dismissed the ladies from his thoughts. He bustled out to other business, leaving them still puzzled as to where to bestow their gratitude. Miss Hopewell was overcome with restlessness, suddenly ill at ease. She thought there was perhaps a flea in one of those old hides. She expressed an intention to take a turn in the grove while they waited. Miss Brigstock cavilled at this. It would not do to make free with the gentleman's property. She would sit where she was put and wait. There arose a polite difference of opinion between them, Miss Hopewell asserting that the air in the room was torpid and bad and that she could not bear it. Miss Brigstock asserting that she would never for her life be so remiss as to tell dear Mary how to behave, but it did seem to her that it would not look well or be seemly to be found alone in a garden in a single gentleman's house. Miss Hopewell stood in a window, returning that if this was no transgression in Hepzibah's eyes, she would stay here and take what air she could, if it would not offend, if Miss Brigstock thought it was not wrong. As Mary said these words, she heard rustling in the grove below. Looking down, Miss Hopewell perceived that they were not alone. A man stood in the trees of the grove. The stranger's eyes were fixed upon Miss Hopewell. They were shadowed, narrow, deep, like arrow slits. A slim, dark person, his face was still as varnished wood. He held a young spaniel in his arms. The dog gazed up at him, trembling and mewing with love. His velvet waistcoat, soft as the blackest night, was embroidered with bright gold. Silk shirt sleeves billowed like poured cream. A vast emerald pin nestled in the folds at the base of his throat. The man watched her, unmoving. Mary made to stir, to break the deadly gaze upon her. She could not. He thrust the dog from him. It yelped and fell and ran. Still, she looked. She was caught in the dark tunnel of his gaze. She could not get out. There came into Mary's mind the picture of a harp string, wound-tied around the peg by an inexperienced hand. The clumsy, unknowing fingers turned the wood, and the wire sang higher and higher. Miss Hopewell felt something break within her with a terrible sound. The man bared white teeth at her, whether in a smile or a grimace, she could not say, but it was wholly terrible, and she gasped and drew back into the room. It convulsed, squares of shining black and white tile rippling at her feet. "Oh," Mary said. She sank to her knees. Her heart beat like a captured dove. She kneaded the place above it hard, as though to grasp the organ, to hold it in her fist. For days after, there were dark finger marks across her breast. Miss Brigstock questioned her, laid frantic hands upon her. Miss Hopewell was white and still. "I am well," she said. But the window, look, the window. Miss Brigstock ran on nimble feet. She peered this way and that in the warm air. "But, Mary, what?" she asked. "I see nothing." "Well, there is a little dog playing beneath the trees. I wish you could come to see. It would do you a great deal of good, for it is too sweet." Mr. Shakes awaited them on the gravel drive in the fading light. He handed the ladies into the carriage and touched his hat. "I will drive your trap behind you," he said. "Never fear." His warm tones acted once more on Mary, stirring memories of childhood and the taste of cream, of sunlit days when all was well, days that she had thought long forgotten. "Will you not ride with us?" she asked impulsively, reaching a hand as though to grasp his, to help him into the carriage. "Not this time, Miss Hopewell." He went quietly behind to the trap and the fat pony. Miss Hopewell was left blushing foolishly under the stares of her companions. "Mary," said Miss Brigstock with unusual directness, "have you lost your wits?" So the party was escorted with all celerity back to town. As they went along the road, dusk came gently. Through the open carriage windows, there came balmy evening air and the wild perfumes of thyme and sage. Reverend Comer lay against the squabs and said nothing, consumed by indisposition and mortified, perhaps, by having been the source of such inconvenience. In the half-light, with the rocking of the carriage providing a soothing rhythm, the women had leisure to reflect upon their day. Miss Brigstock kept her dry palm firmly atop Mary's and squeezed every now and again. Mary did not speak. She turned her face to the coming night, to the dim, scented land. Miss Brigstock professed herself invigorated by their adventure, but could not altogether like it. "I believe Villarca to be a Spanish name," she said. "To be sure, what can a Spanish gentleman have to do in Italy? Although of the two countries, I myself find Italy much the superior. But perhaps it is one of many residences, and he summers here only. To keep such a garden, it must require much precious labor, water, and expense." Something had wormed its way deep into Miss Hopewell. It sat sullen with knowledge in the depths of her. It wrapped leaden, parasitic arms about her heart. In the following days, they went about their quiet business. The Reverend called on them to make his farewells. He was for Florence. Mr. Comer looked on Miss Hopewell meaningfully. Perhaps he might beg a moment in private with her? Miss Brigstock then discerned a noise from the kitchen that announced some catastrophe. She was certain of it. Foreign servants did not know how to go on, and they were positively hostage to that Gabriella, who could only be termed a maid in the loosest possible sense. Mr. Comer would excuse them? The man looked at Miss Hopewell. He had heard nothing, surely. It was but a little domestic thing, but Mary sat with her eyes lowered. Another sound, a crash, an unmistakable crash. Miss Brigstock was driven to distraction. What could the girl have done? Reverend Comer was left with no choice but to take his leave, taking an age to find his hat, but presently shuffling out, enjoining them not to forget him. When his pony's hooves had safely retreated, Miss Hopewell addressed Miss Brigstock thus: "Not kind in you, Hepzibah, to deny the man his moment." "Perhaps I am not kind," said Miss Brigstock, "but you'll allow that I am deft." The next morning, Miss Brigstock joined her companion at table to find her in a state of distress. A ring, which had belonged to Miss Hopewell's mother, and before that her grandmother, and so on, was found to be absent. They embarked on the fatiguing rigmarole of remembrance that must always accompany a mislaid possession. It had been on her finger on Wednesday. Did she remember? Miss Brigstock had noted it particularly, since it did not look well with the lavender muslin she wore that day. At length, Miss Hopewell exclaimed, she had it on the day of the ill-fated expedition. It was certain. She had removed it and placed it in her reticule as she walked to the road in order to deter unwanted interest, and had not taken it out again. But it was not in the reticule now, nor anywhere to be seen. It was then recalled that Miss Hopewell had taken her handkerchief from said reticule to catch crumbs from the biscuits that they took with their tea. In that room by the orangery, could the ring have been caught in the folds of it and so fallen? It could have done. They concluded, most decidedly, it could have. Miss Brigstock was at a stand. How to effect the return of the ring or to make inquiry, when they had no acquaintance with the man, who anyway seemed to be a person of quirks. Miss Hopewell had no such qualms. A letter must be written to ask the man to call upon them, to inquire about the ring, and to thank him, although, as Miss Hopewell observed, he had not personally involved himself in their rescue and had kept all the distance he could between the ladies and himself. Miss Brigstock suggested that this was perhaps propriety on his part. he had a sense of their inevitable obligation and wished to spare them embarrassment, Miss Hopewell recalled to herself the countenance of the man in the garden and thought not. She was conscious of some dark and broken place within her, a gap in the row of perfectly taut harp strings. The letter was sent, but as they received no response, the matter soon faded from Miss Brigstock's mind. Mary Hopewell, however, thought of their carefully crafted phrases, the pains that had gone into it. Inwardly, she poured scorn on the man who plainly considered himself so much above them that he could not frame a polite reply. One afternoon, when the sun was at its zenith and the thought of movement or the thought of thought itself was so fatiguing that Mary thought she might cry with it, the two women were shelling peas in the dark parlor. The shutters were closed against the heat. Outside, the street was quiet. It was the hour of the siesta. The green odor of the peas, their small shapes, the sound they made as they fell into the bowl were pleasing. Mary shook her palm. The peas rattled, cool within it. It might be no bad thing, she thought idly, to be a pea on a day like this. She collected herself and gave herself a little scold. She was becoming strange. It would not do to let their solitude and the mindless tedium of the days take effect. I must open the shutters, she told Miss Brigstock. No, never mind the dust. I am sorry for it, but I cannot sit in both the dark and the heat a moment longer. She moved through the dim room, exclaiming as she tripped on a stool, I will never accustom myself to this climate. I cannot think it healthy. Wrestling with the catches, she went on, we must take a lesson from the Italians, Hepzibah, and learn to sleep in the afternoons. The only way I can conceive of bearing these hot hours with fortitude is to be utterly unconscious throughout them. As she flung the shutters crossly wide, she heard a cry and found that one of the wooden doors had met with an obstacle in the form of the dark head of a person who had, to all appearances, been listening at the window. This person raised his head, hand clasped to his brow, which was marked with blood. Under it, his dark eyes were narrowed against the sun. I have come to tea, said Don Villarca. He was all courtesy, with a handkerchief stemming the flow of blood from his brow. He apologized for his conduct. He had returned from a visit to friends to find their letter and was stricken with remorse. Nothing would do for him but to set out immediately, and without his stick or hat, to repair the damage. The difficulties had not occurred to him until he stood without their villa. He did not know whether they were at home or willing to receive him. The shutters were closed. He had not wished to intrude. He was not polite. So, he asked, what do I do in these circumstances? Announce myself like any proper caller? Go away and come back again another day, when I have answered your letter. No, I skulk in the street with my ear to your window, like a dishonest parlor maid. Until Miss Hopewell, he bowed to her, rewards me as I deserve, and brings me to my senses with a brisk blow to the head. Mary Hopewell was bemused by this rapid stream of confidence. A friendly, somewhat dandyish gentleman he seemed. Could he be the same man who had looked upon her so murderously? Yet the room shivered around her. The blood was scattered like rust across the purple velvet of his coat. His hand stroked the handle of his teacup. He was too vivid in the small room. his legs too long for the chair, his gaze too direct, too inquiring. It was not that he was tall, Mary thought, but that he occupied his space without apology. His voice was melodious, considered. His English was perfect and elegant. Only the faintest trace of Spanish lingered about his consonants. It hinted of another man beneath. He seemed at once both too easy and too menacing, and she did not know what to think. "We have met, of course, Don Villarca," Mary said. Although no introductions were performed, Don Villarca tipped his head to her, polite. "Indeed?" he asked. "In London? I am mortified, Miss Hopewell. I cannot think." "In your garden," Mary said. "I saw you in the garden, amid the orange trees. Miss Hopewell, I would never contradict so lovely a woman." "You looked at me," Mary said, as I stood at the window, "except to remark that had I the great fortune to meet you before this, it would be graven on my memory." Miss Brigstock patted Mary's hand soothingly. "It was so very hot, my love," she said. "I am not mistaken," Mary persisted, "and I was perfectly well enough to trust my senses." Don Villarca was silent, and Miss Brigstock looked at her kindly. It was a small humiliation, expertly dealt. Mary's face grew hot. The room spun. Don Villarca sipped his tea demurely. He raised his eyes. They met Miss Hopewell's dazed ones, and she saw the cold fire that gleamed in their depths. Don Villarca filled the air with soothing nothings. He was so gratified to have made their acquaintance, although so tardily. If his dear mamma, via con Dios, God rest her soul, departed 1 year past, had she known that he had not even inquired after them, after their upsetting time, well, he would spare them the details. Suffice it to say that Mamma was from Seville, they must understand, and Sevillan women are terrible when they are angry. On and on it went, an easy stream. All the while, his cold eyes were on Miss Hopewell. The words of old tales flew through her mind, half remembered, of bargains and pomegranate seeds. By agreeing to take their lukewarm tea and stale cake, the much-abused Gabriella having chosen today, of all days, to take an unexpected afternoon off, in their stuffy room with midges darting in the corners, he meant something else. "Tell me, Don Villarca," said Miss Hopewell, alarmed by the pitch of her voice, "how precisely would she, excuse me, your esteemed mother, have punished you? For I am terribly stupid. It seems to me that you are a man full grown. Your mother still had nursery privileges over you? To give you a sound whipping? Is this your meaning?" Don Villarca turned smoothly to her. There was no trace now of the savage face that Miss Hopewell had glimpsed in the garden. Yet she looked on him and trembled, as the puppy had under his eye. It seemed to her that the dim room winked black. It was filled with the scent of the warm nightland. "But no, Miss Hopewell," said Don Villarca. "Indeed, she would never have done such a thing. That would not be fitting for me, or for her. No, she would have done far, far worse. She would, very publicly, have cut me. But she cannot do it now." He smiled kindly. "Perhaps you did not mean to speak so of the dead." Fear touched Mary then, gentle and cold. The ring, alas, was not to be found, but Don Villarca would have them search the carriage too. And may he offer the ladies such a carriage when they wished to drive? He kept one in Siena, which was not put to any use at all, a scandal in fact, and he would be obliged to them for justifying this woeful extravagance on his part. It was not right that they had no carriage when the surrounding country was beautiful. Miss Hopewell meant to rebuff his offers. She knew that they must not take these seeming alms offered to the poor. But when her look met his, her tongue became as a stone. The quality of his gaze, it reminded her of something, an animal. She mocked herself for her nervous fancy. He was merely overbearing. It was common in vain men, and she had borne worse. Mary felt herself recovered, and then she was drawn again toward the long, dark tunnel of his eye. Miss Brigstock was speaking of Bristol, which she liked. "I cannot call it home," she said. "I do not believe I have the right to name any place such. No, indeed. One must shift, as a governess, you know." Here, she grew flustered. "Or rather, you, sir, would not know, and there is no earthly reason why you should. But there are places that speak to one, are there not?" Mary thought of their mutual dream of Dante, of the imagined calm and sunny warmth of Italy, suffused with verse. She smiled a little. She and Hephzibah had indeed asked much of their new home. It was no wonder they were so sadly disappointed both by the place and by themselves in it. Mary looked up to find herself observed by Don Villarca. He tipped his head toward her. The light slid on the graceful planes of his face. "And you, Miss Hopewell? Do you miss your native shores?" His inquiry was so close to her current thought that she stopped a moment to gather herself. She seemed to be scattering further and further apart as the conversation proceeded. "No," she said. "England itself I do not miss. You speak of places, Hephzibah, which call to one's nature. I have been visited by such feeling only once. It was my childhood home. We were compelled to leave it when I was very young, and so my memories of it are few, but they carry with them a potency. The house was under a hill and surrounded by wild moor, which covers much of that part of Devon. It was itself a wild place, with a name to fit it, Raw Blood. But it was lost to us some years ago and has been rechristened, I think. There was some family lore that if we stayed too long from Raw Blood, we sickened and died. Nonsense, of course, but the heart yearns for reason in tragedy. For we left, we Hopewells, and, save me, we are all dead. It was a peculiar house of granite and slate, misshapen, and all the rooms the wrong shape, even to my young eye. But the scent of the air and the curve of the banister. She was surprised at her own eloquence. Raw blood seemed to rise in dark shapes about her, its walls built on the air like mist. "Certainly," she said, "I have seen and lived in other, perhaps finer houses, but none have elicited in me the very particular sensation of being home. Even now, when I read a description of a view from a window in a novel, it is the view from my nursery in that house that comes to me. When I dream of a garden, it is always that garden which was enclosed between the two wings of the house, as if held by two protecting arms." Mary started. The room settled about her again. She had slipped, for a moment, across a border. "It does not matter," she said. That was very long ago. She stared at Don Villarca. Something precious had been pried from her without her will. Don Villarca, for his part, was uncharacteristically silent, and it fell to Miss Brigstock to ask him a question concerning the condition of the roads surrounding Siena. He stayed perhaps an hour and left behind him a void. It was at the moment of his departure that his effect on the women was most clearly felt. As the front door closed noisily behind Don Villarca, who was clearly unaccustomed to manipulating such things as latches by his own hand, Miss Brigstock and Miss Hopewell looked at each other over the remains of the meager tea and then quickly away. They no longer knew themselves. Everything was twisted out of its proper form. "And he to lend us his carriage," said Miss Hopewell, sweeping cake crumbs from the table. "I wish you had told him no, Hephzibah. All those favors conferred on us de haute en basse. It is most improper." Miss Brigstock stared at her, astonished. "So unsettling a countenance," said Miss Hopewell crossly, blowing a strand of hair from her face. She stilled and went a little pale. "I have it," she said. "It is a snake. His gaze is that of a snake. He called often, twice a week or more. He brought them small jars of honey, paints, and a songbird in a cage. He drove them out to see fields of wild flowers and the churches, which he thought would interest them. Very well. These were no greater liberties than they had extended to Reverend Comer. But Don Villarca would not be content. He inundated them with proposals for their entertainment, always touched with the slightest hue of the improper. It was never quite possible to discern where the impropriety lay, but they felt it most strongly. He vowed to obtain a balcony for the Palio that August that they might watch that delightful and violent spectacle together. The shining hides of the horses, the hard clamor of hooves as they raced in the streets, it was most stirring. And some years, no one died at all. If that was not agreeable, perhaps he might be permitted to escort them to Rome for Holy Week. Or he would engage a new bathing machine at the beach. Or he himself would hold a dance for them, perhaps for 20 couples, with them as hostesses. Each time, they gainsaid him, flustered. Still, Don Villarca importuned. At Miss Hopewell, still, he smiled with white teeth. He could not be in her presence without falling victim to amusement. As for Miss Hopewell, she felt a great pressure within her, a hand tight about her heart. She lived those weeks as if in a fever, her judgment and her wits disordered. She felt that she behaved like a zany, and yet she followed still as if drawn by a string. Miss Brigstock inquired of Mary, did she not like the man? This reserve, which then gave way to bursts of impropriety of temper, this immoderate behavior, it was so unlike her. "It is like one of those old tales," Miss Hopewell replied. "One has conjured the djinn. One now must accept the consequences." With this gnomic utterance, Miss Brigstock had to be content, for Miss Hopewell would say no more. The three sat in a row on a balcony at the Palazzo Chigi-Saraceni in Siena. Don Villarca's midnight blue satin arm was flung carelessly across the balustrade. His diamond-studded cuffs sent particles of light across the hall. The night was warm. In the crowd below, fans waved gently like the white caps of the rolling sea. The interval had not come a moment too soon for Miss Hopewell. The brightness of the lamps and the movement of bodies seemed dazzling. She shivered in her cheap cambric. The singers were shrill and out of tune, the story incomprehensible and crudely told. She feared she had the migraine. Don Villarca asked her if she were well. "Quite well," she answered, then could not help but add, "All of this town has the odor of hot dust. The place is so dry. It makes its way in at the casements, into the clothes and the food. You cannot exclude it. I feel it in my eyes and in my throat. It is a particular thing about Siena, this dust," said Don Villarca in his pleasant voice. "But dust is not dust, is it? Not in truth. It is the earth, which is composed of many things, caught up by the wind. For instance, Senio and Ascanio, sons of Remus, who founded the city, the Medici popes, and Signore Pisano, who built the Duomo, they do not perish, but remain. All are buried here in the earth, and that earth has in time grown dry and lifted into the air, moving from place to place, settling and rising, whirling around us and under our feet. Do you see? This, he sniffed the air, is that painter who lived with his mistress and died disappointed at Fiesole. And this, he wiped his finger down the curtain that fell beside them and showed it to Miss Hopewell, where it bore a dusty mark, is a little girl who sees visions and was burnt at the stake in the square. This is the plague that killed 2/3 of the city in 1348. This is a loyal hound who dragged his master from a burning building during the Battle of Monteperti, and this Miss Brigstock, who had followed this exchange with interest, broke in with a laugh. "But how gruesome, Mr. Villarca. You speak of breathing in old bones." She patted Mary's hand and turned to the stage. I believe that we are going to begin again. See how that lady appears. Large people are so fond of red satin. It is mysterious." Don Villarca turned to Mary, his eyes narrow, lit windows in the night. He held her gaze as he licked the dust from the tip of his finger. She rose from her seat, her handkerchief pressed to her mouth. Don Villarca rose also. He drew Miss Hopewell farther into the shadows and regarded her. She thought that, in this light, his skin had a fine sheen, which was like the surface of water, silken. Miss Hopewell looked away and coughed, hard and long, into her handkerchief. He waited beside her, quiet as a cat. When it was done, she looked up with weeping eyes. "I cannot bear that you should look at me and speak to me so," Mary said. She lifted the handkerchief from her mouth. "As a man who knows nothing at all of suffering, you speak of it like a game. As one to whom everything has been gifted, never earned, never valued. You do not fear to be turned to dust, because you love nothing. You seem an empty man, a man made of paper. Poof." Mary made a fluid gesture, showing the paper man rising, like the dust in the wind, but then she blanched and swayed, her handkerchief at her mouth. "Silliness," she said. He reached forward and grasped her elbow. With his other hand, he touched her handkerchief with the tip of a nail. "My character gives offense," he said. "It is not the first time." Mary's eyes were great in her face as she looked on him. "No, that would not make you offensive to me," she said. "Despicable, perhaps. A rich fool. But it is not so. You are guarded all about by luxury, true. Yes, you are armored by money. The silk, the jewels. You parrot the lines of a spoiled man. It is a depth silliness. It is a guise. You care nothing about it. No, sir, do not protest, for I see you for what you are. I glimpse what lies beneath all your seemings. It is ruthless. You cannot deceive me as you do others. I saw you truly in the garden that day. I have seen your heart, and it is cold. They looked on one another. Music cut through the air about them. Lights moved in the depths of his shadowed eyes. What have you done, I wonder, said Mary Hopewell. Dark, the scent of sage and night earth filled her senses. What is it? I am not deceived. Don Villarca gazed at her. What a great pleasure, he said, lies in the condemnation of others. You are wrong, sir. I take no pleasure in it. You are lying, Miss Hopewell, and not well. It will be your undoing. She stared. Her heart was a drum. Slander, she said. Despicable, ineffectual, and mere slander. If you are to do evil here, you must try harder than that. If you are at home tomorrow in the afternoon, said Don Villarca, I will come and do evil by appointment. There is nothing to be said between us two, she said. His finger rested on the linen in her hand, a hair's breadth from her own. He stroked the cloth gently, as one may stroke a small, soft animal. On the white could be glimpsed small flecks of blood. I will come, he said. You cannot prevent it. Miss Hopewell shrugged. She hid her fear. It makes no odds to me, she said, making her voice bright with dislike. They turned as one and went to their places on either side of Miss Brigstock. They resumed their seats. Mary Hopewell placed all her attention on the play. Don Villarca lounged back on his seat and chewed at his thumbnail in a truly uncouth fashion, his eyes lidded. Miss Brigstock soon felt that the opera was not good, that the evening was late. There was no demur from the rest of the party, and the carriage was so summoned. When the sun rose the next morning, it showed Miss Hopewell's pillow to be touched once more with crimson. She looked at it for some time and then summoned Miss Brigstock to her chamber. I must rest, she said. I will rise at noon. Will you give me the camphor basin and ensure that my straw-colored silk is pressed? It was not a habit with Miss Hopewell to ask for concessions in this fashion. She did it awkwardly. Miss Brigstock embraced her. She would do all that was necessary. For Mr. Villarca was coming to call that afternoon, was it not so? Mary suppressed her habitual spurt of irritation at the incorrect address. Hepzibah refused to use Don Villarca's title, which she thought unnecessarily foreign and full of airs. Well, they all enjoyed his visits. Such quaint things he said. Miss Brigstock would fetch her the moment he arrived. She could be comfortable and rest until then. With that, Miss Brigstock bustled off, her eyes bright with purpose. She brought Mary a tonic, the basin, and ribbons for her hair, and she would be back to rouse her upon their caller's arrival. Miss Hopewell took the tonic and sank gratefully into her pillows. She woke to the singing of crickets at dusk. A dream, half recalled, a hand pressing on the back of her neck like the heavy, slow passage of a snake. The straw-colored silk lay on the chair, gray in the evening light. The scents of the kitchen rose through the boards. Gabriella was singing below in a tuneless voice. Miss Hopewell threw back the covers and ran on bare feet down to the parlor where Miss Brigstock sat with a candle, her cross-stitch in her lap. They regarded one another. "He did not come," said Miss Hopewell. It was not a question. Miss Brigstock shook her head. "I dreamt that I heard his voice," said Miss Hopewell, "and then yours, speaking together." She looked at Miss Brigstock in mute appeal. Miss Brigstock shook her head once more, her eyes soft, and bit her lower lip. "My love," she said, "I have often thought that perhaps he is not entirely kind, Mr. Villarca. He does give one the shivers, does he not? I have ever had a distrust of men who manicure. Perhaps it is no bad thing to draw back from his acquaintance." "Hephzibah, I am a fool," said Mary Hopewell, "but I have been spared." She gave a little watery laugh, turned on her heel, and went from the room. Miss Hopewell awaited Miss Brigstock by the Panateria, as arranged between them. Hephzibah's needs had taken her to the seamstress, but she had assured Mary it would be but a moment. The scent of bread was welcome, elevating to the spirits. It was a gray day, the sky above lowered, presaging rain. Miss Hopewell saw presently that William Shakes leaned upon a wall opposite. He stuffed a pipe with sure fingers, face intent. When he perceived Miss Hopewell, he cocked a friendly eyebrow in her direction and crossed the road to join her. Mary said, "Well, you are the picture of ease." "Mostly am," he agreed. He smiled around the stem of his pipe. "I am pleased by this chance," he said, "for I wished very much to tell you. I have been lately home. Don Villarca and I have been to Dartmoor." "Why?" Miss Hopewell asked sharply. What should he be doing there? She was greatly disturbed. Once more, Don Villarca trespassed on what was most precious to her. "It is quite your own business, Mr. Shakes," she said. "I wonder, however, what loyalty binds you to him?" To such a Miss Hopewell bit her tongue, but her eyes were speaking. "I fought beside him at Albura, you know," said Mr. Shakes comfortably. Strong tobacco smoke curled in the air. "'Tis how we came by one another. That is why it is quite informal between us. War does not distinguish gentlemen and mere men." Albura. "But Don Villarca is surely not so old as that," said Mary. And then, mortified, "I beg your pardon." Mr. Shakes showed her his slow smile. "No," he said, "do not trouble yourself. Men wear their age in two ways, out or in. I wear mine in my face, but my heart is easy. He's pretty enough, but his years lie heavy within. When we met, all those years ago, he was young outside and in. So was I, for that matter. War put paid to that in the end." "Albura," said Mr. Shakes. "We waited in blood that day. Those who wrote the dispatches called it a victory. We knew better. What the French did in the towns. No one should see such things. The stench of corpse smoke. I will recall it all my days. Forgive me. I forget myself." "You will find no reproof here," said Mary. "All the men in my family are military men. Each one. Were military men, I should say. My father was killed in the peninsula in '07, the year I was born. There were many left fatherless by those times," said Mr. Shakes. "I do not recall him. I cannot pretend to a tragedy I do not feel. But my brothers, Major William Hopewell, 16th Light Dragoons, Major Henry Hopewell, 7th Queen's Own Hussars." He asked Waterloo. Miss Hopewell nodded. Tears rose in her throat. Old grief, That, she said, I do recall. Cavalry are very bold, said William Shakes. Nothing else was spoken between the two of them for a time. Each was wrapped in their own thoughts. At last, Shakes said, Miss Hopewell. The Devon was strong in his voice. Soldiers are the only men I understand. And in his heart, Don Villarca is a soldier still. He is as a brother to me. So I understand what has been taken from him by life and by war. And I think that perhaps you also understand these things. I hope that you would know a suffering heart, however disguised. Into Miss Hopewell's mind, there leaped unbidden an image of a young Don Villarca, whose face was open and untouched by the dark. I had not known, she said, that he was in that war or in any war at all. Ah, said Mr. Shakes. I thought you might not know, perhaps. Well, good day, Miss Hopewell. He went, trailing pipe smoke behind him. Dear Mary, said Miss Brigstock, do you intend to stand outside the bakery or to go in it? For I believe the rain is upon us. She clutched to her a little parcel, the contents of which she proceeded to describe. A paper of needles merely and some silk. For they had not the kind of worsted she wanted for stockings. Goodness, said Miss Brigstock, someone has been smoking here. It is positively pungent. Miss Hopewell allowed her arm to be taken. She allowed herself to be drawn under the awning of the Panateria as the first heavy drops of rain fell. She felt strange and deeply fretful. She did not wish to be asked to reconsider her ideas. That evening, the two women sat as usual in Mary's chamber. Miss Brigstock began, as was her habit, to offer up the thoughts and actions of her day for Mary's delectation. From the unreliable character of Italian servants to the wide cracks in the floorboards, which plagued the women greatly, imagine, dear Mary, if we were to take them up, what things we might discover. Perhaps your ring also fell in there. Miss Brigstock's mind roved widely. She contemplated the problem of removing the red Italian dust from the hems of her gowns, the elegance of those dogs, the little greyhounds that one could carry, and the slovenliness of the local butcher, and thence moved on to shopping in general. Idly, she began to describe a piece of lace that she had glimpsed that morning. She had been much taken with it. So pale, so intricate, the way it fell in folds like running water, and when light shone through it, the pattern was revealed. Endless arabesques of blossom and curlicues, repeating themselves over and over. Miss Brigstock's reverie was interrupted by a strangled noise. When she looked up, Miss Hopewell was weeping. Tears ran down her face and dripped through her fingers, shining in the candlelight. Her shoulders shook with violent paroxysms. Mary, cried Miss Brigstock in real alarm. Why, whatever can be the matter? Miss Hopewell raised her head. Her eyes streamed, and her face was pink and seamed with effort. It is so stupid, she gasped. It is unconscionable to be roused to such passion by a piece of cloth. I cannot bear it. Do not talk to me any more. Get out. It is bad enough that I must bear your presence, which was foisted upon me, and that you must call me your dear girl and sweet Mary. Do not also bombard me with this trifling womanish stuff. Get out, get out, get out. She fell to her pillow, racked with sobs. She felt the dark worm within. It stirred. She reviled herself. Miss Brigstock contemplated her a moment. She rose from her chair and approached the bed slowly, then sat down upon it. Giving Mary much time to retreat, she took her in her arms. She then began rocking her, uttering meaningless sounds, and stroking her head. There, Miss Brigstock said. I have tired you. Yes, indeed. I talk too much, I do. It has ever been a fault of mine. But please, do not let my nonsense perturb you. All will seem different tomorrow, I promise it. Tomorrow, raved Mary into Miss Brigstock's chemise. Tomorrow. Yes, we must endure that, and the one after, and the one after. Of course, the endless series of tomorrows. I abhor it. Damn tomorrow. To hell with tomorrow. Miss Brigstock closed her arms tight and her eyes tighter. If you like, she agreed in gentle tones. The following evening, a small package lay beside Miss Brigstock's plate at the table, inscribed Hepzibah in Miss Hopewell's elegant hand. Having been informed in Gabriella's rough Tuscan that the other signorina was malata and would dine in her room, Miss Brigstock set to her solitary supper. She eyed the package as she ate, bird-like, a cutlet and a little salad. At last, her repast concluded, the maid rung for, and the table cleared. She reached for the parcel. Her fingers unfolded the brown paper neatly. She put the handy length of string aside for further use. When the wrappings had yielded and the tissue beneath was lifted apart, there tumbled into Miss Brigstock's lap a creamy length of Sicilian lace. Summer dwindled into autumn, and in the business of making the house ready for the winter, the two women found some occupation. Miss Brigstock spoke of Don Villarca often and told tales of him to the limited society that fell in their way. She spoke of his whims and his oddities in small, hot rooms where English people took their tea, so that he seemed to hover like a miasma over the tea urn, and some semblance of him clung to the scones. As for Miss Hopewell, she did not speak of him. She preserved a reticence on the subject, but something was still wrapped tight about her heart. Mary grew quieter with each day that passed. She was for a time much occupied with correspondence, largely directed to a senior fratelli, Avocado, Siena. One day, a legal clerk came to call, bristling with pens and red tape. He spent the afternoon closeted in the parlor with Miss Hopewell. This posed a very minor inconvenience to Miss Brigstock, since she would not presume to intrude on Mary, particularly when she feared to disrupt the administration of business, something of importance, and thus she could not get to her tambour frame that was in the parlor, and therefore had fallen sadly behind with her stitches. Of course, she would not dream of mentioning such a trifle to her dear friend. She could not now recollect why she had brought it up. Mary Hopewell did not reply. "Oh, Mary," said Miss Brigstock, "what will become of us?" "Of you," said Miss Hopewell, irritable, "I know not. But I will die." Miss Brigstock's eyes filled with sympathy and tears. "You must not fear," she said. "You are the best of us, dearest. You shall be the first to be taken to the bosom of our Lord." Miss Hopewell was silent. "I am not afraid," she said at last. "Do you know, I wish I were? It is just so tortuously dull, the prospect. She rose stiffly from her chair and went away. She was not seen below stairs for some days. One overcast morning, when autumn was far advanced, there was a great pounding on the door of the villa, so that the two women leaped from their seats where they had been mending a tablecloth, and Miss Hopewell pricked her finger. And Gabriella went to answer the summons with much complaining. Through the door poured Don Villarca, filling the air and the corners of the room. "I have apologies to offer, which I hope will not be spurned," he said, proffering 2 nosegays of vivid color. Their rich scent perfumed the apartment, dizzying. The hearts of the flowers were golden as egg yolk. The petals were the same deep red as the silk of his coat. It is said that there is nothing so elevating as the reunion of friends. Don Villarca launched into narration of his months away from them. It had been hard. Miss Hopewell and Miss Brigstock would forgive him, for they were so estimable and everything that was kind. Miss Hopewell drew a deep breath. She wished to show Don Villarca a strange flower she had found. It was by a well in a field and peculiar. She believed she had it in her reticule. Mary said, "Perhaps you would be so good as to fetch it for me, Hephzibah?" Miss Brigstock stared at Miss Hopewell. "If you are tired, dear Mary, it would be well for you to retire. Conversation, I find, this address to Don Villarca can be as exhausting as a brisk walk." He made no reply to this. Mary looked long at her friend. "I should think it such a kindness in you, Hephzibah," she said gently, "to go to find that flower." Miss Brigstock went, and Miss Hopewell was alone with Don Villarca. Neither spoke. Miss Hopewell could not meet his bright, narrow eyes. So Don Villarca took her hand and asked her to be his wife. A small sound was heard in the hall. A board squeaked. They stared at the door. "Not here," Mary said. "Come." They went to the villa's garden, a small patch of dry earth adorned by lank spider plants. Above them, the gray November sky. Mary said without preamble, "Now, as to your question, sir, you do me great honor. I am devastated to be obliged to refuse. I view you in the light of a dangerous man. I do not desire any more intimate acquaintance. I could not reasonably expect happiness from a union with such an individual." "I am not persuaded that you are steady in your intentions," she said. "You cannot keep even an appointment." Don Villarca kicked at a lump of dry earth, which broke and covered his shining black boot in red dust. "Miss Hopewell," he began, "I understand you, but I will not have that said against me. I did come that day." Mary Hopewell raised her eyes to his. She regarded him with fascination. "You understand me?" she asked. "Most kind." "I cannot make a similar claim. For, sir, you did not come." "Yes," he replied, "I did. And I was told by the person who received me that you could not marry. I was told that it would mean your death. Then I knew that I must stay away. I resolved never to see you more." "What a very indelicate conversation," she said. "By whom? Who told you this?" "I thought you had made her messenger," he said, then shook his head. "I thought, but it does not matter." "Who," persisted Miss Hopewell, her cheeks pale, "would dare presume so? Who would be so cruel?" He made no answer, and she stared. The blush rose slowly in her face. "Well," she said, "who are you?" Then, to go away on this person's authority, with no word to me, as if I were a naughty child? I have sent many men to their graves in my time, said Don Villarca. It is too much, the death I have dealt. So, to be the means by which yet another were to perish. Miss Hopewell, who had long lived with mortality at her heels, said, "Do not speak of your guilt, of these deaths upon the battlefield, and then of my death, mine. Do not speak of them as if they are the same. They are not. It is not for you to tell me what my end might be, to blame yourself for causing it, or to praise yourself for preventing it. To end another life, persisted Don Villarca, and that, your life, it could not be borne. It seemed neither of us was free to act. It was good and neat. What fecklessness, what presumption. Yes, he said, I see that now. I know my own case, said Miss Hopewell. The obstacles that stand between myself and marriage. You will in time consider this a lucky escape, for I would be giving you a sad bargain if I said yes. Your situation, however, is not apparent to me. You say you are not free. Explain. His lips tightened, and the furious light shone once again in his face. This is an old truth, that when we, the Villarcas, marry, we invite the bad luck in. Foolish it may seem to you, but it is not so. My grandfather left his wife after terrible travails and went to Vienna, could find no peace, lost his mind, and died in a hospital there. My father married, as was arranged for him, his cousin. Thinking to live in a healthful climate, they went to Switzerland, but he died in a brawl shortly after I was born. She stopped eating altogether until she too died. My uncle wed his laundress. He murdered her while walking in the Pyrenees during the Lune de Miel, and then threw himself from a cliff. I could go on. Shall I? My family. We eschew our own country. Rightly so. It carries ill memories for those of my name. We have done great wrong there. I have chosen Italy to spend my days. The Villarca blood is dark and strong. The Villarca temper is furious, sublime, full of poetry and madness. We seek the light ever, but we never find it. We should not share ourselves with others. It is not a good thing. They call it in my tongue the luz oscura, which means the dark light. Some call it a curse. I do not know. Certainly our past, the history of the House of Villarca, has shameful passages. Shameful. Our lineage is steeped in blood. There is no family more deserving of a curse. But I have considered it carefully, you may believe me. The luz oscura. It is more likely to be madness, an inherited weakness. Such things not infrequently afflict high-born, well-bred families. We have been so jealous of the bloodline, you see. So very, very fond of marrying our children to one another. You would not breed dogs in that way, but yes, it will do for the Villarcas. Anyhow, superstition or madness, there remains this, that when we marry, we do it badly. We drink, we lose our minds, we rage, we wound, and always, always we die young. It is the way. I was afraid for myself, and perhaps of myself. You speak of a sad bargain on my side. I fear it is so. I like to do things well. This matter, I felt, was beyond my skill. It was wonderful when you were so cross with me, when you looked at me with hate. For when it was only I who felt this, nothing could result. His brows darkened. He said, "Baleful, I fostered your distaste. I encouraged it. I was a burr. I do not like to think of how I behaved. For that, I am sorry. But when I came to suspect that, despite all my seemings, you did not entirely dislike me, then it was frightful. Something stirred within Miss Hopewell, like the beginning of inspiration. She said, 'Luz Oscura, you call it.' Yes, it is a good name. Madness? Perhaps, but not that alone. I saw the darkness in your soul the moment I saw you. A great stillness came over him. 'We come now to it,' he said. She said, 'Go on, sir.' 'You tell me that I am cold,' said Don Villarca. 'You say that I am cloaked in despair. All this is true. I have led what people call a sinful life. I think that all my virtue is dried up, withered away. Sometimes I walk through it in my dreams, the interior of my heart. It is like a black land, where black flags hang in tatters and venomous plants grow in sickly clumps and serpents writhe. A deadly night garden, my heart. I know it,' she said. Her breath came a little faster. 'But,' said Don Villarca, 'I have seen your heart too, Miss Hopewell, and it is just like mine.' His words smote Mary like a blow. She burned within. 'All your beauty cannot hide it,' he said. 'Downcast eyes, meticulous correctness, a decorous manner cannot hide it, the great black hole where hope should be, where life should be. You say that you see the darkness in me. I see it mirrored in you. I know your emptiness. I will not be spoken to thus,' she said, 'by a man who what? What, Miss Hopewell, have I done? Nothing that you know of. But you feel it, the great cavern within me. Because like calls to like, always. Will you deny it?' he asked, his hand urgent on her arm. The light in his arrow-slit eyes. 'Will you deny that we are the same?' 'You are a villain,' she said. He nodded. 'We are both villains.' Mary could not move, for the world had tilted forever on its axis. 'I have no one,' Don Villarca said. 'All of my family is dead. Their deaths were terrible, each one. Madre de Dios. I am alone and rotten with memory. You too are alone, Miss Hopewell. We are wasted, both. We are sickened by loss. Perhaps sorrow has taken the virtue out of us forever, has corrupted us utterly. Perhaps it cannot be recovered. Will you refute me again? Will you? No, I will not deny it,' said Mary Hopewell, exhausted. Tears rose, burning, to her eyes. She let them fall. A great opprobrious weight had been lifted. 'We are the same.' I felt it. I feel it. The power, the strange peril of the moment swept through her, the enormity of being known. His hand was cool on the back of her neck. 'You have never known freedom,' said Don Villarca. 'Ladies are meant to be cut from different cloth. They are not supposed to want to know certain things. And I have never known peace or affection. Perhaps we are not villains at all. There has been no opportunity to discover what we might be.' His voice sounded a note of infinite longing. Mary's hand found his. Their fingers intertwined lightly, and in that slight touch, she felt it, the aching tug of the possible. Years a life. Mary tore from his grasp. 'It is not settled,' she said. 'Villain I may be, but I will not do what you ask. The bargain is too bad. I must warn you off it. If only you knew. Your family is lost to violence and madness, but the Hopewells die young also. Like the Villarcas, we murdered each other merrily. We fought duels, and we died. Yes, we died plentifully. Then, when we lost our home, we were scattered. One by one, we fell victim to disease. You speak of the blood, the curse of the Villarcas, but in truth, the Hopewells are no less damned. It is a sad history best ended. I am the last of my name, and I am not long for this world. For these reasons and, 100 more, I will not give you the answer you seek, sir. He said, we will agree on this in the end. I have conceived such a passion for you, and I am very clever at getting what I want. Perhaps this will be my most monstrous act, to take from you your life. Odd, she said. I care not for that. She shook her head. Her eyes held a resolve that was his answer. No. He seized Mary's hand in a light grip and leaned into her ear, so that his words filled those spaces with his breath. Nel ciel che più de la sua luz prend, said Don Villarca, fu io, e vidi cos che ridire, na esse ne più ci di la su descend. 3 if you marry me, you shall do precisely what you will. There is nothing that I would not understand. Whatever you wish, whatever you desire, it shall be yours before you have finished the thought. I will make it my life's work. Do you understand me? Paradiso, Mary said lightly. A paradoxical freedom, one that is permitted, granted by another. I must go. Stop, said Don Villarca, agonized. I know, I have done it so very badly. I should have begun like this. He drew from the white silken lining of his coat a sheaf of papers. Miss Hopewell smiled. Sir, please, he said, read. She scanned the first lines, the next page, and the next, lifting the leaves with unsteady fingers. Her lips moved silently. Her heart beat against her ribs like a child with a stick on the railings. It took me some time to find it, said Don Villarca. It was traveling in disguise as Dempsey House. Who are these Dempseys? It will not do. So if you will have it, I will take you home to raw blood. I do not hold everything cheap, he said. I can discern what is infinitely rare and must be grasped. Say what you choose. Give me what answer you will. Send me away. But do not, said Don Villarca, ever again think that I do not see to the heart of you. His face, habitually so watchful and elegant, now brimmed with feeling and with anxiety. You do not know what you have done, said Mary, and I will have it. She passed one hand across her brow, which was hot. The other clutched to her chest the deeds to the house. As soon as may be. I care not for. She left the thought unfinished. Her face bore the inattentive look of one who listens to a sound far away. You should take William Shakes home to Devon, she said. He misses it. Don Villarca smiled. Yes, he said. He does. And you. Mary did not speak at once, but seized his face in her pale hands and looked. She looked truly and long. He looked back without artifice, without pride. She saw the tired soldier within. To agree, said Mary, only to abandon you in, what? 1 year? 2. It is merciless of me and cruel. What is your name? Leopoldo, he said, squeezing his bright almond eyes closed with distaste. "Is it not dreadful?" "Dreadful," she said. "I am Mary." She stopped, puzzled. "I had thought, oh, so many things." She had a growing hilarity in her. She looked at him, and it rose and thrust against the dam. "All along, I thought you truly a villain, as if we were caught in the plot of some play." Her mirth reached its peak like a stream in spate, and she laughed. "I mistook it for horror, but it was merely love in the end." "It is, perhaps, quite an easy mistake," said Don Villarca. "Your answer, what was there left to say?" For the first time, circumstance marched together with the dictates of her heart. He left in the twilight. Mary rose and went to the house. She found Miss Brigstock standing by the garden door to the parlor. She did not seem to note Miss Hopewell. She was pale and trembling, and her eyes were wet currants. In one hand, she held a withered red bloom. In the other, she held, betwixt her fingers, a thin band of old gold adorned with rubies and diamonds. Miss Brigstock was whispering, "Lav Hyazar, Yak, Alazas, Bior, Amria. Ai, Johai," she said on a low breath. Her eyes were blank. "Thing tasser toot, Detleen, Ladzav, Ladzav, Ladzav. Jek dillo Carol dill high, but dill Karen dilly mata," for Miss Hopewell looked on her with a cautious eye. Hepzibah was a stranger to her now. She made to pass the other woman into the house. As she did, Miss Brigstock seized her arm in an iron grip. "You see? I have it, the flower," said Miss Brigstock. "I have also your ring, which was in your reticule. It was not lost. You have practiced a low deception upon me. You lured him to us like a common. Miss Hopewell regarded Miss Brigstock. "Yes," she said. "I suppose that I did. But you despise him," said Miss Brigstock. "You fear him." "I thought so," said Mary. "But I have been so very wrong." She smiled a little to herself. "But we made a compact, you and I," Miss Brigstock said. "We are to face it out together, Mary." She began to weep great, broken sobs. "I thought you constant. I thought us friends." Mary breathed deep, her eyes as bright as children's marbles. "Such pity for yourself, Hepzibah," she said. "And yet I heard something most strange. That day, as I slept, I dreamt I heard you below with Don Villarca. 2 voices were raised at each other. You spoke of me. A dream, I thought. When I asked you of it, you told me as much. I called myself a madwoman and chastised myself for it after. But let us be frank. He came, and you sent him away, told him I would not survive marriage or children. Is this not so?" Miss Brigstock wept bitterly and openly. Yes, she said. "It is so." "Did you wish for my small capital?" asked Mary, "so very much?" They looked at one another. Miss Hopewell shrugged and turned to go. Miss Brigstock drew breath. She dashed the tears from her eyes. "Stop, Mary. There is something. For the sake of what we were, I must tell you. As I held your ring, moments ago, between my fingers, the sight came upon me. I have never felt such living evil. This marriage will bring sickness and death. It will lay waste to generations. It will grow black flowers in the black land. You will not live. I beg you, I implore you, do not do what you intend. Miss Hopewell stilled her with a hand. No more, madam, she said, of your cant and your stratagems. You may be right. Those words that you uttered in duplicity may easily be true. Perhaps I will not live. But no matter what might come, I am resolved that I will forge my own existence. No longer will I be pushed and pulled and cosseted and lied to. Damn you. In short, Miss Brigstock, I find that you have been speaking for me where you had not the shadow of a right to do it. You pretend to protect my interests, but it is only to further your own advantage. Here, Mary Hopewell drew a long breath, and when she spoke next, her voice was weighted with unshed tears. You speak of deception, she said, but it is I who have been the most deceived. That is, in you. But there it is, and no longer of consequence. She plucked the ring from Miss Brigstock's cold fingers and went past her into the dark house. La Have called Miss Brigstock as she went. Your future is dark and long. Longer than you suppose. La Have, La Have, La Have. 5 Miss Hopewell did not look back. Curse you, then called Miss Brigstock after her. Then, to the empty air, I have tried to turn it aside. The following morning, Mary awoke to a sense of something reordered, of a vacancy in the pattern of things. She lay, still half in the grip of her dream, which had been bright and violently colored, involving long swathes of flowing cloth that stretched like roads into the distance. She turned her head upon the pillow and felt how pleasant it was. Her hair, unbound, was smooth beneath her shoulders. She rolled gently to and fro upon it, thinking of nothing much. But what was it? In the street beyond, doors were opening for the business of the day. Horses passed by, and hooves rang on the beaten earth. Birds made shrill retorts. From the kitchen below, there came the familiar singing of the dented kettle, the drag of Gabriella's slippers along the boards, her quiet, murderous muttering. No sound came from the room adjoining Mary's. There was none of Miss Brigstock's high and tuneless humming or the creaking of her ancient and tortuous stays. Through the wall was a silent space. Hephzibah had gone from the house. When? In the night? It would be quite Gothic to flee in the dark. But gone she was. Mary felt it. The very air was changed. The quality of the light that came through the shutters, the shafts of winter sun laid straight along the floor. Mary looked around her little room with its dusty corners, the dark beams that seeped an astringent, resinous scent, the worn rag carpet, once green, now washed pale gray. Somewhere, a mouse made a drowsy, scratching sound. The scene had an irresolute quality, as of something imperfectly remembered. She could not feel anything about it. The pillow beneath her head was white, unsullied. Mary looked at it for a time, wondering. Suddenly, she drew a deep, sharp breath, filling her lungs. The air flowed in a clean, cool stream. I am very well, she thought. It was too big a thing for so small a feeling of surprise. Her life's companion had left her. It seemed right and inevitable that it be so. It is true. We are healed by raw blood. This thought was followed in that instant by others that traveled through her like fatigue, like warmth. He will come again today, and I am going home. The feeling that pierced her then was like light. Mary stands before the window, upright as a wand, the floor cool and solid beneath the soles of her feet. She throws the shutters open to the blinding day, raises her arms above her head, and stretches herself wide and high, lifting onto the tips of her toes as dancers do. She throws her arms out, broadening, lengthening into a star. She tips her head back and yawns wide. 1850 far deeping, Lincolnshire, the woman who grasped his sleeve in Church Street was near starving. Her bones turned up in her face like the edges of saucers. "Reverend," she said. She regarded him with very black eyes that were sunken and dull. She gathered her voluminous garment about her. It was of gray flannel, stained all about and frayed sadly. The morning wind licked at the holes. Reverend Comer sighed inwardly and prepared himself for exposition. "Madam," he said, "I am, as you see, in somewhat of a hurry. If there is something of a spiritual nature that you require from me, let's have it. Otherwise, I must refer you to the Magdalene House on Union Street, where you will find assistance of the kind you seek." At this, the woman bristled. She drew herself up and stared, and in that moment, he recognized her. It was, of course, too late to recall his words. "Reverend Comer," said Miss Brigstock, "I do not quite understand." Her tone said that she understood perfectly. "My dear Miss Brigstock, my word, what a charming surprise. I was thinking of something else entirely, and speaking quite at random, you know. Forgive me. The cares laid upon the shoulders of the clergy, and I was not expecting to see an old friend. But what were we saying?" "We had not yet begun to say anything, sir." A strand of gray hair whipped across her face. She pushed it aside, seeming close to tears. "Which will not do," he said, desperate. "Will you not take some tea with me for the sake of old times? It would give me great pleasure." "Well," Miss Brigstock said delicately, "let us see. What is the clock? Yes, oh, I see. Well, I need not call before 11, so..." He stood patiently through the performance. "At last," she said, "and of course, it would be a shame to miss the opportunity of hearing all that you have been about. It has been 10 years. He judged then that pride had been satisfied and ushered her across the cobbles. Once inside the Rose, Miss Brigstock's color improved. She laid her gray flannel sack gently on the chair beside her, revealing a dress, perhaps once black, now the murky green of deep water. It was patched here and there with cambric of various colors and red-striped linen that gave her the appearance of a molding deck chair on a promenade. She had no hat. Her hair waved about her like a shock of dried grass. The Rose was half full, and he could see at a far table Mrs. Munn, who had the haberdashery shop, and her daughter. They stared with round eyes, mouths busy behind their teacups. He waved, and they raised slow, wondering hands in return. It would be all over far deeping by the afternoon. He ordered tea, cake, and sandwiches. Looking at Miss Brigstock's thin lips, which struggled over pointed brown teeth, he called after the girl, also macaroons. Miss Brigstock sat quietly with her hands folded in her lap as this part of the business was done. A scent came from her, not quite of the gutter, but strong and fermented. The Reverend wished once again that she had not chanced to see him. He liked things to be comfortable. Miss Brigstock and her state were so uncomfortable. He waited but saw that she would not begin. "Well," he said, "I am sure there is much to say. I am surprised, I own, to find you in England." "Oh," she said, "I have been back in the country for some while. I left Italy, you know, that very same year that we met there." "Indeed, it seems a pity. You and Miss Hopewell had made such a cozy life together." She smiled, but her eyes were on the tray of cakes, which arrived that moment. He took 3 immediately onto his plate, in order that she should feel she could do the same. "Home shores are best, Miss Brigstock, but I expect you do not regret your adventure, for travel is so enlarging." "Yes," she said, "most pleasant and enlarging. And what brings you to Far Deeping? Are you placed in the area?" He sincerely hoped not. He thought of the inevitable obligation. She was neither a respectable person nor a charity case. It was so awkward. Would Mrs. Comer be expected to invite her to dine? And that odor. It was something like a cat or a stoat. Miss Brigstock smiled kindly at him, as though she could see his thoughts and wished him to know that she understood. "My plans are not yet settled, Reverend," she said. "I have been visiting a cousin not far from here and thought to see the village, which is said to be a charming place. And I find it to be so. Who could not be drawn to it? The little lanes and such cheerful awnings, and everyone going about their right business under thatch and steeples. Now, do tell me, is the church? Yes, with that rather imposing spire over there. Is that Norman?" He laughed and told her no. No, she had it quite wrong. Conversation went on in this fashion, rather pleasantly, he thought, for some minutes, as the merits of the country were extolled and the decline in English architecture mourned. Her manner was, after all, perfectly pretty. She had not too many firm opinions and showed a charming deference to his views. As they spoke, he observed her and was increasingly distressed by what he saw. "Miss Brigstock," he said after all the sandwiches had been consumed, "I hope you will not mind me presuming a little, but it seems to me that you are not in the best of circumstances. How does this come about?" "I am sorry to speak so bluntly." She blushed a little, turned away. She said nothing. A tooth worried her lower lip. He was determined not to retreat. "Please," he said, "we are old friends, are we not?" Miss Brigstock nodded, eyes lowered, and said, "I am afraid that my departure from Italy was somewhat precipitous, and I did not have the luxury of looking about me for a good appointment. I took the first one offered, and as perhaps you will know, Mr. Comer, if you fall on hard times follow, for people look only as far as your last post." "I know," he said with some warmth, "what can befall someone who has no recourse or friends. And Miss Hopewell and yourself. I hope that you and she did not part on bad terms." She raised her eyes to his and said quietly, "I will not discuss that, for I do not believe in speaking ill of the dead." "Dead?" There was a rush in him of some feeling, some old feeling, It was like seeing again, after many years, a place where you once played as a child. Yes, said Miss Brigstock, quite recently. She and her husband both. But of course, you may not have known. She married in 40. I did not. I am glad, although, he said with another strong current of sympathy, I think it placed you in a difficult position. Yes, she said. Mary returned to England as a bride, while well, sad tales are not for happy occasions, are they? She was never strong, the Reverend said, thinking of the dark and shadowed cast of Mary Hopewell's eyes, set deep in her lily-pale face. No, I fear not, I thought, said Miss Brigstock delicately. Forgive me, but I thought that at one time you and she. Her eyes filled with soft meaning. The Reverend thought of that Italian idol, of the sound of his pony's hooves, and the sun-drenched hills and dishes of olives beneath the trees. He recalled the scent of wild herbs and women hanging white sheets to dry in the hedges on warm, starlit evenings. That was before he had met Teresa and married her, and she gave him 2 strapping sons, whose lusty cries filled his house day and night. He would not change it for anything, of course. But it was good to have the memory of Miss Hopewell's elegant hand on his end of the sunshine. What had he called her? Only to himself, of course, never aloud. But it had been rather poetic in him, a fragile bloom. Oh, yes, said the Reverend. Perhaps there was something of that once. His voice sounded unfamiliar to him, deep, rich, and full of feeling. It had a slight tremolo, like an actor speaking. No, he went on. She was never strong. He thought, oh, Mary. Of course, Mary's death was violent and so very gruesome, said Miss Brigstock. One cannot blame her health for that. Reverend Comer felt as if she had doused him in water. To be considering something rather pleasurable and melancholy, and then to be so abruptly shocked. There was an uneasy turning in his insides. There was something uncouth in her after all. Perhaps you had better tell me, he said. He sounded shrill and cold now, he knew. I only know what I have been told, Miss Brigstock said, but I will repeat it. Talking is such a thirsty business, don't you find? She took a macaroon and nibbled it, watching him. Yes, indeed, he said, starting. He called for more tea. Around them, the room was emptying. The morning was yielding to luncheon, and there were many market day engagements. The rain had begun. It struck the windows in spiteful pellets. He thought, she will not want to go out in this, with only that gray thing for protection, and saw then that she lent her tale mystery and interest in order to prolong it. He softened. Christian charity settled into him again. He would not oppose her. I understand that Mary was very happy, said Miss Brigstock. The steam from the teapot drifted about her face. They had settled in a house in Devon, where her family was from, you know. I have been in the vicinity quite recently, and it is a place of rolling hills and, though quite lonely, quite lovely too. The house is a madman's dream, of course, old stone and large doors, and quite impossible to heat. But the situation is pleasing, in a shallow valley behind a hill, and looking out in all directions on the vista. Mary occupied herself quite pleasurably by all accounts with the house, and with a school she had begun in the village and other things. They had brought a manservant from Italy who seemed to rule them with a rod of iron and ordered their household. A peculiar name. Rattles? Quivers? Shakes? Some small discords, I think, with neighbors, which is always the case in the country. A man by the name of Gilmore would refuse to keep his cattle off the land, or would not let theirs on his, or something of that sort. I am not very well acquainted with farming practices, and of course, presently, there was a child, a son, which was given some outlandish name. I do not recall it. This added to their contentment. She was in the habit, as the boy grew older, of taking him up onto the moor and staying there for long hours, playing games with him and telling him the names of the plants and so on. Sometimes her husband accompanied her. On many other occasions, it was the manservant. I will call him Quivers. I cannot continue to refer to him as merely the manservant, and I cannot for the life of me recall. Everyone thought it odd of Mary to spend so much time with only a child and Quivers for company. But as you may recall, Mary was ever one to please only Mary. She would not have cared what appearance it presented. And some days, she and the child went out with no escort at all. Her husband showed no inclination to interfere, which is of course quite typical of. But I forget. You did not know him. One of these days, she went with the child alone to the moors. And she did not come back for lunch, and then not for tea. At around 4 in the afternoon, the day, which had been fine and bright, was abruptly covered with the fog that, as you may know, in that part of the country, descends with no warning. It is like being swaddled in wool. It descended on the house, on the valley, crept in at the door frames, and filled the windows with moving cloud. Here, Miss Brigstock paused. "This holds some particular horror for me," she said. "I am afraid of the fog. Being in it is very much how I imagine death, nothing in the world but thick white and the sound of one's own footsteps. But this, I suppose, is by the by." As the mist rose about the house and there still was no sign of them, concern was changed to fear. Mr. Villarca was quite beside himself. It is understandable. Dusk approached, and all the household was assembled with lanterns and torches and turned out to find her. They marched in a long line across the moor, calling her name and holding the lights high. But the air was so dense, the late afternoon almost dark as night. The lamps dimmed and winked on either side as they drifted farther and farther apart. It would have been very easy to step on a loose stone and fall, to tread unwary into a bog and sink and never be seen again. Or even to wander too far and be lost on the endless heath until you perished in the cold and the black. The searchers had begun by fearing for her, you see, but now they began to fear for themselves. They trod carefully and shivered and called to one another that perhaps they should return to the house. All except Mr. Villarca, who ran ahead, heedless, calling his wife's name in the lowering air. Voices travel so strangely in the mist, have you noticed? At length, there was heard a great screech from ahead, like stone breaking. Sometimes, when raising buildings, a great metal ball is used. You know the thing I refer to? It hits the brick and the girders and the glass in the windows with a sound that is not like a crash, not at all. It is a shriek, a grinding shriek. That is what this sound was like. The searchers waved their torches and stumbled toward the terrible noise, calling all the while. As they crested the rise of Beltor, they saw below, through the ribboning mist, what looked like a broken spider splayed upon the grass. It was Mr. Villarca, holding his wife and his son in his arms. She was insensible, wet through, her cambric dress streaked with mud. The boy was crying and speaking to his father. Whatever was said, it made Mr. Villarca give another of those terrible howls. The servants tried to pry him from Mary, for it was plain her arm was broken. At first, he only wept and held her, but he had to let her go, because the child was clinging to him, still talking very quickly in Spanish. Alonso, that is his name. At least they had the good sense not to name him after his father. Alonso, poor little boy. They put her in a blanket and carried her as best they could. But as they were approaching the house, Mary woke, and the sight of her eyes was enough to freeze the blood. She stared sightless under the flickering lamplight and would only say, "I have seen her," which made little sense, but she had of course received a great shock. Each time she spoke, her husband wept. But they all got inside, and the doctor was fetched, and the arm splinted, the child calmed and bathed, and that should have been the end of it. "Villarca," said the Reverend. "Peculiar. Where have I heard?" Miss Brigstock looked sharply at him, but went on. After that, Mary was confined to her bed for some time. She had taken a chill on the moor, but other ailments, less explicable, plagued her also. Her eyes troubled her a great deal. They became very sensitive. She complained that the world was very dim. A veil was over everything. She could not abide daylight, her eyes streamed. She shrank from the gentlest sunshine, but nor could she bear darkness, for then she saw things that were not there. The maids were woken in the early hours of the morning by her weeping and lamenting that there was mist in the room. She could not see for all the mist. Once, she threw a pitcher at a figure who, she said, stood in the middle of the room, bald and like a worm. She held for it to take its gaze off her. Its great white face hung over her at night. She had a great conviction that a grave had been dug outside her window. She would spend hours looking at the particular spot with her clouded eyes. It was pretty, on a rise beneath an ancient cedar tree. She said a murdered girl was buried there. It became such a mournful and incessant refrain that her husband had the hill dug up one day. They turned up yards and yards of earth, probed down into the ground, made an absolute mess of it. There was nothing to be found, of course. No unmarked grave, no girl. But still, Mary stared at the ravaged hill. Sometimes, she said, she heard the spade turning the earth, heard the corpse fall into the deep hole. She began to shun her husband and her child. There were no more days in the sunshine on the moor. She lay in state with the curtains drawn. Mr. Villarca would have taken her away to some continental rest cure, but Mary would not go. She blamed him in some measure for what had befallen her, for marrying her at all. "Why did you give this to me, not telling me the price?" Her voice was always very carrying, and as her sight went, so did her reason. She flew into rages, running through the house, white-eyed and blind, breaking china. She wounded herself, hurling herself into walls, and bloodied her head with beating it on doors. She said the child was never to be brought to her, for she might hurt him. Those were the words, she might hurt him. Did Mary mean herself, or? Anyhow, it seemed a wise prohibition in the circumstances. When one day, Leopoldo Villarca was not to be found, it was thought by some that he had reached his limits. Men, you know, have their limits all. It is something I always bear in mind. He was there one evening at the supper table, and he kissed his son goodnight. The next morning he was gone, and so was a horse from the stable. One may draw one's own conclusions. And people did, mind you. His absence seemed a relief to Mary. She became more docile, in fact, and submitted to seeing a doctor who was very good with eyes, though he said there was little to be done. The cataracts that had formed on them were well advanced and permanent. She even admitted her son to her room for half an hour some days. She ate and strengthened somewhat, and her nights were quiet. The bog threw up Mr. Villarca's corpse 2 miles from the house, in open country. It was a shepherd who saw it. Boots, just boots sticking out of the ground. I dare say he thought he'd found a fine pair of Hessians for nothing, until he saw what they were attached to. They are strange bogs. They will take things down and hold them, preserving them in the dark for oh so long. But something shifts and up it comes, good as new. And so it did. There was no telling how it had happened, but there was one thing. Well, they were loath to tell Mary, I think, but she took it well. She shed a tear. Her eyes were like mistletoe berries now, smooth and white. She hoped he was at peace. She told them to take the child out of the house, into the village to his old nurse. He needed to be with other children, she said, and she would be in mourning, which might upset him. That night, Quivers woke to the scent of smoke drifting through the high halls. When he broke down Mary's door, it was too late. All was done. She was dead on the floor. Flame flickered about in her hair and had begun to creep up the curtains. They put it out. The room was filled with the haze of smoke. They could scarce see. It was like walking through mist. The poker was in her hand. The tip still glowed red. She had taken her eyes. I know that after events such as those I have recounted, it is a common thing for people to say, well, I always thought her queer, or he was a bad lot, as if one could have seen it coming. So I do not wish to do that. But there was always something strange about them both. They were not people who would live long, grow old, and die. I saw it in their faces during that brief time in Italy. They were both too feeling, too impassioned. They did not understand that one must. Anyhow, I am not one for repeating gossip, but it was said too that Mary was overly fond of Quivers, that he had detected smoke and reached her chamber very quickly on that fateful night, that he was often in the vicinity of her room. And of course, Mr. Villarca, when he was found in the bog, I think I did not say, his eyes were gone, as if something had clawed at them until it might have been anything. Who knows how long he lay in that mire? But yes, it gave people cause to think more, and they thought of Mary. It seemed too much coincidence. Had she taken his eyes too? Reverend Comer rested his back carefully against the chair. Horrible, he said. Horrible. He felt weak. Such nastiness. It did not belong in this warm room, with the sound of clinking spoons. At length, he said, "You know a great deal about it, Miss Brigstock." "Why, yes. I have only recently come from near Rawblood. The house, you know, that they lived in." The Reverend felt an uneasy stirring in his brain. Some headline he had seen in the newspaper 2 weeks past. "I thought it best to gain a thorough picture of what had happened," Miss Brigstock went on. "I chanced to be in the area, and in Dartmead Village, I fell into conversation quite naturally with the woman who had been the Rawblood cook. And of course, there were many others locally who had been a part of it, who had known the Villarcas. I was fortunate enough to come across some of them. The event was so sensational, you know, and so widely talked about. The press cannot be relied upon. But I think I have established the facts." The stirring in Reverend Comer's brain had become a thunder. A terrible feeling was upon him. He said, "Villarca. Mrs. Villarca, who is called the Devon Demoness in the Post. Do you mean to say, Miss Brigstock, that it was Miss Hopewell?" "Yes, Reverend Comer. That is the vulgar name they gave the case." "I had not connected it," said the Reverend. "How could I? How could I know?" "Her married name." His forehead was covered in a light, cold sweat. Both cup and lip trembled as he sipped his tea. Hot drops fell on his waistcoat. Miss Brigstock regarded him. Her black eyes seemed to him to have grown into 2 deep and dangerous pools. "How could you indeed?" asked Miss Brigstock. "I quite see the difficulties." She paused for a moment and went on. "Yes, I thought perhaps you had not heard the fate of your old friend Mary. So I came to tell you. You would of course wish to know what had become of her." "Friend?" he asked. "We were barely acquainted." "Well, yes, you were. You were there when she first met Don Leopoldo Villarca, that day in Italy," said Miss Brigstock. "You have visited his home. In fact, you spent a great deal of time with her and perhaps even made an offer. I would even go so far as to term it an intimate connection." "Dear God," said the Reverend. His eyes darted from place to place over the mercifully empty tea shop. "I doubt," said Miss Brigstock comfortingly, "that any person in this charming village would infer it on their own." "Why, you yourself did not." "Were it to be pointed out, however, I think you would inevitably become the object of much local interest. She being supposed a murderess. It is not always comfortable to have old acquaintances from a different time of one's life constantly about one, meeting them in the street, passing them in the butcher shop. Sometimes one prefers to let the dog sleep out his night, to let him lie." He saw then, quite coolly, how men were driven to kill. He felt her neck in his hands, as though he were wringing it like a hen's. He said, "What is it that you want?" Miss Brigstock's tone was light and brisk. "What do any of us want? I wish to be secure. I wish to be content, to be allowed to descend into old age with what dignity I can muster, with 4 walls around me of my own and no threat of the bailiffs. But I cannot see my way to it. I wish I could settle somewhere far from here. There is a cottage in Scotland that I have very much admired. But alas, my state does not admit the buying of property. And my cousin, who as I said lives close by, has offered me lodging with her, and so I think I will come to live near Far Deeping after all." He obeyed her cue like a man in a dream. "I believe," he said, "that I can see my way to such a charitable enterprise as to assist you to purchase that cottage. I have by me a draft on my bank." With the logic of a nightmare, he realized it was true. He saw his hand remove it from his pocket, for I was on my way to pay the accounts. "I thought," said Miss Brigstock, "it being a quarter day, that might be the case." How fortuitous. The pen scratched on paper. She did not watch him write, but turned her gaze to the window. When he offered her the draft, she took it with a little sniff, as if he had done something improper. Reverend Comer watched as all his capital, everything he had in the bank, bar £30, disappeared into a fold in the ragged gray mantle. "I think," he said, "that I will not see you again, Miss Brigstock." "It is most unlikely," she replied. He felt an ache deep in his belly, as though he had been pierced there. "How long did you watch me," he asked, "and wait your filthy chance?" "No matter. I will say adieu." He heard her stand, the damp fall of her cloak. But she did not go. She stood beside him. Her scent was heavy in his nostrils. He stank of richness and bloody, buried deeds, Miss Brigstock said. "I thought he was to kill her. When I saw her end, I was sure it would be he who did it." A sound came from her, a growl. Reverend Comer was put in mind of the sound of tearing flesh. He knew her heavy stench then for what it was. It was the lion cage which he had seen in Padua. Hungry lions, beset with sores, pacing with their mad, yellow eyes. "They buried her at the roadside," said Miss Brigstock. "Like a pauper. I went to see. And there must have been some who loved her, because the mound was covered in flowers." "It is too late to weep," the Reverend said. He felt the tinny bite of anger within. "You have everything. Your tears are not needed here. The goose is plucked." Miss Brigstock whimpered and cried out. "Would you believe," she asked, "that my heart is broken? I have had to shift all my life. I have been forced to it. But Mary, would you believe that I loved her in spite of all?" The Reverend regarded her. "No," he said, "I do not believe it." Her entire being drooped. She pulled her terrible coat around her. She swiped at her wet, black eyes. "Goodbye," Miss Brigstock said, turned her old creased face from him, and went. The door of the tea shop creaked, and the bell rang a silver chime. When Reverend Comer emerged some minutes later, having settled his considerable tea bill, she was gone. The street was deserted save for a few souls hurrying through the rain, late for luncheon. Midway upon the journey of our life / I found myself within a forest dark / for the straightforward pathway had been lost. Dante Alighieri, Inferno, Canto I. 2. Help, please. We beg you to take us to Siena. 3. Within that heaven which most as light received / was I, and things beheld which to repeat / nor knows, nor can, who from above descends. Dante Alighieri, Paradiso, Canto I. For her name is a flower, and I, a flame, the woman, the curse. I see the ghosts vomit. The devil strangle you. The souls of dead children. Shame, shame, shame. Madmen make more madmen, which makes madness. 5 shame, shame, shame. Chapter 11. The Unknown Soldier. 1919. I'm all right so far. All I must do is avoid notice. Keep it simple. At reading, there are shouts, a hold up, but they don't concern me. Outside, a gray day, and everyone has loathing carved deep on their countenances. Rain shatters on the glass. The empty compartment smells of old dog. 2 girls come in. I stiffen up a bit. They'll have things to say. They fuss in the seat opposite, turning like cats and settling their things. Their heads bend together, brown ringlets meeting a shining cap of tortured Marcel wave. Their hands disgust me, pointing, fluttering. Sure enough, the yellow-haired one asks me what time we get to Painton. All nice girls love a soldier and all that. Or is it sailor? I fold my arms, close my eyes. Sleeping people don't answer questions, are not compelling. There is a shade of red that is urgently debated. Won't do for a skirt, which would be fast. Line an opera jacket with it. Smart. The girls speak to each other slightly too loudly, as though there is some effect being strained at that they are just failing to achieve. Their voices scatter through the darkness behind my eyelids, knit themselves through the rhythm of the wheels on the narrow gauge. For hours of this. Avoid notice, then home. I don't know what I'll find. I don't know what's left. And the other question, which wears at me, is he alive? The letter is dated a year ago. I touch it where it sits in my pocket. It's almost coming apart at the folds. It's unlikely he's alive. As I understand it, almost no one who was alive 5 years ago is alive now. Could go and see. It's on the way. Something stirs, painful in the depths. No. Keep it simple. Get to raw blood. The uniform's awkward on me. Too big. My wounded shoulder sinks. The man's face after I hit him. Pale, innocent. Gentle, closed eyes. Limbs heavy as sandbags as I stripped him. Exhausting, being in my head. Thoughts run off like rabbits. I'm sure I could think once. In pretending to sleep, one lays oneself wide open to the real thing. Soon, I am suspended on the edge of a crevasse where all things are about to be known and my whole being is formed of meaning, when the world shudders and jars like a blow to the head. Some broad, unknown thing whistles past, slaps something else. We rattle. We are dice shaken in a cup. There are shrieks and cracks. My heart tittups, a startled colt. Unseen machinery squeals, ha ha ha, like nasty laughter. The illusion that we're on solid ground is rudely, terribly interrupted. The carriage is a wooden box designed to stave in and crush our flesh. The ragged ends of timber and shards of glass will pierce us. Burning metal will twist into evil curves and pen us in as we burn. Abruptly, everything stills and sound is neatly sliced off. A light scent of burnt oil. In the silence, the carriage glides to a halt. We have left the rain and come out into the light. The compartment is drenched in sunshine. The air is animated with shining spirals of dust. The chips and scratches on the wood panel are as raw as scars. Each shiny patch on the yellow and red maquette upholstery is thrown into relief. My jacket is on the floor. Delicately, the girls withdraw their legs from it as if it were dirty. I put it back on the rack. Actually, it is quite dirty. Again, I check that the letter's in my pocket. His writing. So strange to see it after all these years. I must let it all go now. Anyhow, this is goodbye. I had never thought of such a thing as a goodbye between us. The girls shield their eyes and murmur. They're stilled, gentled by the light. Their lips are dry, skin pale, and fragile in the glare. Each thought moves through their faces. They're transparent in the sun. Dangerous clarity. I put my hat on. We have stopped by the sea. Behind the glass, tall grass waves, golden dead. It almost tickles the dirty panes. Through stiff sedge and nodding mare's tail can be seen a thin rim of beach like a broken biscuit. I swallow, sea grit mingling uneasily with sweet crumbs in the imagination of my tongue. Everything is in disorder. The sharp dun crescent gives way to wet olive sand beyond, a blinding sheen, a net of glassy pools. The sun falls upon the bay, is hurled back in serried points of light. The sea is cast across the skyline, beaten steel. A gull bawls high, distant. The world is dangerous, but it is also beautiful. I had forgotten. We wait. I practice a normal face. I can tell it's not very good. The girls look at me over their hands. Peeps and chirps of laughter. One wears a dress of dark blue, the color the sea should be, the color it is in pictures, but isn't, at least not out there. She's all shades of fawn and cream like an old photograph. The yellow-haired one has the face of a lascivious Roman emperor. Her wide blue eyes sit in her face like two miniatures painted on ivory. The girl in blue is whispering, and he takes her up to his lodgings and nurses her better, and dresses her up in these silks. See, in foreign dress. She's quite smart and nice for the first time ever. And she says, "Why are you so nice to me, Chinky?" It's the first time anyone's been nice to her. A curlew walks across the narrow bar of sand, raising each slow leg like an ancient thing. It does not deign to notice the train, silent and stopped. Through the walls come other voices from other compartments, occasionally intelligible. Is he still? A woman calls hilariously through a low conversation, and then there's laughter. Everyone seems all right. "Oh, she's 15, I dare say," says the girl in blue. "You oughtn't go to these smutty things," says the yellow helmet. "Smutty yourself." So she stays with him, and they get keen on each other all right. But when he goes out one day, her dad comes and finds her in his lodgings and murders her because she's been with a yellow man. The curlew halts in the middle of the landscape, gazes sternly at the sea. The Chinky comes back and sees her dead. So he dresses himself up in silky clothes too, lordy, and murders himself with a knife. It was ever so good. Waste of nice Chinese silk. You've no soul. Have a fag. Calm you down. Cheek. Well, I will. Ta. The girls smoke. The one in blue is just beginning to show, a soft curve to her below the sash of her dress. She touches the curve now and again, not knowing she does it. She sees me looking. She nudges her friend, and they retreat primly into silence, hands concertinaed together in their laps. I wish they would go on talking. Such relief not to think. I lean my face against the glass, which is burning with cold. The curlew is gone. The sea dazzles. My shoulder aches. The train lurches forward with a grunt and a clatter. My nose gets a pretty good bang on the window. The girls make small sounds of appreciation. As we gain speed, the track turns inland, and the sea leaves us, shuffling and then staggering past the dirty glass panes and out of sight. The sudden twilight of the carriage is shot with arcs and bolts of pink and yellow and gray, endless waves breaking. My heavy eyes. "Burn it," whispers someone in my ear. "Burn it." I am myself, but not myself. I am unbounded, limitless. This is how the dreams go. I'm at raw blood in my old room. I've wished myself here many times, but things are not as they should be. The wood paneling is draped with dark red velvet. An old shaving set stands at the basin. A comical nightdress of antique design lies across the unmade bed. The folds of the sheets still hold warmth. The scent of someone else's sleep lies heavy in the air. The ghost of a big, musty body. I go to the window and pull at the catches to bring the fresh breeze in, to take the tainted air away. They won't give. My fingers slip on them like mercury. On the hill below, a man comes into view. He walks as though he owns the land, the sky. Officious little movements. His hat brim covers his eyes in shadow. A dented but serviceable Homburg. His suit is brown, quaint, worn. Shining boots. The cold gleam of a watch chain as it swings from his pocket. Clean-shaven, except for his mustache, face open and serious. Strange eyes. Green. He should not be here. He strokes his mustache gently. He kicks at a stone. It bounds from him, exuberant. He dallies with it, passes it from foot to foot, strolling to and fro on the sward. He stands, breathes, smiles as if there's sunlight, turns his face upward, questing, removes his hat. As he sees me, I stop breathing. We are suspended, arrested, caught each in the other's eye. I hiss, and my lips nearly kiss the glass. He shakes his fist as if in answer, comes down the slope toward me, toward the house. I go quickly down the stairs. Hands are damp and squeaking on banisters, handles, wood as I run. A small, resolute shape speeds high above in the empty hall. The swallow circles, swoops, wings like daggers telling the shape of air. It carves up the hall, soft rushes of sound. Through the window in the far blue, white clouds hang still. No one is there. The sunlit rise is empty, a long, green curve. He's gone, which is not possible. My hands itch for action. The catch yields stiffly, and the window swings outward, slow and graceful. The swallow dives past, its passage on my cheek like a detonation. Gone into the blue, vanished. I stare at the place in the sky where it was. I breathe. The air is full of warmth. He's gone. I'll find him in the night. I'll go into him like sickness. "Burn it," whispers someone in my ear. Burn it. I'm awake, shaking. Nausea rises. The first time it happened, I woke screaming. She's sending me her dreams. Through the train window, it's a cold dusk. We're in a maze of little tracks and tiny stations. The girls are gone. Instead, there's a little boy with bloody green knees in the corner opposite, bouncing on the seat and singing, and a woman with cherries in her hat. She regards me with disapproval. Beside her, a thin woman in black eats peppermints from a paper bag. The lamps throw out buzzing amber light. The darkened window shows us back ourselves, yellow and monstrous against infinite space. On the seat next to me is a newspaper left by some stealthy, unseen traveler. Smell of acrid wet print. The disapproving woman puts her hand on the boy's back and shushes. Her teeth are large and brown, her legs planted wide in stout shoes. She sits encased in swathes of worn gray serge. 2 of her buttons are broken. The boy bounces. She closes her heavy-lidded eyes. The hand stays on the boy's back like a passenger. I had a little bird, he sing-songs. Its name was Enza. I opened the window and influenza. Stop that. A large, maroon voice. Influenza. He widens his eyes at her, full of joy. I slept awkwardly. My shoulder aches like memory. I pick up the paper with my good arm and read about tobacco. Women and girls, having put on men's clothes, are adopting men's habits in the matter of smoking. Quite. The boy takes 4 marbles from his pocket and shakes them, lips pursed. The gunfire of the marbles goes click, click, click. If you put M away, says the woman, opening her eyes, you shall have an apple. SH, he says. We are exploded. He rattles the marbles at me. You're dead. You'll have to eat the core and the pips, mind, says the woman. Can't be wandering all over finding you bins. He gnaws the apple like a squirrel, clenching it to his face with dirty hands, peering over it with profound concern. We're in a maze of little tracks and tiny stations now, and tired people shuffle on and off. A sudden give in my shoulder, a feeling of dangerous looseness. A slick brown patch has appeared on the sleeve of my shirt. Blood. In the lavatory, there are varnished pine boards on the wall. Betty Tasker is a whore, some pink soap, an overhead lamp hanging a little too low, casting a surgical light over the whole affair. What there isn't is anything to tie this up with. The loose feeling becomes a pulse, and it's no good. I'm covered in blood. It stinks. I take the shirt off. In the dirty, cracked mirror that hangs over the basin, someone regards me. Shorn head, pale skin. Looking at one's own shoulder is nigh on impossible. A broad smudge of tacky gore. Blood runs down the arm in little rivulets, pooling in the creased places around the elbow. New wet threads busily cover the drying rusty patches. I am mapped with blood. The light stutters. There's a tick-tick, the one bulbs make before they blow. Oh, please. Not now. I am flickering. The mirror shows my blood, arm, goose flesh, gaunt face, slippery skin, delivers them weird and partial in spasms as if I am electrified. The light is gone. Black. The dark is hot. This should be respite. I have been bone cold all day, but no. It's hot like breath. I stand. Often, I have found, being motionless will bring one out of crisis. The blood tickles on, down my arm. It feels like a finger. In fact, it feels so much, so very much like a finger. I recoil, hit the wall, swallowed in pain. All the while, fingertips that should not be there stroke up and down, and cold breath, very light on my face. blood, but there's another scent that I know. By God, I know all too well. I open my mouth to call out, and here's the thing. A finger reaches into my mouth and strokes it lightly. It's a pretty ordinary finger, the snag of a hangnail. There's a callus on the inside of the knuckle, like a writing callus. At certain points, the smoothness of metal brushes me, a ring. The finger strokes the insides of my cheeks and my tongue and the backs of my teeth. Someone breathes gently in my ear, and more fingers stroke themselves slowly across my soft palate, brushing the back of my tongue, moving toward the uvula and into my throat, and when I can't breathe anymore, I go down. Light, muttering to itself and flickering. I'm splayed across the whole tiny room. One of my feet sort of debonair in the sink. A pool of blood on the gritty floor. The wounds properly burst, like a little mouth. By very slow degrees, I stand. The light steadies. In the mirror, I am wet, bloody, really unappealing. Don't want to think about how long I lay there, with the wound pressed against that floor. Can almost feel contamination climbing gaily into the cut like a day out. It hurts, really. That's the main thing. Could think straight if it didn't hurt so. I rinse what I can. Doesn't look good. The train beats on like a drum. Cherries and peppermints look up for an instant when I re-enter and then away. What's it like to be them? They must have friends and families and lives and eat supper and so on. My family is dead. I had a friend, but he let me go. Perhaps he's dead too now. I peel apart the pages of the newspaper, soft under my fingers like damp, inscribed skin. Only an hour or so to go. Breathe. At Tiverton, the door opens. A shiver goes through the compartment. We're ruffled like a cage of soft brown hens. I keep my head down. Boots enter. I can smell him. Pipe tobacco and hair oil. His uniform, metal polish, sailcloth, and soap. Now I'm in trouble. I think I'm a corporal, but I'm just not sure. Cigarette. He offers the box only to me. I have to take one. I nod. He nods. It won't be the end of it. This is something I've already learned. The relentless we of war will not allow us to part as strangers. We smoke. I can smell my blood. The woman with the peppermints says something to him about the weather. I feel him shift in the seat beside me. When he speaks, it is so exciting that I am betrayed for an instant into looking. A flash of collar and jaw and windburned neck. Somehow, a whole year's homesickness seems to catch up with me at once, he says. Makes me feel like jumping in a lake. The cherries and the peppermint laugh. They feel for him. I think. I've never met an American before, says one. There comes the shift of him on the seat. Better than sunny France, though, he says to me, friendly. Isn't it? Sunny France indeed. Bleeding in a stolen uniform was terrible. Bleeding and sweating profusely in a stolen uniform is much worse. Stings to buggery. Can he smell it? I give what I hope is a knowing smile, no teeth. His neck, in my peripheral vision, is prickly. France is just a whole lot sunnier than Germany, you see. That's all it is, I reckon. I nod, training my eyes on the paper. If I don't check now, it could be all right. This is important to remember. The smell. Perhaps it's a comparative matter. Perhaps there's been so much blood for him that my little shoulder nick doesn't even touch the sides, as it were. He says it isn't the things that happen that scare you. It's the things that might. There's a curious thrum in the seat. He's shaking. I take the half-smoked cigarette from my mouth and give it to him, keeping my head down. He can smell the blood all right. He might not know it, but he can. Time rolls back in that peculiar way it has of late, and for a moment, it's another boy who's warm at my side. I know then. I will go to see if he's alive. I hope I remember the way. I hope he hasn't forgotten me. Must keep it simple. The woman in black produces another paper bag. Lemon drops. She offers the bag to him. Small white shapes. He says no with a palm. It's all up for me. An astringent scent of lemon comes off them, joins the cigarettes. It's not going to be all right. I'm finished. Heat stings my throat. The tide rises. Hey, the soldier says. You're bleeding. He leans in and looks at me with level eyes, and I see myself in them. Thin, dripping, hunted. The train is slowing, easing into stillness. A dented tin sign. It's a stop too early, but I'm off. Doors, knees, shuffles, apologies. I go fast. Solid ground. Voices like horns call for urgent things. Whistles hurtle thinly through the night. I'd thought it was cold on the train, but I was a fool. This is cold that freezes your lungs. I move crabwise across the platform toward the footbridge. The dark has a humming, violent texture through which shapes move too suddenly. Two guards unpack a crate. Long, slim oblongs of wood. Stack the coffins on the platform gently. They puff white breath into the air. The conductor collects the coffin tickets, face solemn. Corpses, pauper fare. 2 shillings and 6pence. All right, mate, says a guard to the conductor. He's bulging out of his uniform. He has large, field mouse eyes and a thick column of a neck. He is solid enough to spare concern. It's all a bit much now and then, isn't it? The conductor nods, weary. I was at Ypres, the guard says. The second one. Lost 2 toes. 2 toes. Bloody hell. Lucky. Still, shook for months. Still, lucky. The conductor nods and makes to go. 2 toes, the guard says again and sticks his hands in his pockets. He whistles into the night. He wants something from the exchange that can't be given. Some hope, some assurance of the meaning of things. His eyes are suddenly on me. He calls, all right, bombardier? Bombardier, then, not a corporal. The white lattice of the footbridge, the very height of it, its temerity in simply existing. A tricky moment on the way down, where gravity nearly takes me with it. Then there's a nice dark corner by a shed where I'm safe with some weeds and a bit of gravel. Alone. The relief. I make myself as small as possible and vomit, empty myself onto the ground. Eventually, the whole thing's finished. Doubled over, I breathe. I feel light enough to float away. I scratch gravel over the mess I've made. The uniform. I'd rather get rid of it, but I need it. There are miles between me and raw blood. I am keen to end it. And she goads me on. Bile rises, confusion rises. Keep it simple. Remember what to do. I touch his letter in my pocket like a talisman. burn it, Papa whispers like a secret. I know it's not Papa, not really. The words are meaningless. My broken head, like a record stuck. I know all this, but here, alone in the cold, I'm glad of his voice. I go quickly across the dark land. The mist is heavy. A woman is calling somewhere. Please, she says, and then, I am sorry. I go through the white blank toward her voice. When I come upon her, it is sudden but expected. I am meant to find her here. She lies turned and twisted on the broken ground. The cambric of her dress is a wet sheen. Mud is thick along the hem. It reaches slick fingers up her skirt. Ribbons of cold cloud move through the uncertain light, touch her cheek, wet with tears, which mix with the blood on her face. Her hair lies down her back, gold. I see the child beside her then. He's small and dark and serious. He pulls with small hands, trying to raise her. He looks at me with brown, deep eyes. Think you've broken something, I try to say, and she turns and sees me. She cries out. It's a shuddering, ragged sound, so full of fear. Don't move, I say, but she's already crawling, pulling herself along the ground away from me. One of her arms scrabbles on the turf. The other drags behind, wasted and limp. She turns, her small face distorted. As I make toward her, she opens her mouth and moans. Cracked, hi. It pulls at my guts. The child begins to cry. She pulls him to her with her good arm. Alonso, come. She shields him, her lip curling in contempt. My papa was afraid of Miss too, I say as I approach. And his name was. Their mouths widen into round O's, and mother and child begin to scream. And just like that, they're gone, hidden in the shifting white. I cast about, calling for her. Here and there, the mist is pierced by late afternoon light. Sometimes, ahead, I hear her breath, heavy in the wet air. Stop, I call. Why? I'm awake, cold and sudden. The sting of winter air on my cheek. The wind is high in the vast sky. Around me, the moor is white, scalded under the moon. No mist, no afternoon, no wet cambric. A scent of rot and phlegm. When I look down, I see I'm at the very, very edge. Not in it, but nearly. Gummy, dark fog squeezes up around the tips of my boots. The sound of a cleaver rapidly striking the block. It's the sound of my heart. I stand very still. The bog sighs gently underfoot. I wait as the chopping grows slowly fainter. And then I shuffle back inch by inch. The soles of my boots shiver and slip on patches of sphagnum, glossy and cold. Beneath the moss, there is a frozen crust of peat. Beneath that is the slow liquid, sucking dark. When the grit of the path is well underfoot, I stop. Slip a hand beneath my jacket, beneath the mess of bloody wool. I feel my way across the shoulder to the bitter, pulsing edges of the wound. I shove my thumb hard in. The air sings sharp. I do it again, harder, and now it all goes black and thick and sweet. I don't know how long for. Red stars collide. I've gone too far, I think, vaguely, through the din. The pain washes away in small tides. It leaves behind a broken hole. The hole runs through my core and up to the insides of my eyelids. I won't sleep again. The moon blazes on the path ahead. The dreams are coming thick and fast. She's impatient for me now. There are no words to express it. The terrible freedom, the malice and rage. To look through her eyes is to know the dark center of the world. I dread it, and it is thrilling. Hard brushy land gives way to straw scent and dung. When the first outbuildings are in sight, I move among them for cover, making my way sideways, crossways. The heat of beasts in the sheds, their quiet exhales like tiny waterfalls in the fields beyond. Beneath my feet, the seamless frost becomes corrugated. Hard ridges, cart tracks, wheel tracks, a bicycle, an automobile, fossilized into the surface of the earth. Close now. My toe catches in the hard edge of a hoof print, and I fall. My face meets the iron hard earth. Slender licks of hot blood course freely from my nose to my chin. They trickle down inside my collar. Damn, and all that. I blow a hard breath out, heave myself up, and move on. When I look back across the white land, black blood spatter and footsteps trace my progress in the moonlight. So much for stealth. A building low and irregular. An unrisen loaf, flush against the land. Little black trees are twisted around it. The mirrored gaze of windows, the unlit dark interior. Well, why would it be lit at this hour? The walls move gently, undulating. My shoulder is missing. It has simply floated off. I search the ground for stones and gather them, freezing, into my hand. I throw them in clattering handfuls at the window, then at other windows above me. Dark, shining glass. No one comes. I swarm up the ivy on the old stone walls. I used to climb like this, I think, over the roof. Pieces of fractured memory overlay each other uneasily. Not sure of a sudden where or rather when I am. Just climb. By the window, I tap lightly on the pane. I knock. I whisper his name. After that, I knock once more. My next knock breaks the glass. I call quietly through the hole. This is not sufficient, because he does not come. No one does. Come out. I am hissing, spitting like a kettle, shouting through the broken glass. The dark places within are silent. Of a sudden, I see that everyone is dead. How could I forget this? It becomes apparent how ridiculous was my thought, that this rule might not apply for some. That a person might not be dead simply because I hope that they are not dead. Everyone is dead. There is no longer a name to shout. He is a haze, a miasma of blood over Passchendaele. Verdun, Arras, Cambrai, La Marne, gone. The house is dark, like other houses. Pieces of the day collide in my mind like driftwood. The man's face after I struck him, pale and innocent, his closed eyes. Shards of glass. Girls and trains and vomit in the back of my throat. The vast sky and the bog beneath my feet. All shot through with moonlight and blood, always blood. Terrible place, my head. My hands cannot find their grip. Cold branches slip through my fingers. I fall. Wide. Cold air rushes past. He's dead. I hit the ground. She sits in the chair before the fire in my room. She looks peaceful now, in silhouette against the flames. Her golden hair lies in a thick twist at the nape of her neck. She looks into the fire, one finger stroking the brocade of the chair. Can't see her face. The light plays about the edge of her jaw. What is she thinking of? She's in my room, but I don't mind it. Where's the child? Longing fills me like a cup. I can't explain it. Where is he? Oh, I scared you, I say. She turns, and her eyes are white mistletoe berries. She takes the poker from the embers. Do not you go near him, she says. The tip is a hot orange shard. I approach her with light cat feet. Clatters, flurry, voices. I come to. A beam moves across the yard like a searchlight. An engine coughs. I force my aching limbs up. I flatten myself against the wall of the farmhouse. Light pours across the yard from the barn. Figures move across it, intent. Someone calls to someone else. 3 men, some large vehicle. He stands in the barn door, a straight silhouette against the light. A familiar voice, raised, taut like chord. No, he says. Can't be right, and then something else. The barn. Didn't think to look there. Have a look-see then, says one of the men. Slow voice, warm tones, kindness. They unload something long and heavy, carry it into the barn with oofs and thunks. I edge closer. The dark night quivers. The scent of lemons is everywhere. If they find me, I'll bite them till the blood runs down like a pierced peach. 3, for voices slide over one another. His familiar one raised high in argument. Agreement is struck. A rift of sound. Wood rings against wood. An engine grinds into life. Slams, and someone calls, all right. Ho! They roll away into the distance. I don't move for a long time. I watch the barn where it looms high in the purple air. A long bar of yellow falls into the night like a path. I follow it. The cobbles are sleek underfoot. The scent of early morning fills the dark. The barn door stands a little ajar. A lamp hangs on a beam, throws a rough, yellow circle. The scent of straw. He sits by the long pine box. It's stained with travel, rhymed and wet. The coffin lids askew, hastily pushed aside. He looks into the depths. His face is strange and shining. He's different. The hands are brown, quick. That's right. But scars run across his cheek. Crosses I like the tributaries of a river. New white seams. His hair's the same dark mess it was when we were children. My palm remembers it. His eyes blue, white, but there are dents under them, purple shadows that I don't remember. Tom Gilmore. Different, but not dead after all. I watch them. Tom, the coffin, caught as they are in the warm, rustling light. I could go in. I could sit beside him. I could place my hands on his. I could slide my hand into the open neck of his shirt, feel his warm thudding heart under my palm, turn his face to mine and ask him, who's in the coffin? Who are you crying over? Whatever his answer, I would put an arm around his shoulders, feel the warmth of him along my side. We'll go, I'd say. Let's leave it. Go and live by the sea where there aren't people, only gulls and the sun. A warm hairy head brushes my palm. I leap in shock. A tail waves in the dark like a sword. The dog smiles at me, white teeth framing the pink tongue. Hot breath, the rough drag as it licks my hand. The dog makes a friendly, high-pitched greeting. Tom is looking at me. Our eyes meet through the dark. He recoils and then shouts. He scrambles up in the hay. Hostile, blank gaze. He doesn't know me. I stumble across the frozen farmyard, bloody, shaking. I run for the dark, southwest hills for home. I was wrong to come. I don't know what I thought would happen. He meant what he said in the letter. It was goodbye after all. He has let go. Behind, I think I hear his voice. Iris. But I don't stop, don't turn. I run. In the dawn, I crest the final hill, see it to the southwest. I am climbing the steep incline, mindless, reckless, almost parallel to the ground. I am filled with singing, a joyful rage. I'm coming, I tell her. You've taunted me enough. Come and get me. My blood is high. One hand anchors me, clutching at icy tussocks. I haul myself up, arm over arm. My breath is good and hot in my throat. And the little stubborn thought surfaces that perhaps, just perhaps, she won't get me. Allswood did not kill me. Goodman did not kill me. Maybe I'll get her. Doesn't matter, really. Either way, it will end. I pitch forward, aching fingers desperate as if gravity has been recalibrated. Actually, I have reached the top. The valley laid out like a pewter plate. The branches of the cedar of Lebanon below, stretched wide. Shards of grass retreat brilliant into the distance like reverberations. Raw blood reaches fantastic shapes against the sky. Chimneys are raised like signals in the coming light. A roof wide and white lit under the dawn. The windows of the hall ascend, disorderly in gleaming leaded panes. The great studded door is half in curving shadow. Something moves between me and the house, a tensing of ligaments and memory, a scent, desire. It is futile, redundant to describe a homecoming. Chapter 12. Meg Villarca, 1899. Raw blood. I come into the kitchen and he's there, cleaning the knives. Pink ointment and the long cloth flickering to and fro, the gray light touching his face, making it solemn and beautiful. The red velvet box with its serried ranks, gleaming metal, ivory handles the color of butter. The shape of his legs in the rough, stained apron, the grime caught under the nail of his forefinger, a swag of chestnut hair fallen across one lowered lid. Robert, I say, and he turns. The knife flashes bright and flies to earth like a diving fish. The ring of it on the stone floor. Ma'am, he says, cool, swooping low. How may I be of service to you? He pincers the knife between two disdainful fingers. He is but a few years younger than me. I would like some treacle, I say. He nods and goes to the larder. I eat it with a spoon from the tin, standing at the scrubbed table. He turns his back once more, and the cloth flicks. The knives chink gently against one another. We say nothing for a time. I watch his hair where it lies on his bent neck, where it curls over his collar. The treacle turns warm and slow on the spoon. It smooths itself sweetly across my tongue. Once, when I was young, I say, I ate a piece of shoe leather. I chewed at it for hours until it stained my mouth brown. It was not a good thing to do. I had pains and saw stars for days after. It was the dye, or something used in the curing. I was quite ill. I did not regret it, but only wished for more. Also, I would sometimes lick the wool of the sheep for the grease, you see. I would do anything. I was so hungry. There was never enough to eat. His back is upright, but I feel him soften, feel the warmth come into him. I ache. The air is full of the waxy scent of knife polish. It is all I can remember, I say. Hunger, pain. I felt nothing else until I came here. Where are they, Robert? The others. He half turns to me, and I see him bite his lip for a moment, just a moment. Picking, he says. I dare say. Gooseberries, I say. In late summer, they would be picking gooseberries, I expect. He shrugs a little. Not that you would know it for summer. He pauses and says, rain will be coming. They will be in presently. Chink goes a knife, slotting into its velvet prison. Not just yet, I say. I go to him then and touch the nape of his neck with the tip of my finger. For a moment, he bends like a willow, as if I might push him over with only this touch. Then he turns and looks, and well, there we are. His mouth is sweet and clings to me like the treacle. Time goes sideways in a curve. It is like sunlight, like clutching fistfuls of mud, like a ball of string dropped from a high cliff, bouncing, unrolling. His fingers stroke across the swell of my belly. I lock my fingers about his neck. I take a sprig of his copper hair between my fingers and pluck. He grunts with the pain. I slip the bright pinch of hair into the pocket of my dress. When it is over, he kisses me and kisses the taut barrel I carry beforehand. You are like a plum, he says. We belong together. He warms her with his palm. His hand lingers. I wish it was mine, he says. I wish you were both mine, not his. He casts an amber eye toward the kitchen ceiling. I say, oh, me too, my darling. Robert likes to be romantic after. Tonight, he says, you'll come. His collar is torn loose. His neck is cream. I nod. Outside, the rain begins to pelt the ground. I wash in the gray light of the scullery. The cold gushes of the pump, icy water. My mind is clean. My shrill heart is silent as it is silent only in the wake, in the lee of the act. My skirts have that moment brush the floor when Chloe bustles in loudly. She holds her apron carefully before her. The folds of starchy linen are filled with green globes, pale and luminous. They nestle and bounce with her step. I give her a nod, and she stares around the quiet kitchen at Robert and at me. I hold her large blue eyes. I hold her there like a snake until she shudders all through her frame. She drops her gaze and bobs. The gooseberries quiver in the apron. She says, ma'am. Mind yourself, Chloe, I say. I sweep past her, nearly colliding with Shakes, who does not lift his blinded eyes. His movements are as soft and careful as a cat's paws. His stick taps. From within the kitchen comes the sawing of the bread knife. His gums mumble. I say nothing. I give him a wide berth. My face twists into a silent snarl as I pass, lips pulled back from my teeth. He half turns his head, as if to catch an elusive perfume. He does not need his cankered eyes. He knows things about me. In the passage, I lean against the wall, cool and clay under my hands, against my back. I tip my face skyward. I am miserable. The cold breath when it comes is a bare touch on my throat. A freezing graze, then gone. In the corner of my eye is something white and monstrous, sliding. I whirl around. My wet skirts slap the wall. All is quiet. I am alone save for my breath. But my flesh remembers where she has been. It burns with the familiar cold kiss. Come, I wheedle. You know I am not afraid. But she's gone, or I imagined it. In the quiet bedroom, I take from my pocket the hair I plucked from Robert's head. Bold red it is, very like my own. I chose well. I unlock the drawer with the little key about my neck. I put the necessary things in the necessary order on the marble dressing table. I touch them each with the word of power. The red strands are bright in the black dish, which is really a black stone with a hollow place in it. I add blood from my thumb and earth from the graveyard. I add a raven's feather and a scrap of cloth that is stained with older blood. Mine, the saddest blood, birth blood with no child. That last one, I bled a great deal. It all goes up with a quick sizzle, leaving a touch of gummy ash in the saucer. I say the words I need to say and then lick the stone dish clean. The blood and ash are cold in my mouth. I am tired and full of doubt. I go to find my bear. I open the study door very quietly. My sad bear, my looming beast. He sits at the desk like a monument, his face bent to the page. A silver paper knife catches the light, gleams like a stiletto. His leather pouch lies on the desk, close to hand as always. The pen is a lovely sound, mice scratching in the skirting boards. It's a fierce feeling to watch him sew, to catch the moment when he starts and turns, when his eyes fill with the sight of me, 2 pitchers filling with wine. I go to him, and he touches us. The sleeper within rouses herself and touches him back through the wall of flesh. She has been much petted today. I feel her darting pleasure. Each time, Alonso says. Each time, it is miraculous. That is why there is nothing new to say about such things. His hand warm on me, the scent of worn leather. I do not want to think about each time. Always reading, I say. I am light, and I keep the saber sheathed for now. What? But of course, I see it, the diary on the desk. That man, my brother in name. Never gone, always lingering, a fly stuck in the corner of the eye. We touched one another in death. It is not enough to set against all the years he left me alone. Venom fills the back of my throat. Alonso sees my look. It is the only reason I knew to come for you, he says. To that farm, because he wrote it. He asks it of me. So do not despise it too much. Oh, I know. I say, you are very constant in your duty. And even to make me your wife. Painful devotion indeed. I mean to hurt. How have we come to this? Spite is in me like a blade. We were happy once. When first I came to raw blood, I was a child of 15. Alonso came to the Bantries like a great hawk, lifted me from my old life into the new. It was a savage and sudden immersion. Raw blood was a dream. I had never before seen anything larger than the hovels of grim stock. Its very existence was miraculous. All these high ceilings, room after room, running on and on from one another, seemingly in perpetuity. Profusions of passages and little doors. I was a slip of a thing too slender, often lost. I slipped through the cracks and things. Now, the house fits around me like a glove. I sit flush against the stone, this mortar. Raw blood, my house, my blood. My life began here. What came before cannot be called living. My brother died here. But what I felt when I first looked down on the house from the crest of the hill, saw it gray and golden in the low light, was envy that he saw it before I drew the servants back. I could not bear to think of Alonso all alone while I was sent away to school. And to a hungry hedge snipe from Grimstock, it seemed a fine thing to have servants. A little chalk, a feather, a toad buried in the garden. Easy enough. People will forget bad things if you ask in the right way. They long to forget. School, a horror I had not dreamt of. I ran away from them all. Alonso pretended to mind, but he did not. He missed me. I was always asking him to marry me. It was many years before he would listen. It was on the night of the irises that he said yes. We were happy for a time. Then there came the other times. Pain like knives, loss, and the white walls of a sick room. All those sad, small things. Lost before they drew breath. Grief is a strange beast. It lives in one like a worm, curls and uncurls at will. I take it everywhere I go. At the heart of it are my memories of those 3 small forms wrapped in linen. Each time, I thought they were strong. Each time, they would not stay long enough within me. Small, pale faces like wax, too perfect to live. Unnamed graves, all. Somewhere. We were happy once, but now all I see in Alonso's face are my dead children. 3 times over, Alonso held me through the days and nights after, plaited my hair when I could not, fed me broth spoonful by painful spoonful. I fought him and bit him, and sometimes I wept. I will never tell him how much I needed the great trees of his arms around me then, and his rough face against mine. I will never let him see that everything between us now is colored by those times, a drop of black ink spiraling in clear water. If he knew this, I would be a beached fish, belly up on the alien shore. Now, I rest my hand on the great cartwheel of his shoulder, a peace offering. He plays with my little finger, the lamps of his eyes lighted. He says, "Your skirts are wet, my love." I have been walking on the grass, I say, in the rain. It is something I would do. I keep 2 secrets from my husband. Robert, and then of course there's the other, which is her. I never know what Alonso knows or does not know. Do you remember? I say quickly and touch him with my lips that night. I had run away, once again, from that school. Yes, he says, dry. I tried to do right. You would have none of it. I came to your club in St. Martin's Lane. I walked from Kent into London. I saw you from the window. It was very foggy, he says, and an old feeling passes across his features, wind in an oak tree. Alonso is afraid of mist and fog. The porter would not let you in. I could have killed him, to leave you so, but I waited. You did, barefoot under the gaslight. I brought you flowers. The irises are blooming in Kent, I said. We are dancing, now, to a familiar refrain. In this story, we are lit by theatrical lights. The dark is held at bay. They were no more than wet stalks, he says, prompting. The blossoms wilted off, I say. I walked all night and part of a day. I had never laid eyes on anything as lovely as those bare stems, Alonso says. I thought I might die then. It was beyond anything I had known, the sight of you. His long, beautiful hand is light on my face like a moth. I breathe his palm. If I were allowed a choice of how I am to die, I say, sliding onto his knee, I would wish for you to do it. Would you now? I would. Think, what perfect union. He says, I would do it quickly. It would be like this. The pen barks and splinters in his hands. The sound travels through me like shock. But looking at me, I say, always into my eyes. It would be so mournful and classical, just like a Waterhouse painting. There comes the rough cough of his laugh. My Meg, he says, you could not look like anything so vulgar. How could you? I say, Waterhouse is risque. It will be vulgar next year. I smile and slip my arms about his neck, and now we are contained within one another again. This is the choreography of our love. It is and is not the truth. But I never know what Alonso knows or does not know. He breathes my neck. Lilies, he says. Everywhere you go, the scent of lilies lingers after like a ghost. What would he do? Could he see my thoughts and my plan? Would he fix me with his stare and say something that would cleave to me all my days before showing me the door? Would he seize the letter opener on the table and slide it clinically, kindly, past my sternum into my heart? Would he shrug and turn again to his book? The last would be the worst. It is past midnight when I leave Alonso sleeping, a peaceful dune in the dark bed. There's a wind-up. Outside, things shudder and whisper. In here, it is still. The only sound is my bare feet on the great stairs, the stone flags. As I go, I think, I'll see her now. I look for her shocking white face in the shadows and behind doors. I stop for a moment as I cross the echoing hall. I stand, waiting for her kiss. But the house is quiet. The air is just night air. I am alone. The red parlor is warm, the coals low and bright in the grate. Robert is crouched by it, feeding pinches of dry moss, twigs, and kindling into the heart of the fire. He looks up and smiles, then returns intent to his task. I sit on the ottoman and watch. The fire lends him a glowing halo. Gradually, the greenish, brackish flame licks up. There comes spitting and the scent of apple logs. His arm steals around my shoulders. The fire sings and cracks. He says, I meant it, Meg. You'll wither away here. He hasn't called me ma'am, which is a blessing. I say I won't. Raw blood doesn't wither me. But Robert is earnest, pleading, alabaster in the firelight. Think of this one, I say. I rest my hand on the taut mound of my belly. Only think, what would we do? I would take care of you, he says. His gaze falters. I would. Not like this, of course. Is it all these nice things that keep you here, maybe? He waves an angry arm at the room, where somewhere in the dark lurk marble velvet, Aubusson carpets, gilt clocks. Is it that you do not want to be a butler's wife? I cannot help but laugh. It has not been so very long since I ate shoe leather. A butler's mistress, perhaps, I say. I am married. It's done these 16 years. And talk by night is very bold. The day brings other cares. I will say this only, then, he says. If you think the rest of your life is to be spent here, then go up to your bed. I will not speak of it again. I will go elsewhere for work. I am a valuable man. He stares at me, then shakes his head and makes a small sound like a click, looking sad. Come, I say. I kneel and pull his stockings from his feet. I stroke his fine-boned instep, his heel. I warm him with my palm. I nibble a toe, playful. When he's not looking, I slip the thin crescent of toenail from my mouth to my pocket. You should not be with him, Robert says. He tried to kill me when I was a child. I regard him. I am wary. He refused to treat me, he says, when I was poisoned. My brother Henry came and begged him. He turned us away. It was luck and your brother that saved me. We will not speak of Alonso so, I say. You know that they were unnatural, Robert says. The two of them. I turn my witch eye on him. You are not fit to lick his boots. He drops his gaze, stares at his lap like a frightened child. Forgive me, I say quickly. I am so frightened. I talk on in a useless, pretty way. I cannot lose him now. He recovers soon enough. He thinks he holds the advantage. He is very handsome. I have been careful to seem mad for him. When Robert leaves, I burn the toenail with my blood and a sprig of rosemary that scents the air. I eat the ash. I sit in the lengthening shadows. I no sooner laid eyes on Alonso and on raw blood than I loved them, both cavernous animals, grumbling, all their sounds and peculiarities. They're good, thick skins of stone. They were wreckage when I found them, and I was wreckage too. I made us all three whole and good. We lost one another somewhere along the way, but I can do it again. I will heal us, Alonso, raw blood, and myself. It is some time before I notice the sound beyond the red parlor door. Soft, heavy, with a scratching in it. The image leaps easily to mind. Some weight, heavy skirts, perhaps, are being dragged through the great hall, catching on the rough flags. A murmur comes, like stone grating on stone, but very far away. A moment of quiet, and then the approach. A creak, almost inaudible. She stops outside the parlor. I watch the door. On the other side, something brushes the panels lightly. There is a clicking, as of fingernails tapping the brass doorknob. The murmur comes again, suddenly loud and elongated, whistling into the room where I sit. She has her mouth at the keyhole. Come, I tell her silently. Her breath fills the room, light and cold. The sound of stone rubbing on stone. I feel her waiting, white and dead, on the other side of the oak. Come. The blow to the door is like thunder. The hinges rattle, and the wood screeches with the force of it. Her voice fills my ear, vast and anguished. Words spoken in the language of broken buildings, shattered bone, sorrow, and loss. All her grief rolls through the air like mist, rolls over me, into my flesh. I am wild with it and shaking. Thick silence follows. Come, please, I say. The tears course, salt, down my cheeks. You need not bear it alone. But she is gone. The red parlor settles back into shape, the fire dead and black in the grate. The wind taps the windows and roars in the chimney. I am bereft, shivering. I will never be warm again. My sleeper kicks. Her tiny fists and feet hammer me from within. Hush, I say to her. I stroke her lightly. Hush, Iris. I will never leave raw blood. Grow, rest. All will be well. Somehow it will. Somewhere in the dark beyond, she is walking. She likes fire, though she cannot get warm. Fire draws the solitary traveler. I saw her first in the dead winter. I had heard the tales. The truth was beyond all imagining. I was alone before the great hearth, large enough to drive a carriage through. The flames leaped high. The hall towered above me. Alonso was Abed. I knew that it had come about again. It was the 4th time. I did not know if I could bear it, the hope, the crisis, and then months lived in the great black pit. I knew it was a girl. They are all girls. I read terrible things in the red fire. I was alone. When I raised my eyes, the ghosts of the flames danced in them. Behind them was a white, dead face, inches from my own. The sensation that ran through me was so far beyond anything I had known. It does not fit to call it fear. It was falling through air, braced for the smash on the rocks. It was a wind stirring the deep roots of the soul, which must never, ever be touched. Her black corpse eyes held me, holes in the world. Her flesh was old, white cheese. The scars on her head stood out, gray valley rims in the flickering light. I have never beheld anything so terrible. I saw you in the water, I tried to say. All those years ago. The black eyes widened, and in them I saw Ian's. The maw began to open, the raw, white lips parted like a rent in a piece of paper. Between them was the black ache of nothing, long years of nothing. There was the sound of stone grinding on stone. The sorrow was so thick it had a taste. It filled my mouth like bitter wool. She yawned wider and reached toward me. A hand unfurled like wizened driftwood and reached toward my heart, toward my belly, that gentle rise at the center of myself. I cried out then. I was to be carried into it, carried into her, the expanse of empty grief. The claw came on, the fingers brittle sticks. It hovered a hand's breadth away and stopped. The white fingers fluttered, odd and delicate, then withdrew. She sat impassive, her dead eyes dark and unreadable. I felt something stir within me. I placed my hand upon the mound. There was no mistake. The gentle push came again, a long and sleepy motion, content. A small hand reached, as if to touch the white husk before me. My sleeper moved for the first time. We stared at one another, the living and the dead. I will remember it all my days. What is that phrase? Like calls to like. I have seen the marks of cruelty on her. I know not what she is or where she came from, but she has been brutally used beyond what a person can stand and live. I can well believe that those who see her are destroyed. To see her is to know emptiness. But I saw that emptiness when I was very young. They called me a witch in Grimstock, and Samuel Bantry took what he thought was his due from a witch. The hand heavy on the back of my neck, the straw pressed to my face. The sound of the belt sliding out of the buckle. He called me a witch. He made me one. There was, in that look between she and I, both knowledge and acceptance. Something was exchanged. Something of mine is carried by her. In that look, she took into herself my pain, my fear. I took hers, and that is when I had the idea. I saw what I must do and how we would be saved. All those years ago, in that valley by the spring, I asked, "Who will help me?" And I saw her. The water told me true. It is because she walks, dreadful and suffering, that Iris will come into the world. So I look for her in deserted passages. I turn my cheek upward on stormy nights, waiting for her touch. I listen always for her dead voice, which is like stone crushing stone. My ghastly savior, my whipping boy. I went to Robert that night for the first time. Chloe is brushing my hair. In the glass, my face is milky and thin. Silks rustle gently, out of view. Eliza is laying out clothes, vast balloons of fabric to be draped around my bulbous self. Chloe is cross, but tenderness is in her. It moves through her fingertips, through my hair. It is not meant for me, this tenderness, but it comes to me anyhow, and I am grateful for the smooth motion of the brush, for Chloe's slender form, reflected solid behind me, for her blue, black, and cream beauty. For she is very beautiful, and it is comforting for the touch of her clever fingers. Don't fidget so. Chloe tosses her shining head, from which dark strands are escaping. Chloe can never keep her hair tidy. "Ma'am," she adds. "Less pert," I tell her, "or I'll pull your hair." In the mirror, Chloe blanches and bites her lip. She fears me. Wise of her. The eye comes on strong and sudden as it does in these late days, and I see that Chloe is in the same state as me. I do not think she knows it yet. When I feel it, I send them away. "I will rest," I say. They go. I take the cloth from the drawer. It is dark with Robert's blood, his ear bitten as if in play. He cried out. Don't think of that now. It will be today. Everything will be decided now. It is not right to be within walls, even raw bloods. I know where I belong for this, and it is not here. So when Chloe and Eliza's steps have died quiet in the hall, I ease my swollen frame from the stool. My shift is wet through. So is the stool. They will see that, I suppose, but by then, I will be well away. Through the window, the world is gray and lowering. I feel the coming dusk. It lies on my skin like love. Down the stairs, through the narrow back passages. From below, the sound of the servants' dinner. A voice raised in one line of song, ending in laughter. Past the study that hums with Alonzo's presence within and into the yellow parlor, where the fire isn't laid yet for evening, which has the window with the loose catch. I worm my way out into the late afternoon, into the air. The grass is a cool carpet. I take my shoes off. Across the top of the hill, rowan berries are a red shout against the brown. I am pricked with sweat, chafed by cotton. The air is hot and awful, but the cave will be cool. I am so heavy. I carry a small world before me, filled with flesh and movement. Yes, she is coming. The cave is so far off. The pain begins, an orchestra tuning. By the time I reach the foot of Sheep's Tor, my whole being is singing, loud and lusty. Colors are interchangeable. I stop and retch under the wide umber sky. Just a while, I tell her, a little while longer. Rain begins to fall in cool, plump drops. Thunder grumbles far away. The light will be gone soon. I climb. Of a sudden, It is dark as the inside of a coal scuttle. I blink, but it makes no difference. I'm blind. The old, familiar dark. But this time, it will be different. I walk, listening to the tumult inside me. My feet are sure. I feel her breath on me, that other one. Even in this cold, it is colder. I cannot account for time. How long have I walked? The ground beneath me is no longer tussocky rough. It is dry, sandy. From somewhere comes a sweet scent, a dark scent. I realize with some relief that I am not where I had thought, not on the moor, not heavy-bellied with pain. It is all gone, the rain, the cutting wind. I open my eyes, and the way is straight before me. The night is soft, and I am light and young, walking the long Kent lanes to London. My feet and the black road. The eglantine is out in the banks, and the night is furry with the stench. Of course, I called it Sweetbriar then. What did I know? All I think of is Alonso's face. It hangs in my eye in the dark. When coaches or horses come with hooves and winking lamps, I hide in the ditch. I am not a fool. Somewhere I have lost my shoes, but it makes no matter. My feet are hard and I am strong. The walk does not seem long. Time moves in a series of stutters until I am standing barefooted before the Chandos Club. But I must be tired. There is a fine film over all things. The walls and sky of London glow, unearthly. I speak to the porter, whose fleshy jowls hold secrets in their folds. He bars me. I stand on the flags and look at the lit window where he is, and my body seems to melt. Each minute passes like a torment. I think I cannot endure it, but then Alonso is there, his vast shape filling the doorframe, blocking out the dirty lamplight. He hurries across the street. We stand straight before one another like opponents. "What is that school about?" he asks. "They cannot seem to keep you there more than a week." "I wanted to show you," I say. "Look. The irises are blooming in Kent." I offer him the dead flowers. I take his hand tightly. We are silent in the hazy, greenish street. My feet curl against the cold flags, and my white-knuckled hand grips the grimy stalks. "Let me stay with you forever," I say. Alonso takes me by the shoulders and says in the saddest way, "Yes, I will give you everything." He talks, and through the wispy night, I understand his words. He means to adopt me or some such. I laugh hard enough to snap my stays. The world steadies a little. I say, "I do not want you for a father or a brother." "You cannot want me," he says. "I am good for nothing." He is pleading, unlike himself. I say, "I'll judge that for myself. Thank you very much." His pale hand lights on my shoulder. Every inch of the miserable street is alive with feeling. The deluge blows lateral and sharp across the Tor. The rain is blinding. Black skies are massed heavy above. Inside me is a furnace that leaks torrents of pain. The air is vibrant and darkening. Spikes of grass rise icy between my toes. For a moment, there are dead flowers in my outstretched hands. Where is the lamplight? Where is my bear? Time is fitting into itself like a Russian doll. I do not recall where I am or where I was going. It is not important. I stand in the blast of the storm and clutch my roiling belly. Dead flowers and the cloying fumes of the lamps. I am there. I am here. Both. Neither. She is all about me. Her coldness is everywhere. In the storm, in the cloud, the rock, somewhere under my feet on a far-off London street. I know the ways and means that nature has in bargaining. So I know that I am being offered a last chance to change my mind. I will not. I wish Alonso were here. Everything is happening now. When I come to, my face is pressed hard to the ground. Here, a voice says. Here, my arm grasped by a pale mottled hand, dripping with rain. I grasp the hand, which lifts me gently to my feet. Rain washes grass and earth from my face. I say, I can walk. I am released immediately. Shakes stands before me, a small, blasted shape. Of course, I say, it would be you who found me. We stare, bitter. I suppose you must come, then, I say. He says something incomprehensible. I lead into the pelting torrent. The pain plows deep. It leaves deep furrows. It's possible I may die of this. It's something I have never before considered. Everything is hectic and spangled. Shake's dim shape is lit with stars. Each raindrop to strike my flesh is an explosion, a galaxy. I am weak with relief when I see the treacherous, narrow path, the rock walls. Not far now. The crevice appears in the rock, black against the wet granite. Shakes pulls me toward it, our hands slippery with rain. In the cave, everything is pale and green with some kind of moss. It glows, filled with a nimbus. I waddle across the sandy floor. On the low stone altar has been placed a child's hoop earring, an egg, other indistinguishable things rusted, rotten. I sweep them all off. The egg breaks with a soft sound. Shakes places his lantern on an outcrop and stares at me with his clouded blue eyes. It is called eclampsia, I say while I still may. Do you understand? There is nothing to be done. If you wish to be of help, I tell him, be still. Be quiet. It killed the others. It will not take Iris. I take the scrap of cloth from my pocket. It is dark with Robert's blood. I put it on the altar and say the necessary thing. Then I eat it. The linen is like sawdust in my mouth. I am swallowing, dry. I think it'll never go down, but at last it does. The pain rises. Everything goes red and orange. I don't know much else after that. My eyes have gone again, but I know the scent of Alonso's skin. His hand is on my brow. She is well. I ask. I cannot see. I am glad of my blindness. I could not bear to read his face. She is, he says. A great shout goes up within me, and I am at the same time abruptly bone-tired, as if each part of me were stitched to the cave floor. But there is no time for rest. I say, give her to me. Something settles in my arms, a decided weight. I take my time. It is not to be believed just yet. I trace soft little legs, arms, touch fingers, and toes the size of sultanas. Outside me, in the air, she is both awesome and tiny. A small mouth seizes the tip of my finger, and a chasm opens in me through which I perceive a world larger than the one I have known. Nothing can ever be the same now. She is looking at me, I say. I feel it. I am afire. She is, Alonso says, then goes on, very fast. Her eyes are dark, soft and dark, like sun on deep water. She looks at everything. She is quite red and small, but I think she will have very white skin, like you. She will be very, very beautiful like you. Iris, I say. Iris. Hello. The first gift you ever gave me, Alonso says. Iris. I smile to myself. Iris and I have talked of this many times over the months, but the name is new to him. Are we alone? I ask. I mean, is that little stump of an old man lurking in a corner watching me? Alonso says we are alone. For a time, there are only small sounds. I acquaint myself with my daughter's form, her soft head, her ears like rosebuds. You should not dislike him, Alonso says. He brought me here to you. He has always cared for me since I was small. I recall, for a moment, Shake's old face, running with rain. Then Iris's hand finds my finger like a starfish, and I am seized by a joy that is so deep it resembles pain. At length, I say, my eyes. I am afraid, Alonso. It feels different, unlike the other times. The dark is different. It is as if something has been cut. Do you think, I ask, and I keep my tone even, that I will ever see her? You may, Meg. It often returns. Very often. Alonso cradles my head with a hand. His other hand rests on her, protective. Iris talks to him. She talks shrill and clear like a brook in spate. Loud, he says. His voice has strings, golden apples, bellows in it. I feed Iris. It is like nothing I have known. The world has been pried apart. The kingdom unrolls before me. Blindness is a small price to pay for it. I say to Alonso each time you saved me instead of them. The bloody horror of it. The little limbs. 3 linen-clad bundles. Their lives taken to save mine. My hand tightens as I think it, and Iris bleats, outraged. I know, Alonso says. I am sorry for it. But there was never a choice. Not for me. I thought I could never forgive you. And now, in his voice, I hear shaking and hope. All these years, I have chosen not to see. He is not a bear. He is not a tree to lean on. He is a man and an imperfect one. He is arrogant and frequently ill-humored. He is childish, held enthralled to his past and chronically addicted to morphine. His heart is restless, quick, and deep. I say, I can forgive. On the hill, she showed me the long walk from Kent to London. The walk ends here. The shaking in him grows. I think I hear him weep. That seems right. I weep too into his shirt cuff. I lie back, Iris a plump little pillow on my breast. 2 hands are playing with my hair, one very large, one indescribably tiny. There is the dim sound of rain in the distance. Almost immediately, I am asleep. I smell Shakes before I hear him. He is moldy against the clean scents of blood and sand and rock. I had not thought sand and rock had scents, but I live in a new world now. And there are other men with him and Alonso. Iris stirs, makes bird sounds in my arms. Try to bear it. Alonso's voice is in my ear. I am lifted onto something. My every fiber protests. I am torn up like carded cotton. The men grasp the canvas. I hear their oily fingernails. They heave and they strain. I feel their suspicion, their dislike. It comes through the touch of their hands on the canvas. They think I belong in a cave. The litter lifts and the ground veers away. I am carried swaying. As we leave the dark and come into sunshine, the warmth and light are like an endearment. There is a strong scent which is acrid and despairing. Alonso, I say to the great expanse of dark, I know he will be there. Yes, he is beside me. I smell burning here. There is the tramp of feet. Somewhere, a blackbird gurgles high and long. Iris stirs against me. How can I know what is happening in Alonso's face? Shakes made of fire of all the trees along the path, he says at length. He set them alight with kerosene. They burned so brightly, even in the dark, the rain. I saw them from Beltor. He says I can never repay him. His voice is taut with colors. It has a shape. Perhaps in time, I will learn to parse these shapes and colors, learn the language of voices. We will have to change many things, I say. Alonso, where will she sleep? We need a nursery. We had settled on a bare box room for the nursery. It has large windows. The light floods in. How beautiful, we said. It will be when painted white and blue. That was 10 years ago. We have not touched it. How paltry was our hope. She will sleep with us, Alonso says, and in time, we will contrive. And I say, I want more women around me. It seemed to me, Alonso says, that you were not overly fond of Eliza or of Chloe. I am, I say, but there are some of the household I do not like. I would have you let that butler go, for instance. He stares. It is unnerving. I hold my breath. If it did not work, then I will never sleep soundly. Gilmore? Alonso is quiet a moment. I fear he was not well, my Meg. They found him in his bed this morning. Heart, perhaps. I do not know. Dead? Yes, he says. My own heart performs a peculiar stutter. There is relief, and then the great, black weight descends. I test it, the darkness. I let my guilt wrap about me. I settle it firmly on my shoulders. I must do so, for I will carry it to the end of my days. Alonso is saying, I will go to tell his brother, who has Trubb's farm over the way. He was a Devon man, for all his citified ways. I recall dimly a Henry Gilmore and a Charlotte Gilmore, seen and spoken to outside church. She cannot bear children. One of those shameful snippets you come by, if you are neighbors in the country. Did Robert come here to be near his family? I never asked why he took this remote post on Dartmoor. All these things I did not know. The dark weight hangs a little heavier. I am laden with sorrow and sudden fear. What have I become? There is always a high cost for strong witchery. I will pay for Robert's life in ways I cannot fathom. It has begun already. I am blind. But Iris is hot and small on my neck. No, I would not change the bargain. I sway, suspended in air. The breeze combs through my hair. We go across the moor, and all the way, I have the image in my mind of a great summer tree, wreathed in flame. Iris, I say, O small person, O light in the dark, O little baby, will you not hush? She cries. Her screams go through my head like bolts slammed home. She is feverishly dull and fretful. She is perfection. 3 weeks since we brought her home, and each day she She grows in beauty. I feel it in her flesh. She is strong and growing and mine. The red drawing room is filled with the August sun. I walk through the beams, straight paths of heady warmth. Iris weeps. Her face is tiny and wet on my shoulder. Sometimes I cannot accept that she lives outside me now. Her every breath draws my heart after it. Each one of her tears is like a blade. I speak to her and she quiets. She speaks back to me in her strange, wailing voice. I tell her stories of myself. I tell her about the Bantry's farm, the animals, not the people. I will not tell her tales of sorrow or of fear. I tell her about Peter the donkey and his patient eyes and pot belly. I tell her about the golden hens and the dirty, spiny-backed pigs. We talk like this for some time. They were my friends, I tell her, although I have had other friends and good ones since. I had a friend at Raw Blood who is gone now, a woman, pale and sorrowful. I knew the moment I was carried across the threshold with Iris in my arms. She is gone. She was the cold cord buried deep at the heart of the house. No longer. The very air in the halls and rooms is changed. Everything moves faster and rings brighter now. How weighty and thunderous it was, her presence. Now, going on through the days is just that, going on. Her terrible, dark glamour has been lifted from us, and we are merely people. Irritable people, kind people, everyday people who darn shirt fronts and make jam and spill ink pots and tread mud into the house. And this is as it should be. Ours shall be all new beginnings. I promise Iris as her cries become shorter and sweeter. There was also a man called Robert, I say. He was not handsome, but beautiful as a woman, and determined. Iris answers me in a descant of bubbles and trills. He had coppery hair, though darker than mine. We looked somewhat alike, perhaps like brother and sister. I had a brother, but he left me to a dark farm with Mr. Bantry and belts and whips and other things. No, hush, hush. We will not speak of it. Robert's face was like music. Iris breathes deep. She's going. I tell her softly, he gave his life for us. Or I took it from him, that you and I might live. I am shocked to find that I am weeping. I have grown soft indeed. The house creaks a little, and an eddy of air shivers through the room. I lift my head from her forehead where it has been resting gently. Iris breathes like factory machinery. She always sleeps as though it were hard work. I tip my face in the direction of the parlor door and say, "Come, sit with us, Alonso." He comes without a word and sits with a great creak. The shape of him is mountainous, the ottoman suddenly a silly, fiddly thing. His hand lies on mine, and his finger strokes Iris's cheek. "You should not have survived," Alonso says. His breath on my face, the faintest trace of Spanish in his words. "Nor should you, little one. But you did. Your lives are rare gifts, and I will always remember it." His caress. "I want to ask, and how long did you stand there in the doorway, my love? What did you hear? But what good would it do to know? We sit, Iris sleeps, and I think how alike they are, the sensations of danger and of love. The bark of the cedar tree beneath my fingers. Sun warmed. He says nothing, but he's here. He's always here in the summer, in the evening. light on old bones. I feel his attention where he sits, back against the vast cedar trunk. His skin, the scent is everywhere. Parchment, malice. Why must it have been he who helped me? Impossible to owe such a debt. Come, I say. Still, he says nothing. But he comes. I hear the creaks of his passage. I hear the summer grass beneath his uncertain steps. The knife slips across my fingertip like silk. I reach through the warm air. I put my blood on him where he stands before me. Trace the deep sockets of his eyes. I say the words, and the tree and the earth shiver. Have them, then, I say. Have your sight and my thanks. His surprisingly long lashes are viscous with my blood, and tears because shake sweeps them. Color and light creep into him. I feel it. I yearn. His wonder fills the air. Silent, heavy. I may do this magic once only. So shakes will see, and I will be the blind one now. There is the soft sound of cloth on glass and the reassuring bustle of a broom. Chloe and Eliza talk quietly as they clean. I have found that if I lie still, they think that I am asleep and speak very freely, as if my bandaged eyes had stopped up all my senses, not just one. I have heard the talk of the autumn fair. I have heard of Chloe's little brother, Tom, whom she loved but who died as a child. Their lives are tantalizing and bright, their likes and dislikes strong and fully formed. They have been masquerading as scenery, but they are full of action. They are silent today, quick with intent. The air seethes with thought. Eliza murmurs, "Did you go to the brother?" Chloe does not speak. She makes a sound both sharp and wet. "Did you ask at Trub's farm?" asks Eliza. I picture her, brackish eyes narrowed, eyebrows acrobatic with conviction. Cloth squeaks on the fire brasses. "Went yesterday." When Chloe speaks at last, her scornful tones are unrecognizable. She is hesitant, as though each word were a step through a bog. The Devon is strong in her voice. I had not noticed it before. He called me a whore and sent me off. "You have a month before I can't lace you up," says Eliza. "No more. You hear me? Go again. You make him hear. He won't help." "Not that one," says Chloe. "I am for the workhouse or the home. They're the same in the end. You go in those places, you don't come out. And all I can think is that I hope it looks like him." There is a gentle thump rustling. A seagull cries somewhere in the distance. I think, how like these strange times, a gull on Dartmoor. But the gull is Chloe, who is crying. "Come here," I say. There is a silence like death. "Ma'am," says Eliza, suddenly close. "Please." The red thread of panic in her voice. "The two of you," I say. "Come here." The scent of Chloe's tears. Salt, rain, clean skin. It is Robert Gilmore, the butler, who did this? I ask. I recall the day Iris was born, when Chloe brushed my hair and I saw her secret. I knew it even before that, I think. I saw it in her sullen eyes that day in the kitchen. They say nothing. There are movements in the air. They are shivering like puppies. "And he is dead," I say. "Yes," says Chloe. Her voice is puzzled, as if she can't quite recall the many, various hidden costs of my deed. "It is not Eliza's fault, ma'am. She warned me of the error of my ways, and none of the blame for my sins should rest on her. Can you write? I ask. Either of you? There is silence. Speak up. I can write, says Chloe. Bring paper. Fetch a pen. Then sit down by me. I think the instructions are obeyed. At any rate, there is bustling and the dry scratch of paper, and then there is quiet. Write what I say, I tell her. There are some false starts. I speak too quickly. Chloe falls behind, and I cannot then recall the rest of the sentence. I am as brief as may be in the letter. If Mr. Gilmore will be so good, there are considerations. I rely on his charity, his Christian feeling. I trust he will not blame the innocent for the sins of the fathers. It being his own brother who has transgressed, he will feel a responsibility. Perhaps he also will recall my brother Charles, who did him a kindness once, when his brother was sick with a poison. Herewith enclosed is something toward. Then I dictate a reference for Chloe. It is firm and favorable and fairly honest. I am not quite happy about it, I say. It is in your own hand. I made the writing different. She is curt. At my direction, Eliza goes to the escritoire. Ma'am, she says delicately where. I have to laugh. The key on the lavender ribbon, I say, hanging from the back of the mirror. As you very likely know, Eliza brings the money in a dirty, copper-scented bundle. We are flustered by the great amounts of it. We divide it up and begin to count, but how am I to know what is there? It's no matter anyway. Take it, I say. Go now to Henry Gilmore. Take him the letter and half the money. I will send him more in due course. The other half you take with you. Go to Exeter, or no, too close to Bath. Take rooms. You are a widow. It may be they won't like it, but you can pay, which means everything. Stay within doors. Eat well. Engage a physician. When the baby is born, you must come back. You must give it to them. To Mr. Gilmore and his wife. Do I have to? Chloe asks. It sounds like her old insouciance, but the timbre is wrong and brittle. May I not take the child? I think about this for a time. I don't think you can, I say. She says nothing, but the money is lifted in its greasy leaves from my lap. Will he take care of it? She asks. His wife cannot have children. He'll be kind for that. He's a farmer and not a successful one. He'll be kind for the money. I will give him enough to be very kind. I'll make sure of it. I wonder what I am promising. You must, I say. Eliza, who has been very quiet, bursts out, sudden and shrill. Must this, must that. Why should she? It's a terrible thing you're telling her to do. I find her by her voice. The slap lands flush on her cheek with a crack. I was left and raised by others for money, I say. I know well what it is I'm advising. It is better than the alternative. You may believe me. I think of the workhouse babies I have seen. I think of Iris's tiny toenails, of her treble voice and her cheeks. I will watch Chloe's child. I will cling to Charlotte Gilmore like a best friend. I will give Alonzo's money out like water. It will be hard, Chloe says. The gray despair in her voice raises hairs on the back of my neck. I see her sunk underwater, weeds waving by her face. I see her blue eyes fixed and staring. Hidden cost. I will not let it happen. I will ensure they do what I say. I will ensure that she can bear it. I reach. Show me, I say. She takes my hand with her small rough one and guides it. The gentle, fragile swell. It is a boy, I say. You'll name him after your brother. Young Tom. He will be strong and handsome and very kind. Women will like him. These gifts are his already. Now give me an eyelash from your eye and a hair from your head. She puts the hairs on my open palm. Her thin fingers are cold. I close my fist about them. I say what I need to, quiet into our locked hands. Then I open up and blow them away. Now you have given him your black hair. You have given him your blue eyes. So he will always be marked as yours. Wherever he goes in life and whatever he does, your son will always be using the gifts you gave him. Later that evening, Alonso holds me, enclosing me in the scents of bay and leather. My blind eyes are stinging with tears. He murmurs and asks me things. I find I have spent all the householding, I say, everything in the drawer. And Chloe was pert, so I turned her off. I am ill-tempered and blind and worthless. Nothing of the kind. He says into my hair and asks nothing further. So I tell him what has passed with Chloe. It is foolish, I say. Is it atonement? For what? Alonso asks, and the edge of his voice is delicate and sharp. I can hear him thinking, for everything, I say. For the woman I am, for the things I have done. For them. For my 3 lost ones. And for Robert. I have drawn too much blood. I have taken a man's life. It weighs and weighs like darkness and will do all my days. Robert's death will cover me always like sickness. And Iris's little dead sisters. I recall them each day. Each day, I must realize anew that what I have done will not bring them back. I have been a fighting hedge snipe all my life, I say. I wish a different fate for my daughter, but she will be tried too. Oh, it is all connected, Alonso. Do not you forget it. My voice deepens, takes on the rough edge that means the eye is on me. His hand on my back. Meg, you look after him, I hear myself say. Do you promise to do it? Take care of Tom Gilmore. We will, he says, frightened. Together, we will make sure the Gilmores do right. Promise, I say in the terrible voice. He must dig the grave. I promise, he says. The eye lifts, floats away as if it never was, and we're alone. I kiss his hand. I am swept with feeling. Alonso's touch, the warmth of sunlight on my face, the scent of fresh-washed cotton, everything cuts deeply now, as it never did before. Love has finally settled into me. It has turned me belly up on the shore, just as I always feared it would. The air is filled with autumn. Dry leaves and the scent of dark berries and mold and hay. The morning air is wine. I make to rise quietly. Alonso's cuff links are chinking from the corner of the room where his dressing table stands. The quiet harumph as he clears his throat. I feel his attention, but I have urgent business. Iris will be awake. No doubt she is talking to the dawn. Before my feet meet the cold boards, there is a flash of white deep in the center of my skull. Draw the curtains, I cry. It hurts. It burns. There is a whirlpool of movement beside me, and Alonso's hands are on my lids, pulling them gently apart. I shriek and tell him no. It is an axe blade to my head, the light. My tears are hot. His fingers shake and he asks, "What is it? What is it?" My words are unwieldy. I cannot make him understand for some time. Through the lightning flashes are perceptible knots of oak on the boards, my pale toes, the rippling hem of my nightgown. I can see. There follows a time of anxious rest, of cold compresses bound across my eyes, of smarting headaches. But the world bleeds in day by day. The veils lift one by one. Objects take on shape and form, resolve themselves into distances. Bright light still causes me pain. I must cover my eyes until they are strong enough. Each day, Alonso removes my blindfold for an hour, then 2, then 3. He oversees me with the exactitude of an experiment. He is impersonal, gentle. There is something unsettling in it. I long for his temper. Colors are blank and strange. For a time, I see reds and pinks as blue and vice versa. I lie cushioned in my downy bed and watch the window. Swallows cross the sky, which is the veined red of freshly butchered meat. Alonso brings me late summer poppies, a flower that I've loved always for its overblown fragility, its deep orange-red hues. But these are the blue of a drowned face. I cannot tell Alonso how sad they make me. They sit in the vase at my bedside. They lurk in the corner of my eye like unease. Most days, there is some activity down the hall, sounds of heavy things moving and the scent of fresh paint. I ask Alonso, "What is it?" His answer is short and vague. Iris plays in my lap. She is heavy now. Her desires are becoming sophisticated. Her understanding, her knowledge grow daily. She likes certain songs and cannot bear others. She has taken to punching me heavily when displeased. Hair covers her silken skull. Soon, I tell her. But when? I keep my eyes covered when she is with me. I am afraid to behold her for the first time. I fear my skewed sight. We go on quite well. October comes. As she tucks the bedclothes around me, Eliza says in hushed tones that Charlotte Gilmore has been blessed with a child, a boy. They have named him Tom, so that at any rate has been well managed. I give Eliza money for the Gilmores, for the little boy. The next day when I take off the compresses, there it is, through the window, the gray sky, the precise hue of dirty silver. I inch farther along the road to recovery. Alonso writes letters to men in big towns who claim to know things about eyes. They make promises to visit. I don't need them. I tell him I am healing. He does it anyhow. One day, Eliza leans in and whispers, although we are alone, Chloe is to be married. A gentleman from London, no less. So, ma'am, she is shortly to be Mrs. Coulson, and it has all ended happily. If marrying were a guarantee of happiness. But I say nothing. I lift the stinking camphor-soaked cotton. My eyes are red-rimmed and new. Alonso is not beside me. Where? The room is as it was, as it has always been. Brown and shining in the dawn, the beams above. The sounds of raw blood are muted. Full day will come soon enough. I think of Iris. Longing is in me like an arrow. Today is the day that I will look upon my daughter. Someone has been digging beneath the cedar tree. Why should that make me sad? The door is ajar. It is painted white. Painted blue ducks, Blue umbrellas and blue seashells climate in a riot, curling around the door handle. I picture Alonso's face, puzzling over what Iris should have, what she will like. The door swings open, silent, well-oiled. No one will be woken by it. The care, the thought. Morning sun falls on fresh white walls, varnished boards. Curtains flutter at the windows, the color of a kingfisher's back. A white and black mottled rocking horse gallops, legs thrown out, nostrils red and panic-wide. On the bright walls are flowers, tigers, horses. A white dresser is ranged with an audience of china animals, deer, dogs, cats, mice. They stare with cold, clever eyes. A white cradle, fine as spun silk, stands shiny new in the corner. Above it hangs a mirror and knots of blue ribbons and seashells and a silver locket. They turn gently in the light. Alonso stands over the cradle with Iris in his arms. They look at one another, my husband and my daughter, in fierce concentration. They have not seen me. His hair sticks up in white and black whirls on the back of his neck, the pouch lines of his face sewn up with sleep. She is a translucent glimpse between her new dark silken hair, dark lashes, and the pale blue blanket. The flowers of her fists open and close gently in the air. My heart is full. I go to them. At the slight sound of my feet on the boards, Alonso looks up. I smile, but he nods, serious. It was finished yesterday, he says. His voice is a bare whisper. I am pleased you came today. As if he had expected me for some time. It is wonderful, I say, and I mean it. He offers me the pale blue blanket, the dark scrub of hair just visible. Here, he says. She has gone back to sleep, I think. I take her. I look at my daughter. I look at her for some time. I had thought her plump, but her face has a symmetry to it that is startlingly adult. Her eyelids are large and white. Dark lashes rest on snowy cheeks. She is different. She is different from the picture I had of her in my mind and from anything I have ever seen. That is not so. She is very like someone I have seen. There is a stirring within me, hot. I hold my daughter, and I try to understand. I feel, I say. Alonso, I am not sure that I am well. Sit, he says, and I do, upon a white wicker bucket chair, piled high with cream and blue cushions. Give her to me, he says. No, I tell him. I hold her. I keep the perfect small face before me. Iris's lids flutter, open. I look into her eyes, her black eyes, and I see. Dimly, I hear Alonso say, "Blood, Meg, you are bleeding." I had thought I was healed, but some treacherous, fragile part of me has given way. It is impossible, but I feel the orange tautness, the familiar pain. Eclampsia again? It shouldn't be, can't be, but the lights are flashing, pulsing in my skull. The blood comes frightening and fast. It seems less important than the other unutterable, terrible thing. I have understood. I had thought her gone, but it is not so. I look at my daughter, and she looks back at me, pink and white skin glowing, dark eyes clear and wide and young. She puts a corner of blue blanket in her mouth and gives me a secret smile. Alonso, I say, it doesn't sound right. A rough and wet sound, like a great bird cawing. He does not hear. He is pressing a great wad of linen against me, against the blood. The red bubbles up around his hands. There are tears on my cheeks. I hear a scratched and broken shrieking. It is mine. The tinny scent of blood is strong. Everything is darkening, turning burnt orange. The shrieking grows. Beneath it, a smaller, thinner child's cry. Iris and I weep. I look into her eyes and imagine them bereft of sense, filled with the darkness of eons. I imagine her face older, corpse white, unwitting, mouth thin with suffering. I imagine shearing off the silky dark hair to the tender skull beneath. I picture it cruelly wounded, again and again, until it is covered with scars, like valley rims under awful moonlight. It will come to pass. I must tell Alonso. I must tell him, and we will prevent it. Someone must prevent it. But my mouth has gone soft like wool and cannot be used. A long, rusty, useless noise emerges. It is her, I say. Her. The sound that comes from him is worse. He peers at the corners of the room, his eyes crazy. He looks everywhere but at Iris, wailing in my arms. He collapses at my feet, and his head slumps on his arm. His white and black head, striped like a badger. His long hands slick with my blood. Was there anything I could have done to turn it aside? Anything? Had I not been so busy, so in love with all my secrets? I do not know. I do not understand. This is a beautiful room, I say to him, though it doesn't sound like words. You have made it so beautiful for her. The white wicker chair, the cream and blue cushions, all are dark syrup red. A glossy pool covers the boards by my feet. As I watch, it spreads gently, silently. Charles, my pompous brother, is in my mind. I touched him in his death. Perhaps he will come to find me in mine. All the while, I had thought I was forging my own path. It seems to me now that I have wandered blindly, tangled in old events, as if in brambles, caught on their piercing thorns. Time is short. I will Alonso to look at me. His shoulders shake, and he presses his face into his sleeve. Please, I tell him with all my being, look up, look into my eyes. Look. His head is lowered. He does not look. In my lap, Iris weeps, her hands reaching toward my face. I can no longer move my limbs. They are bound with iron and dead. I cannot comfort her. This is the first, little one. The first of those awful sorrows that will befall you. I would do anything to make it otherwise. With a great crack, everything goes quiet and radiant orange. The silence is shocking. Before me is an orange silken ribbon, rippling, stretching into the distance, which will lead me, where? For a moment, tiny in my ear, is Alonso's voice. He is weeping, calling for me. He is far away. I try to cling to the sound, to him. But the way ahead is smooth and easy and delightful. He fades. I flow. I follow the orange ribbon like a road. I go on, and it is cool to my bare feet. Chapter 13. Ways of Escape. 1919. Frank is the only one to wake. He starts up into soft light. The pre-op tent is amber, shadowed, the air sad and sulphurous. Breath and flesh. No one stirs. They lie in rows, neatly bandaged. For once, they are all asleep. Through the canvas wall, the nauseous grinding of the generator. Between the rows of cots drifts a shape like a black candle flame. The figure stops by each sleeping man and bends as if to kiss or drink. His fingers come away gleaming. Cigarette cases, coins. Frank watches. The thief comes toward him, organized and graceful. When the man touches him, Frank does nothing. He looks into the thief's face, what he can see of it. A gray scarf covers the mouth and nose. Brown eyes hold his own. They narrow, creasing at the edges, warm. It's as if the thief is smiling beneath his mask. But it could be disapproval. The fingers move like anemones inside Frank's jacket. They light on Frank's father's watch, his tobacco. They curl around the solitary coins in his pockets, the bundle of letters near his heart. They linger on the handwritten label that is sewn to his breast pocket, listing his injuries. The fingers stroke it. "I need it," Frank says. The thief hums tunefully. The label slips its moorings, vanishes into his hand. "Leave it," Frank says, but there's no one there. The tent flap stirs in the breeze, lets in the night. Far out in the dark French fields, there comes a long, high note. It's most likely a dog, but for a moment, it sounds like music. Sister wakes him. "Time," she says. "Come, you." Her hands are hard and careful. She's a farmer's daughter. The man lying next to Frank shudders. A broken silver chain dangles in his bandaged hands. Eyes the color of fire peep through gummed-up lids. He wails. He makes inexplicable sounds like water going through a cistern. "Private Trevor," says Sister. "That's not a song. As far as I know, songs have words." Goodness. Private Trevor's ululations come higher and higher until they fade. Then he says in a strong Welsh voice, "Took my wedding ring, the shit." The chain swings. Sister says everyone was had. Such a thing. Who would do it to the wounded? She is cool, offended by the language, by the theft, or both. "My label's gone," Frank says. He should say, now, that he saw the thief. But he doesn't. All his attention is taken up with what's shortly going to happen to him. He's shaking. Sister's lip twitches, her eye flickers toward his leg, and Frank is ashamed of his stinking flesh. "You're from London," Private Coulson, Sister says. "London," Frank says. "There you are then," she says. "Just think. Such a quick thing, and then you're home. Back to London. With a nice girl waiting, most likely." Frank thinks of Madge. Her letters resting somewhere near the thief's heart. They come with stretchers. Frank is carried, swaying. He stares up into the blue morning. When canvas closes once more over his head, he thinks he'll die. This tent is not like the other tent. This tent has many flat surfaces and edges. It smells of hot metal and sawing and blood. The doctor says to Frank, "Be over before you know it, bombardier." The doctor's eyes are black underneath them, as if he's been in a punch-up. He wears a mask over his mouth. Flat on the table, Frank breathes ether and swims. The doctor looms over him, attired pink and yellow, eyes narrow. It looks like he's smiling behind his mask. Or it's exhaustion. As the dark closes over, Frank realizes that someone is beside him. It's someone he knew long ago, or maybe someone he doesn't know yet. He feels the warm track of their fingers as they trail across his cheek. When he licks his lips, he can taste their tears. In England, Frank is taken to a madhouse. Allswood Asylum was built for lunatic women, a nurse tells him. They are sealed tight in the west part of the building. They shan't bother him. The nurse's name is Lottie. She has smooth brown hair and a surprised expression. When she leans over to tuck in the sheets, her white bosom rests gently on his arm. The doctors and nurses work on both sides of Allswood. These are the times. Everyone must do their part. It's a pain, Lottie says as she tucks, binding him tight to the uneven mattress. Frank is left alone in a room of iron beds and men. Days go by. They wheel him out into the garden. He blinks in the light. The grass is green and young. When he reaches down, the silky blades rise to his hand, to his caress. The garden has flower beds. There are marigolds, geraniums. Young trees are planted across the sward in hopeful, shivering groves. A long chain-link fence cuts the garden in half. Beyond the fence, the earth is bare in patches, as if the grass has been torn up by its roots. The ground is gray and naked. One tree remains in the corner, its lower branches broken, twisted. A scar cuts across its trunk, deep and troubling. A discarded shoe lies in a puddle. This is where the lunatic women go. Frank sits in his bath chair in the sunshine amid the flower beds. Presently, the women come out. They are clothed in tubes of gray fabric. They stand, trembling. They stare. They are like underground things released into the light. Frank sees Lottie through the fence. She is stern, unlike herself. A breathless blonde woman ambles over. She looks at Frank long and hard through the wire. Breath squeezes through her lungs. Then she throws her shift over her head. She hops and shuffles her feet, her headless body long and pale. She presses herself against the fence and then recoils from it elegantly, twirling. Julia, someone calls. Julia dances faster. She dances and throws herself against the wire until they take her away. For the most part of most days, Frank lies in a cot in the long room with the other men in the other cots. There's some talk and the wireless sometimes. Sometimes there are card games. Frank doesn't talk or play cards. People are too detailed. He prefers the vast white ceiling. His phantom leg sends him frantic. It sings with phantom pain. There is not enough morphia anywhere for anyone. Sometimes Lottie sits by him and knits. He's quiet, she says, so she doesn't drop stitches. On Wednesdays, the women visit. Sometimes old men come and little boys, not many. The sisters, wives, mothers, cousins come with stockings drawn on their legs and bright lips. Then the men sit up and everyone smokes and plays cards. They laugh. No one peels back the bedclothes to see what has been lost. One Wednesday, Madge comes. She tells Frank she can't marry him after all. He won't expect it. There's silence between them for a time. From other beds, other people's talk. The summer air is thick with it. I do feel it, Madge says. I feel for you, Frank. Her large eyes are rimmed with wet. Not at my best, Frank says. Words are worn down to nubs. He says, "Well then, your leg?" she asks. "No." It is though. Tendrils of pain curl around his shins. Both of them. Madge pats her eyes with a scrap of linen. Her eyelids large, blue-veined, powdered. "Daisy's marrying," she says. Fancy. Madge's sister. Small, thin, with a chin made for digging. "Fancy her getting married before me," says Madge. The pain stirs again in Frank's missing toes, brushes through his knee, up into his groin where it nests, feathery. "Well," he says, "needn't be like that." He first kissed Madge outside Merrick's music hall. He thinks of slicked back hair and feet moving, slowly. 1, 2, 1, 2, hands meeting, grainy light, her face. Music and beer in his blood. Her hair, the scent of dusty evening streets. Breathing into each other's mouths, not daring to move. These things are there, but removed as if seen through gauze. "I thought it best to bring them," Madge says. She means to put it down carefully, but it slips. It lands on the bed with a soft SHHH in the blank place where his right leg should be. The paper is thin, curling at the edges. His letters. "I don't have yours," Frank says. "We were robbed. At Dieppe." He thinks to tell her about the thief, the gentle hands, the dark eyes, his veiled mouth. Madge folds her handkerchief into neat squares. Her mouth narrows to a fine, dark line. He doesn't tell her. Frank makes to take his letters. Perhaps there's something of him in them that he can recover. The twine comes apart in his hands. The letters spew over the bed, over his lap, his leg, and the not leg. Words. Madge reaches for them with a cross TSK, and her hand grazes the cotton sheet, gentle, as if touching flesh. Pain furls and unfurls, floats on surfaces, reaches deep. "You'll come again," Frank says to Madge. "To see me." Madge doesn't say yes or no. She narrows her gaze as if affronted. He hopes she'll come. Once, twice more, if only to prove herself kind. The sun is hot wax, pouring down his face, his neck, rolling and dripping over his hands, his knee, his absent foot. It seems to Frank that he can hear the blades of grass stroking one another, the deep movement of beetles in the earth. He can smell the wicker of the chair he sits in, the hot tar of the road beyond the high wall, softening in the July heat. A bird whirs and scuffles in the tree behind him, the red of his eyelids. Something plows through the air by his face, pounds the earth by his ear. Frank starts up. Sun floods his vision. Behind the fence, the breathless woman is running. Up the garden, down, up. Her feet tattoo the bare earth. She falls, hitting the ground with a grunt. Her blue eyes are limpid with shock. "Julia," the voice calls, not unkind. Julia shakes herself, leaps up, and runs. A silver cord of saliva dangles, flies from her mouth as she goes. Need shines in her face. Frank closes his eyes. The warm earth turns. He does not immediately recall where or when he is. The air is scented. The lawn stretches empty and living into the dusk. Shadows cluster under the spreading trees. The garden is garlanded dark. Distant from the house comes clanging metal, far voices. He catches the vague scent of suet, which means cooking. White moths flicker in the fading light. The thin twist of a crescent moon. Behind the fence, there stands a figure. It is white against the dusk. The skin, the hair seem white, all white. It stares with white eyes. It is as still as though painted on the air. Frank's insides lurch. Fear comes like a bullet past his cheek. He makes to turn, to run. Before he remembers, he is in a chair and in a hospital. The fence is not ringed with barbed wire, and he won't run anywhere, not ever again. The ground heaves up, and he is falling. He's caught by a thin, strong arm. Lottie puffs, comforting in her crisp white. She pushes and maneuvers him back into his safe, enclosing wicker cage where he collapses, full of gratitude. Lottie and he breathe heavily like cattle resting. In the last of the light, her small features are strange, still beneath her cap. Her skin smells clean with pear soap. Pay her no mind, Lottie says. Behind the fence, the girl is a pale sphere. Her white arms hang straight. Her shift flutters about her white ankles. Her face is peaceful beneath the turban of white bandage. Her eyes are not, after all, white, but lashless and closed as if graven on her face. Lottie watches the girl, hands tucked into her elbows, knuckles tight. Who? Asks Frank. That's the biter, Lottie says. The white girl stares inside herself. Her head, Frank says. She doesn't bite anymore, says Lottie. Supper. The next day, Frank watches. Behind the fence, Julia runs. Her feet hammer the earth. She blows like a racehorse and runs, drawn by the invisible, desirable thing. The hot day wears on. As the afternoon sinks into evening, the girl is suddenly there behind the wire, a white pillar on the summer green. Frank wheels himself close to the fence. The lines of her face are deep, intent. Ripples pass over soft, closed lids. Something urgent passes within. She's smaller than expected. All right, Frank says to her. It's as good as talking to Salt. He puts 2 fingers through the chain link. The white lids shiver. They part. Her eyes are black scrawls on white. As the girl leans in, Frank knows with delicious certainty that she'll have his fingers off. He feels as if it has already happened, the clamp of her teeth, her mouth closing like a trap on him. He doesn't move. Slowly, she rests her cheek against the wire, against his hand, like an exhausted child. Frank turns his face to the sun, and they stay like that for a time. In the hot days that follow, Frank makes for the fence and sits by it. Sometimes she comes, and sometimes she doesn't. Frank feels she recognizes him, that there's friendliness between them somehow. Her eyes are rarely opened. She does not acknowledge him after that first time. I never see her come or go, he tells Lottie. Well, Lottie says, she walks and falls like the rest of us, I assure you. The prosthesis is stiff and smells richly of leather. It makes Frank think of harness rooms and shining hide, horse's eyes, and the scent of the blacksmith. Longing curls up deep in his midriff, sudden and brutal. He is surprised. It is a long time since he has thought of home, of anything but the present moment. The long room grows slippery, won't stay still. The metal and leather are ungainly, hopeless in his hands. "It's the strap," says Lottie. "It's like so." Her hands are cool, light. They move on him, birds walking on sand. It's awkward. You'll grow accustomed. As they rise, the floor skids and bucks. The leather is tight about his knee, his shin, binding him like steel. He wonders if it should be that tight, but only for a moment, because then he is walking with Lottie under his shoulder, grim and solid. "It's like being on the sea," Frank says. He is exhilarated. The windows, the walls, everything sways at an unexpected level. He is man height once more. Lottie hums. "Is it?" she asks. "I don't know," Frank says to the top of her head. His smile is painful, like a crack in the ground. "Better." The sun falls through the beech tree, dapples the ground. Bark against Frank's back, warm with the late day. Lottie sits at his feet, eyes on the daisies in her hands. She works steadily, piercing the juicy stalks with the pin. The white and yellow heads hang lightly from one another, impaled. Her white cap nestles in the grass. Without it, her head is small and beautiful like a nut. Lottie throws her eyes up at him, then down. Frank feels her attention, her alertness on him like an embrace. "My brother went to sea," Lottie says at last. "He was killed." Sounds so silly, doesn't it, when everyone was killed, so many. It was well before all this. He drowned off the coast of Gibraltar in '06. Frank says nothing. Sometimes the story is sufficient unto itself. Sometimes silence is what's called for. "Stan," she says. "He brought me oranges from Seville. You see, when Stan came back the first time, I thought he was my dad, because that's who I had been waiting for. My dad, not a brother. I was 4, met him at the gate." She talks and Frank leans against the tree. Her words fall around them in the warm air. It's a short story in some ways. In others, it's still going on. Lottie is ashamed and loving and puzzled by turns. The words she doesn't say are there too, running through like ribbons. Her smooth brown hair looks warm in the sun, warm like the tree at his back. It seems to Frank then that it's all part of the same thing. The sun, the tree, her hair, her voice. When she has told him what she needed to tell, they are quiet for a time. At last, quite naturally, he lays a hand on the shining wing of her hair. She smiles. "Families," she says. She holds her hands high. The daisy chain forms a ragged O against the sky. Frank feels she has given him something. He'd like to give it back. He tells her about his mother. The aching blue of her eyes, her coal-black hair shot with gray, like veins through ore. Her name, lilting and foreign. Chloe. She tied knots in her handkerchief to remind herself of things. When her mind went, she kept the habit, though she no longer knew what the knots were for. When she died, her drawers were full of lengths of knotted linen. Blue, red, white, yellow. Silk, cotton. A long record, a litany of undone tasks. She had been in service when it happened, in a bad, lonely place with a name like murdered flesh. She ran away. She had the child. Frank's hidden brother. Afterward, She went to London. She met Dad. He and his little boy, Stephen. He was grieving his dead wife. They married and Frank was born. The four of them made a family. Dad would plait straw men for Frank and Stephen, both his sons. The warm light of the stable, the red, large hands moving with intricate precision, the shape of a person slowly emerging from twists of disparate strands. Stephen, his half-brother. Frank loved him with a younger brother's passion. The tooth Stephen lost in a fight about a girl in a pub long before the war. It made him more handsome, not less. Stephen, who, being older, always remembered to tell Frank about the things he had learned through 4 years' advantage, about girls, mainly, that was that. They made a family, but a ghost was always in their midst. The other, hidden brother, never seen, not spoken of. Somewhere, a strange boy with Chloe's eyes, which are also Frank's eyes, with the same coal-black hair. It's like theft, somehow. Or like a knotted handkerchief, a thing undone. Lottie asks, "You ever wonder where he is?" Sometimes in dreams, Frank runs after his hidden brother, arms outstretched for capture. They dart and duck, identical faces colored high with exertion, with pleasure. At the end, Frank seizes him, and they melt into one another like toffee. Black hair, white limbs, blue eyes. "No," Frank says. "Stephen was my brother. Stephen, whose skull was shattered by a bullet at Cambrai. Anyhow, the hidden brother is most likely cold in the ground." Lottie looks away. She knows. Everyone is dead. In the distance, over the green summer lawn, through the wire, something stands white and still. Lottie looks at the girl, says, "Do you know why she's like that?" "Well, she's..." Frank shies, curious and coy, from the word. Lottie shakes her head. They cut out little bits at a time. Did it too often. The white girl stands apart, patient, black eyes hooded. Her face is brief, a slip of paper beneath the heavily bandaged head. Something travels through Frank's nethers, light and cold. "Bits of," says Frank. Lottie bites her knuckle. She looks at him with sympathy and taps her head once, lightly, through the skull or the nose. The biter. She was a handful in the beginning. I think that's why they went at her so many times. But it won't be long now. She can't eat. She breathes and all that. But she's gone. We don't even use her name anymore. We don't when they go like that. Sounds bad, doesn't it? But I don't know. It'd be like pretending they didn't do it. Making out like she's alive. You don't want to know what it's like over there. I declare I could spit. Lottie rubs her glowing face with a small hand. Sometimes she says, I think, well, she's all right. She doesn't know anything about it anymore. And there are so many things to feel awful about. You know, it's me I'm sorry for. I want to dance in nightclubs. I want to eat grapes on a Lido and wear proper stockings, and I don't know. Lottie stops abruptly and stares at Frank. I'm a proper monster, I'm sure. She breathes quickly, hands folded together as if for church. Her eyelashes are thick and lustrous in the yellow light. He touches Lottie's cheek. They look at one another, intent, as if examining for flaws. I've a good mind to, says Frank. Go on then, she says. Later, when the sun is cooling on the grass, Lottie says, "That girl who came to see you." Madge, Frank says, "She told me it was no good. Do you mind?" Frank is not sure. He doesn't ask himself this sort of question. He fears he would never stop. Lottie yawns and says, "What'll you do?" "Now." After a while, he says, as if practicing, "My dad was a cabbie. I know horses. I can run a motor car. I suppose there are still motor cars and horses. I suppose." Lottie touches his hand where it rests on her shoulder. As she does, the light goes. Pain, which visits him so rarely now, lunges through his leg. It races across his flesh with wicked appetite. It rolls into his bones and swills around. He presses an arm into his wet eyes. The afternoon is gone as if it had never been. What he speaks aloud then, he doesn't know, but he must have said something, because when he surfaces again, Lottie is saying, "It doesn't matter. Everything's broken up and in bits. All the old ways. So you can take those bits and do what you want with them. Do you see?" Her voice runs over him, and her hands rest light and urgent on his chest. Everything about her, her scent, clings to him like perspiration. He feels everything. He wanted to give her something, but it's too much. Frank says, "I shan't be driving motor cars or riding horses, shall I?" He puts her from him. "Don't," he says. "Suit yourself," Lottie says. He feels her leave his side, feels the slight movement of air. Annie brings him a pillow. She proffers it vaguely. "Leaving us tomorrow," she suggests. "Yes," Frank says. On the other side of the ward, Lottie is laughing at something. Her hand covers her mouth. She's far away, low-lit. Her eyes move over him easily. They haven't spoken since that day. Annie brings him things now and tenses new, healed flesh. Her touch is always tentative, as if she can't quite credit his existence. "Where will you be going, then?" asks Annie. She holds the covered bedpan with absent grace. "Bromley," Frank says. "To my uncle. He has a garage." As he speaks, Annie's eyes wander. She's tired. Her question was a courtesy that she cannot now sustain. Or perhaps nurses just know lies when they hear them. The golden lamps are dimmed one by one, and the shuffling of men recedes into sleep. There is the usual crying out of those whose fear catches them unawares before they settle. Every evening, they are surprised. Their memories of mud and blood and bared teeth, which the day has held at bay. Frank stares at the ceiling, willing everything to be white. Where will he go when he leaves Ellswood? He thinks of ditches and newspaper and mossy bones. The night moves on. At length, Frank sits up. He leans from the bed and takes his leg from where it rests on the cabinet. Buckles the now familiar melding of flesh and leather. He takes his uniform from its neatly folded place in the drawer. There's almost nothing else. Everything was taken at Dieppe. He dresses with care and ceremony, slow with the buttons. He smooths his shirt under his jacket, draws the trousers over his stiff, unfeeling leg. He looks at his few things that are left. Not much of a life. The final thing sits cold and heavy at the back of the cabinet, wrapped in oilcloth. Frank puts it in his pocket. He makes his way between the beds, out of the ward, and down the bilious green corridor. No one is there. Shouldn't there be someone? The door to the garden is locked and bolted, of course, but only on the inside. No one is guarding against those who wish to get out. The night is warm, still, scented with smoke. A bonfire smolders somewhere. The tree spreads darker shadows across the dark. Under its branches, the grass is damp and riddled with roots, lumpy like ejections. Frank tries to sit. His stiff, unreal leg skids, frightening. He leans against the trunk and shakes. Memory comes in sharp bursts, unbidden. Frank thinks of the boy he saw caught in the propeller at Verdun. He can't recall his name. The boy turned to Frank, grinned, showed the gap in his teeth, and shouted, "Look at that." Thunder later, I shouldn't wonder. The sky behind him was like steel, and then his arm was gone, then half his head. There was a man who came out of the dark one night to give him a cup of tea. Frank couldn't take it for the shaking. The man took his hand in his. They stood, rifles slung over shoulders, hands clasped in the quiet dark. Until the man closed Frank's fist about the cooling tin mug and went. Frank thinks of Stephen, who before that had been the last boy to hold Frank's hand and give him comfort. The weight of his arm about Frank's shoulder, his rough tobacco scent, and the other. Perhaps in the gray waste of death, Frank will find both his brothers. The sliding on Frank's face is hot. His hands dig into themselves. Moonlight shivers through the tree. Night flowers, honeysuckle, old earth. Burning leaves. Frank thinks of all the old things in the ground, dead and long ago buried and forgotten. He thinks of all the new things that uncurl, green and hopeful, each day. He thinks of rocky islands where there are only birds and the sea. He imagines a great hole at the center of the earth, which spews things out for a moment, houses and lives and string and lit windows and beer and red dresses and words from books, and then sucks them back in again like a whirlpool, like a drain. Everything, he thinks, will go back down that hole. And what's at the bottom? There used to be reasons for things. He takes the revolver from his pocket and opens his mouth. It tastes of oil and shot. The click is shocking, rattles his skull. Frank screws his eyes tightly closed. Little lights dance against his eyelids. The blow comes through the dark like the wing of a bird. It glances off Frank's brow, and he staggers. The sky and the tree and the grass revolve. A white hand, white fluttering linen. The length of fence post shines in her hand, furry with earth where it was pulled from the ground. Her teeth are yellow like the smile of the moon. Her head is free of bandages, and without them, she is suddenly sharp. Alive, the shape of her skull tender beneath fine new hair. The scars stand up like ballet rims in the moonlight. The raw wound where her shoulder bleeds, syrup dark on her white skin. Her face is a mask. Her blank eyes have no center. The eyes expand, grow, and take up her face. They swell, spread into the air, take in everything until the world is made of one mad eye. How did you get over? He tries to ask, get out. The girl swings the post high above her head. Frank has time to think a few things before the second blow falls. One of them is not ready at all. Am I, actually? Not yet. The eye glistens. Something whistles. Everything droops and cants, is melting pitch. Lottie finds Frank in the garden, sprawled face down. He's naked as a baby. His service revolver rests under his loose palm, silvered with rain. When Lottie turns him over, he wakes, spits, coughs. The hummock on his head sends out pulses of delicate purple of black. Blood trickles down his face, a line drawn by a hot pin. He feels rotten. He holds Lottie close. She lets him. The shape of her is fleshly. "Shuh," Lottie says, her gaze wide and dark as a deer's. "Thought you'd done it," she says. "Thought it was all up with you. We've been looking." I was beside myself. Such a commotion. "The storm?" asks Frank. "Look," says Lottie. The tree above them is stripped of most of its leaves. Branches hang raw and broken. Around, the grass is littered with the debris like the aftermath of a battle. The lawn is laced with pools of rainwater, gleaming. The ground beneath Frank's shivering body is sodden, mired. And, says Lottie, the biter, "She took my clothes," says Frank. Rage drops over him like a hot cloth. Lottie looks at him, careful. "She was gone this morning," she says. Room locked, bed empty, windows barred. She'd vanished, like in a penny dreadful. Frank says, "I know," with my uniform. Clocked me over the head. "Well," says Lottie, uncertain. "No, she died." Frank stares. "No," he says. "Let me. We couldn't see her anywhere, or see how she'd got out. Gave us all the chills. But then I looked under the bed," Lottie says, quickly now, and she was there, with her head all bare. It was pretty bad. Her skull through her hair. All those scars. Lottie starts to cry. Crawled under her bed, curled up like a cat, and died. Perhaps she was afraid of the thunder. I think I was fond of her after all. And oh, those beds are bolted to the wall, you know. It was a business getting her out from under. And then Lottie stops, draws breath. Overhead, the clouds are breaking up, pierced by blue. Weak sun on her face. When you weren't in your bed either, I was that upset I had the oddest thoughts. I thought she pauses as laughter struggles out of her. Hi, they've only gone and run away together. I knew she was dead. I'd seen her dead as anything. But my first thought, both of you gone from your beds, like an elopement. Frank grips Lottie's arms through the sleeves. He squints up at her, a vast blunt shape against the brightening sky. He wants to tell, to make her see the great mad eye, the yellow moon grin, the biter. He starts to say how it happened, but the words loll up and scatter before they meet his tongue. His head sings with canaries. And he isn't sure any longer what has passed. There seems to have been a bargain made somewhere in which he's come out best. Lottie blows her nose and grasps Frank's hand, intent. They wanted to bury her in the yard around the back, she says, where they put the ones with no people, but I wouldn't have it. I was sorry I stood by all those years. Did you hear? That I let them do it. She was no more than a baby. All she talked about was home, when she could still speak. We were quick. Didn't know when they'd come for her. We packed her up. Me and some of the other girls. Those who minded like I did. It's little enough we could do, goodness knows. We were in a state. Where to send her? There's a man who wrote to her. They would never give her the letters. Corpse pauper fare is 2 shillings and 6 pence. Us girls paid it between us. I hope we did right. Ever packed a coffin type for the train? It's a business. I put the last letter in with her, so she has one at least. Lottie weeps. Everything is too near, pressing on Frank's skin. The wreckage of the garden mournful, the battered crimson heads of poppies scattering the ground, the crack of a broken branch swinging in the wind. How did things get so sharp? The scent of wet earth of green is overpowering. The ringing of glass from somewhere, which is the milk cart arriving, late, strident, unnecessary. Most of all, the itch of his leg where the thigh fits into the smooth prosthesis. The bluish, clumsy handwriting of the scarring, then leather and steel. He's a man, and then he becomes something else entirely at the knee. For the first time, it occurs to Frank that this might, eventually, become something he rarely thinks of. In the same moment, it comes to him that the war is really over. Frank asks, what was her name? Iris, Lottie says. Iris and something foreign. Enough for you? Frank breathes. The milk cart moves down the road with a clatter. It's enough. Let's go in, Frank says. Then I'm not decent. Seen a deal worse, says Lottie. She pulls, and he pushes and wavers to his feet. As they go, the wire fence gleams in the coming sun. It will be hot again this afternoon. At one end, the mesh sags, slack and shining. A ragged hole gapes in the ground where a fence post is missing. Chapter 14. Iris, 1919, burn it, Papa whispers. My dreams are peopled with the dead, coughing awake. Smoke billows, acrid and bad, before the fire in the hall. Raw blood's like a shell around me. Outside, the moor is quiet. Upstairs, everywhere, wind whistles down the halls, through the passages, raising dust sheets, rattling the swollen doors. Raw blood has its own internal weather now. Must keep the fire going. I am cold, very cold. I break old packing cases open and snap the legs off white-veiled furniture. This was the only hearth whose chimney was not hopelessly blocked. The flames dance, pirouette with the wind. They have a greenish tinge, something to do with the peat. This affected me more than the rest. I knew when I saw the pale green flames leaping in the deep hearth that I was home. She won't show herself. I have raged through the house. I have torn boards from their moorings. I have clawed holes in the plaster. I have crawled through the cellars like a grub. I climbed into the velvety, suffocating chimney. It spat me out, guffawing soot. Maybe she's gone. Maybe she's dead like so many others these last years. Can ghosts die? The dreams are very bad now. I dread sleep. I cannot bear to look through her eyes. What she does, the things she feels, they are bleeding into everything, spilling into my wakeful hours. She's here all right. I feel her. I taste her in the air. She lies all over like a skin. She lingers in the air like perfume. Raw blood breathes her like a lung. This house, my house, it is a part of me, like a limb or an eye. But something has poisoned it. It is suffering and sick. I cannot go into some rooms. In the study, there is a hangman. He sways, creaking, from the beam. His blackened face, his toes pointed gracefully at the floor. Fire. Black. Fire. I start awake. Mustn't sleep. The image that swims in my mind's eye is the skeleton. The bones laid out on the mahogany table. The ivoried yellow of them, the perfect order, so quickly reduced to piles of nameless bone. All those years ago. I feel a bit like that skeleton these days. All of me spread out and unreal, spiraling on the eddies of dust up into the distant heights and reaches of the house. It is so cold. Mustn't sleep. I'm in the hall outside my old room. The narrow doorway before me, black, framed with moonlight. In the shadow, there stands something thin and angular and white against the dark. So this is where you are, I say. I'm disappointed somehow. It's too simple. The face is hidden in shadow, but the pale skull gleams through the shorn hair. She turns her head a little. A glimpse of bone-white planes and dark sockets. Something moves for a moment in the pits of her eyes. I've seen you before, I say. You were in the cave all those years ago. You did not get me then, and you will not do it now. She shudders. Her balding, scabbed head dips and bobs. Moonlight crawls across it, and somewhere in the shadows, her mouth moves like worms in the earth. No words come. Desire rolls through the air, cold on her breath. It is old wanting, implacable as stone. Her will like the depths of a cave. The skin on my face and arms puckers and contracts. My flesh slides softly on me, gathers in chilly pools at my neck and wrists. Between us flows a tide, years and my family's blood. The twin weights of fear and guilt, carried always. My father's fingers fumbling on the needle, seeking the vein, and all the others whom I did not know. My mother's love, treading through the generations, wading through our lives, devouring us as easily as knocking the heads off dandelions. It has all been this. You. The reek of her rises in my nostrils. It's rot and hurt and burnt rope. What is it that you want? I ask. Take me, by all means. Where will you go, now that you've driven us all into the earth, one by one? What will you do when you have no one to torment? Too bad. I'll not give satisfaction. What can you take from me that has not already been taken? Nothing. I am bereft, without limits. She shivers as if with pleasure. Dark blots and shadows chase across her thin, enfolded form. It's moonlight and cloud playing through the window, perhaps or perhaps not. I'm uneasy of a sudden. What exactly is this? And I can't quite recall how I got here. Something unfurls toward me. It lies between us like a deep cut. It's an arm, scabrous and wasted. The bone-white hand opens. I am already reaching for her, eager. The tips of our fingers meet. The sensation is surprising, smooth, familiar. She and I stand so, arms outstretched, fingers stiff and spread in formal refutation. Then I hurl myself at her, teeth bared, fists clenched. I smash into her, and she's hard as glass. But I go on. I rain down with crashing blows. I scrabble deeper, seeking the heart of her. The world is full of shining and blood and inhuman sound. I claw her smooth surface, beat her with my fists, elbows, skull. A cracking sound like the world opening. The truth comes slowly, as if through water. As Papa used to say, there is always an answer. It's simpler than I thought and worse than I could have imagined. Pieces of the mirror come loose from the great gilt frame. They fall, blade bright, to the floor, ringing, breaking. Each silver piece shows me back myself. Scattered, disassembled. My scabbed head, an evil moon, crossed with the many lines of old scars. My pale, wizened frame. The black eyes crawling like beetles, they're my eyes. I see her now for what she is. She isn't sending me dreams. I thought I was haunted. It's the other way around. My hands are bruised, bloody, shaking, but I don't stop. The thuds I hear are the deep thuds of my fists as they beat upon the floor, on the bright ruins of the mirror. I roar and smash. I smash until there is no treacherous surface to show me myself, to show me her, who are, after all, one and the same. I was wrong. There was something left to take from me after all. What have I become? Martin's voice, Goodman's voice in my mind, now of all times. There is no her. There is only you. I am roaring again, my voice so hoarse, it sounds like stone grinding against stone. So he won in the end, because I died in there after all. I go through the ways and halls of raw blood. As I pass each room, I hear the voices within. My Uncle Charles playing with a little dog. Mary Villarca reading to her husband and laughing. I could reach out and touch them. I could do worse than that. I have done it. In every fiber, I feel the hurt. What was done to me was unfair. Long years, I was taken bit by bit. Flesh, bone, organs, and brain. For what? For sport. To prove or disprove some thin, half-formed thought. My rage grows a warming flame. I am lit from within. The house opens up as I go. Raw blood reveals itself. The corridors grow long and strange to me. Doors lead off. There are many more rooms than I knew. Some doors stand ajar. A white, many-paneled door chased with gold. Through it, an empty ballroom. The strains of distant music. Evening sun pours through tall bay windows. A gentleman stands in the center in a great powdered wig. Sapphires wink at his neck. He stares at his severed wrists and weeps. Blood splashes onto the parquet, falls in gouts on his blue satin shoes, drips down his elegant heels, pools in his sapphire buckles. His eyes are dark and longing. He looks at me. He raises an elegant hand and points, his accusation like a knife. I turn away in haste. I don't know him. I've never met him, but I remember him. I recall the dark flower of rage that budded, that opened in me. Then he died. Farther on, a rough stone arch set into the wall. Through it is a high wooden hall with a minstrel's gallery. Two men sit at table in brown Hessian robes. They dine off silver plates. Some meat, dark and rich. Their soft chins shake, and juice runs down. Candlelight plays on the silver and on their tonsured pates. Behind them, on the rushes that cover the floor, are the bloody corpses of two young girls. I both know and do not know what they did here, and what I did. The rage stirs. She stirs. I hurry on. Behind, the crunch of teeth on bone. There's a gap in the wall. Door-shaped perhaps, but not a door. Raw blood simply stops. It is dizzying. The place beyond bounded only by the night sky. 3 small dark men sit on hides spread across the grass. Firelight plays about their tattooed faces. Their features are achingly, instantly familiar. I can trace my father's lineaments in theirs. Long ago Villarcas, Hopewells, whatever name it was we first bore. But no, they are of a time before names, long before raw blood was. The tips of their spears gleam. One of them weeps. The others raise burning brands above their heads and peer into the night. Their eyes meet mine. Their mouths open, long, impossibly wide, great black holes. They shriek. They run. Their torches trail through the night air. I let her in. I run after them over the hills in the dark, beneath the stars. The hunt. I catch them in the end. I turn their faces to me, show them her eyes. In them, vastness, rage, and nothing. I did it long ago. I remember. The corridor undulates and hums with time, for it is not raw blood alone. There are doors to cities, high mountains, wherever my family are. The walls cannot be trusted. They flicker like reflections on water. They are brick, then granite, then aching blue sky, then cellar walls. All the places laid over one another. So many. There is no end to it. Dark paths, trapdoors, corridors. Raw blood creeps outward like ivy, stretches ever back and back in time. Everywhere there are doors and walls and forests and pavilions and voices. Everywhere peopled with my family. All the generations that led to me. I touch them all. I am in them like a drop of ink spiraling in water. They bring me into being and I end them. It's an endless, hellish circle. She is a wheel. I have Titus here. My family pine for raw blood. They love it with a fervor. They sicken when away from it. All because I cannot bear to be parted from my home. Those who lived before the house is built, they see it in their dreams and yearn for it always. Aching desire that cannot be fulfilled. All the doors are singing, dark and strong. I am called by them deliciously. I've heard this song before, of course, but that was years ago. It sounded like water then, behind cave walls. The ones that stand ajar, they are inviting, and their song is very loud. There is a certain door. I know it's here. I remember it. This is what happens. I go through to a blue and white nursery. I am tight-gripped in a blue blanket, looking up into my mother's face. Her arms are loving about me, for the first and the last time. But her face changes as she looks at me. Horror spreads slowly across it. The scent of blood and lilies all about us. My mother dies. I am left squalling in her arms with my grieving father, and it all begins again. My life, my death, her. This has happened. I remember. She stretches herself with pleasure at the thought. She loves to go around and around, describing circles through time. No, I won't. Keep it simple. I am Iris, and raw blood is my home. I place my palms on the shuddering walls. I close my eyes and feel for the rough walls of my childhood. I seek them with my fingertips and all my being, where Papa and I were everything to one another. My house. If I am very still, I can feel the familiar granite. I keep my eyes closed and follow the wall. My fingers trace my old ways. I go on, down toward the great hall. I go by the ways I know. I keep my eyes closed, and I don't turn or stop for the voices that call through the years. In the hall, the fire glows red. I crouch by it. Papa always said there was no heaven, no hell. But there is. I'm in it. In the dark beating heart of it all. I feel him before I see him. Something vast and dark, lying in the shadow of the hearth just outside the firelight. No, anything but this. Papa, I say, my heart is cold. The black pile stirs, heaving. Something runs shining in the runnels between the flags. It touches the toes of my boots, and the scent of it rises, hot iron cooling. His face is pale and streaked with blood by the light of the dying fire. But of course, I would know it anywhere. Years collide and memory. My father, the first person I killed. Or the last, depending on how you look at it. He's here, and I will not let it happen. I will not. He turns his head with a groan. His breath whistles in and out. The syringe gleams, buried in his chest. I throw myself to the floor beside him. I try to take his head in my hands. I cannot grip. My fingers slip on the blood. But he sees me. I smile. Papa, I say, it is I, Iris. Hush, I will help. He convulses at my touch. He is white with fear. I see, he says and coughs. Her, my father's last words. I hear them with new meaning now. I see, he was saying to me, you are her. In his eyes I am reflected, the monstrous ruin of me. My fingers are not slipping on the blood after all, but slide through him, insubstantial. He claws at me in terror, but we cannot reach each other, to hurt or to comfort, and this is worst of all. My father dies once more, long ago, beyond my reach, here, before me, the blood pooling warm on the flags. And then he's gone. The flags are clean and bare, and I'm alone, in the crackle of the dying fire. For how long? Some acts have such power that they never really end. Raw blood's not a house, any more than I am who I was. We are changed. Here, my father is always dying. I run for the front door, unbar it with a crash, heave on the great iron latch. I kick. It won't open. I beat at it. It holds. I try the window. It's welded shut. I take up the cast iron doorstop, arms trembling. I hurl it at the panes. It bounces off and hits the floor with an ear-splitting crash. I am sealed tight in my tomb. I look at the high, quiet hall of raw blood. The fire cracks quiet in the grate, plays warm on the flags. The great marble mantelpiece, white as snow, a riot of griffins, falcons, archers. The staircase curves elegantly up into the dark. These are sights I have longed for. Now, I would do anything to get out. But I don't get out, of course. I remember. I've done all this before. Around and around we go. There is always an answer. There must be something I haven't tried. I dash the tears from my face and think. I search the long and terrible depths of my memories. there is something. Years and colors and thoughts dance before me, intermingling the threads of all I've done. And I have it. It's very simple. It's sad. I can't bear it. I have never been able to go through with it. Each time around, I have neglected this necessary thing. No more of that. I am Iris, and I must get out. I can govern my fate. Burn it, Papa murmurs. All right, I say. The house shifts about me, a growing thing. Can raw blood hear my thoughts? Does it know what I intend? I collect chairs, tables, hat stands, whatever is left. I bring them to the shadowed, flickering hall where the fire burns. I crack them over my knee with numb hands, pile the timber in. The flames tower into airy heights and spit hot. Old curtains, oil paintings obscured by the grime of years. Anything. I crush the remains of a wicker chair. It all goes on. Dust and sparks fill the burning air. All the while I weep. Raw blood. My bones, my heart. In the study, I find old bottles of spirits under cobwebs. They shatter in the fire, and it roars, explodes its confines, licks up, blackening the white marble mantelpiece with hot tongues. Once more, I sift through memory. There's nothing. We are in uncharted territory now. What will happen? I thrust 2 chair legs into the flames. They catch like torches, and I run up, along the snaking staircase, touching flame to everything as I go. Raw blood burns behind. Heat at my back. I am blackened and breathless. When the torches are burnt down, I let them fall. I race ahead of the fire, through my old room. Someone is in the bed. A man, pale behind his mustache, shaking. A little dog growls and leaps for me, teeth gleaming. I hurl it from me. It disappears, snarling, into the thick, smoky haze. I reach the window, gasping, out into the cool night air. I crawl along the ridge of the roof toward the stable until I can no longer feel the heat. I turn. The house is afire, a great candelabra. The windows are white with flame. It licks out and up. Spears of fire pierce the night. The doors are singing, high, all ablaze, all burning. My home, my prison. Grief pulls at me. Raw blood burning to its bones. A dark skeleton against the tower of flame. Everything I have left in the world, all that I am. A great crack as something vital gives. The house screams. The roof caves gently in. Slates fall from the roof in showers, hot into the molten center. Smoke boils out, great acrid clouds. I roll away, and the black follows, billows, filled with sparks. A multitude of tiny red eyes. The fire reaches up. It blossoms into the sky, towering over me. The air's too hot to breathe, and my lungs are bursting. Good. It's right to die with raw blood. Neither of us has a place in this world anymore. I fall through walls and waves of black. Red stars everywhere. I come to slowly. Warm light on my face. I sit upright, heart hammering. Raw blood rises quiet around me. I'm in the hall. Flames dance neatly in the hearth. Everything is as it was. It didn't work. I could burn it again. I could throw myself into the fire. It will make no difference. I will never get out. I am trapped. My howl rings through the rafters and shatters the air. My terrible face reflected in the window panes, repeated darkly over and over. A skull, mouth agape, a reflection on water. Where would I go if I could? Where do monsters find refuge? I look long at myself. I trace the white, ghastly lines of my face. Papa was right at the end. I'm not Iris. Iris died. They made holes in her head, and she died. I am all that's left. It's too hard to cling to memories to life. The void is all there is. You gleam for a moment as you fall. You wink out in the black. My hand holds an ornate silver doorknob. All about me, the song. The door itself is mahogany, prettily carved. Through it I hear weeping. A woman. Her cries mingle with the music. Delightful. Why should I not go in? It all happened long ago. Surrender need not be a gentle act. She's in me like a pulse. The knob gives a pleasurable little squeak. I open the door. A dark room heavy with the scent of disturbed sleep, still warm wax, a candle recently extinguished. I move quietly to the bed. Two white bundled shapes. A man, a woman. There has been an argument. She weeps quietly, turned away. Piles of golden hair. My business isn't with her anyhow. Her turn comes later. A glowing poker of flame. The man sits up. Watchful, elegant face. You, he says. He is leaden, pale, and sweating. Come, I say. I'll show you my eyes. I don't touch him. I don't need to. I show him. The pick on my skull, the bone dust. A half-life in the underworlds of the mind. Days and years. I spread my knowledge through him like sickness, spoiling everything I touch. I rot his heart. He cries out like a child and runs from the warm room, from his weeping wife. I cling to him like smoke. She cries after us, Leopoldo. In the stables, he flings saddle and bridle on a startled horse. The horse shows the white of its eye. It shies and curvets and tries to throw him. It knows that death is near. He beats its quarters with the whip until it leaps forward, sweating. I curl about his shoulders as he rides. Faster and faster under the moon, as though he could outrun the thing that sits all about him. Me. When the ground begins to soften, the horse nose and slides to a halt in a tangle of legs and hooves. He flies over its head and into the mire. He's waist deep, struggling. It wasn't the holes in my head alone, I say. In the end. Malnourishment. Infection. Strokes. Abscesses in the brain. It was slow. I'll show you what it was like to die my death. The bog takes its time. He goes under after some hours. Before that, he claws his eyes out, rather than see what's in mine. When it's done, I am alone and cold on the desolate land. Despair drops like a hawk from the sky. The rotten bog fills the air. I am sick and shaking. What have I done? How do I get out? How do I stop? I clutch at the tussocks of sedge. I look to the horizon, a line of pink where the day's pushing in. If I go now, how can I escape her who travels with me always? But I must try. I must. The little thing stirs inside me, the dark flower. It grows, unfurls. Too late to think of flight. She strokes me, comforting. She seeps through my organs, my limbs and eyes. She spreads like 100 little fingers, little tongues. The dawn, the land, my memories all fading, receding into nothing. The black rises once more. It fills me, gentle. She comes. I will take them all. Then I will never have been. Door after door and high hills and cities open before me. I show them my eyes. Some rave, some plead. Take others' lives as they go. Many trembling hands grimed with blood. In the end, it's the same. Their soft hearts stop beating. And I am at peace. I tumble through nothing, full of dark and song. How long have I fallen? Was I ever anything but this? Her. Tom Gilmore starts up, coughing. Something in his dream has made its way into the waking world. Through the window, it's red in the east, but surely it's not yet dawn. He presses palms against the freezing glass, leaving white ghosts. The sky is red above raw blood, but raw blood burned months ago. He was dreaming of fire, or red hair, perhaps. His mind is heavy with it still. Orange, red, roaring. The dream world and this lie atop one another. Red hair, fire. Go and dig the grave. Go. The long white bugles of funeral flowers. Lilies. Since demobilization, he's been adrift in the vast sea. He only just keeps afloat. Each day, only just. The bewildering profusion of everyday things. The farm, taxes, the calf with the broken leg. He feels at once too young for it all to be expected of him and too weary to care about it. Everyday things and the other, darker matters, lurking always just below. He was managing, after a fashion, but last night she was there, in the coffin and also in the dark, outside the narrow light of the barn door, within, without, below him, before him, dead, not dead, pale, awful, drawn. He felt it like a blow to the throat or the heart. He felt the deep pull of the tide. How to stay afloat. He could arrange for burial at Manhattan, a churchyard, anywhere. Legal and safe and done. But it's not what she would have wanted. He knows what's being asked of him. There's no means of knowing the cost. He thinks bitterly of all they took from him, the Villarcas. Why should he go? Before the war, he thought you could withstand things. You would recover and replenish yourself. Now, he knows that it's not true. What little reserves you have of pity, kindness, courage, and so on must be guarded. Stay afloat, or let go. Drift into the deep. He stands and thinks. Right, he says at last and whistles for the dogs. The wind's up on the moor. The pony raises her nose. She snorts at the gale, at the ghosts of horses on the air. Tom walks beside her, hand on her neck, eyes watering. The tarp on the cart flutters. Underneath are picks, a shovel, stout ropes, and pegs. And the long box. The dogs race ahead of the cart and back again, long pink tongues out, wild eyes. They're brown, brindled lurchers with great tails like masts. They pant, joyous. They were messenger dogs in the trenches. They don't know that they're farm dogs now. They're still bewildered by the land, the light. One of them is deaf, the other half blind. They have no names. He is going inexorably toward something. Perhaps he'll not come back. the wind buffets. He's exhilarated, despite it all. Raw blood in the distance, blackened and broken. Someone is calling. It's faint at first. It's a name, or something like it. Once I knew. I am seized, as if by the scruff of the neck. I land hard on the flags of raw blood in a haze of firelight. Something dark and dreadful on my hands. I wipe them clean as best I can. What have I done? Someone is calling. She sits by the cavernous hearth, hair red and burning like the fire before her. I come close to look at her, really look at her. I have never seen a picture. I do not believe there are any, but I know her. I would know her anywhere. Face intent like a cat glimpsing prey. In the uncertain light, I see the wet rims of her pond green eyes. Not intent. Sad. Come, I say. I'll show you my eyes. She flings her hand up. You must stop, she says. The world coils and uncoils with power. The lines and colors of her shiver in the air. I am stopped in my tracks. She's not a memory. She's here in one way or another. Let me go, I say. What does it matter? It was all long ago. I do not want to think of the things I've done. She looks at me, cold, green, intelligent. It matters. You burned the house, did you not? Papa said to burn it, I say. Didn't work. We go around and around and around and around. No way out of the circle. Did Tom Gilmore dig the grave? The question is meaningless, enraging. I don't care, I say. Why? How has this happened to me? I went to the cave when the time came, she says, to let you into the world. It is an old place. Too old, perhaps. I should have known. The earth and the stone remember. The cave does. Then Tom Gilmore. Left your ring on the stone. That the ones you love may never die, they say. Foolish to dismiss old tales. So how are you here? How do we come to such things? I do not know, except that it is by slow degrees and unknowing. And it is all connected. My daughter, her hand light on my face, her look. It brings the scent of fresh grass, the memory of sunshine. You can get out. If Tom Gilmore digs the grave. I told your father to look after him. He forgot. Some feeling in her face I can't read. He is the only one of us left now. Tom's not one of us, I say. Of course he is, she says. You made him one. It's love that does it. He's forgotten me, I say. Tom. Everyone's dead or forgotten me. Iris. That's not who I am. I'm not her anymore. She tuts. Come, she says, and takes my hand. The front of her cambric nightgown. The gentle swell. I am somehow both here and there, warm inside her and alone in the cold dark. She puts her hand over mine. The love that moves then between my mother and I is as tangible as a shared road or a ribbon. It fills the spaces between us. We sit together on the cold stone floor before the dying fire. I can't stop, I tell her, and I can't get out. I'll give you a memory, she says. And she does. It's of warmth and papa and the scent of iodine. The ache of bruises. It was a bad day, but then the fire cracked in the grate, and I was safe in the sheets, and he read to me of a grave and a woman and a sword. Somewhere in the distance, the keening of old hinges. A door, swinging open, Tom stands irresolute among the ruins of raw blood. Black spires of charred wood rise in the afternoon air. Winter sun pours through the ruined windows. Behind is the gray land. The great curving staircase is gone. The slate roof is gone. The hall is open to the sky. The vast marble mantle remains above the hearth, blackened and cracked. Once there flowed cherubs and devils in its chilly white folds. He said he would never come here again, but you can't escape some debts. It was a year ago the house burned. In Dharmeet, they say the fire raged for 3 days. Everything obliterated in a great welter of flame. All gone. No cause for it to be found. Some said they saw a blazing figure running through the house, setting it alight with burning brands. To hear others tell it, a flaming sword. Starved, bald, with eyes of fire. Of course, raw blood has been haunted always. The old man Shakes was sleeping in the stable as he always had. He never woke. Or so it must be assumed, for there was no trace of him after. People are sorry about Shakes in Dharmeet and all around. He was well known in these parts. They're not sorry about the Valarkas. The dogs circle on the grass. They turn elegantly and make no sound. The soft, incessant patter of their feet tells their distress. The dogs know fear and death. They're accustomed. But they won't set foot in what's left of raw blood. They don't like it. They tell Tom this with upturned brown eyes, quivering bodies. He goes to the place already chosen under the cedar tree. He paces out the hard ground, 8 feet long, for wide, 8 deep at least. He recalls a night in a cave, talk of a murdered girl beneath the cedar. An old tale. This is now. What's in the box seems to have nothing to do with her. A scarred, hungry thing, died in its sleep. We never had a chance, he says to the air. Not a chance. He's surprised by his fury. Deep, sudden. He breaks ground. The pick rings as if on metal. The earth resists, then breaks open. He sinks into the rhythm of it. Wintry light sits on him. His straining arms, the shovel, the dogs' worried faces. It takes most of the afternoon. He stops when he thinks he should. He's not tired. He pours water into the shallow of a shovel for the dogs and the pony. They all drink noisily. When at last it's done, he lets the coffin down gently into the hole. It's difficult. His arms and back hum with weariness. The sun's low now in the sky. Not long till dark. That old story she loved. The graves open like doors to yield their dead. The great tree murmurs at my back. The moon falls through the leaves. Dappled shade. It's not a cedar now, but something older. The branches are dark and knotty, the leaves shaped like blades. The tree and the cave. They call to one another. The same people made them and for the same purpose. There has always been a tree here on this hill. They hung sacrifices from the branches. Pieces of bread, amber beads, lengths of perfect linen, oxen hearts. They hung the children dressed in white. The blood ran down the bark. The man who does it is wizened, small, and ancient. Face like cooling lava. He treats them gently. He soothes them as he slips the noose about their necks. Then the knife. The old man does it in her name. Places remember. Raw blood. Not such a gentle name after all. The grave's half in shadow under the spreading branches. It lies quiet, newly dug, a pile of earth beside it. There has always been a tree here and beneath it a grave. Someone buries me here, will bury me here, has buried me here, comes to the same thing. How are ghosts set free? Graves are doors too. A circle of lamplight blooms soft beneath the tree. Someone stands by the grave. Was he always there? Blue eyes. Scarred face solemn in the shifting light. Tom throws a handful of cold earth. It scatters on the thin coffin wood. The dark is coming and the air is cold. The sky is a blazing orange line behind the ruins of the house. He unhitches the pony from the cart. Go now, he tells her and the dogs. Go on, bugger off home. The pony goes gladly with a ladylike kick of her heels. The dogs don't want to leave him, but in the end, they go too, trotting across the fading land. He lights the lamp. It throws a warm circle on the winter ground. He leans on the spade. He waits. He thinks we made each other who we are. He thinks of her and all the times. A crack is opening in him or the world. Forward or back. He thinks. Something races through him like color or approaching thunder. Forward or back. The sun is nearly down. He wills the night on. The air is uncertain, lustrous. He looks about him sharply. In the dark, beyond the lamplight, something gently stirs. Iris, he says. She died, says a voice like stone grinding upon stone. Like the death of hope, like battlements falling. She died, I say. I'm not her anymore. Iris. The light's warm on his face, young beneath its river of scars. He's afraid. You gave me up, I say. Forgot. No, he says. That's the problem. Can't forget it. All our lives. I try to think what he means, but it's so distant, removed. Tiny, lit-up scenes caught in time. I say, put out the light. The winter night rises about us. Multitudes of cold, cold stars. He comes toward me in the dark, breath white, and finds fun in the air. Those days, he says, won't let me go. You and I. The black is rising, a tide. I welcome it in. You think you know me, I say, but I am more dangerous than you could dream. The thoughts come fast and lovely like thrown knives. His ignorance, his obstinacy. He did this somehow. He put the ring on the stone. My every fiber burns with the dark. Sweet singing in my bones and my veins. I am made of malice and full of power. I am made of nothing. Look at me. This is who I am. I show him my eyes. He breathes me in. The sickness. The despair washes in, bitter. It rots and curdles his insides. It runs through him, spoiling everything it touches. He coughs. Blood swells within his lower lip, spills to his chin in a thin, eager line. He's afraid, of course, like all the others. Go on, he says fiercely, if you have to. I curl about his bones. I show him everything. He stares. Blank, blue look. Without warning, he reaches out and passes a hand over my head. His palm warm on my bare skull. His fingers touch the ridges of the scars, which cover the broken holes. Oh, he says sadly. Years since anyone touched me in kindness. Get away, I say. Get off. The black scatters. I release him. I come back into myself with a thump. He doubles over, coughing, rubs his chest through his thin, patched shirt. He pounds his heart with a fist. You all right? I ask. Lungs, he says briefly. Gasted for me. Hold on. He coughs. We're quite the pair, I say. He says, what was done to you, Iris? I tell him. The words taste of tin. I can't be this anymore, I say. A pause, and then he says, what then? I think of Hervé and the door of the dead. At dawn, I say, and it's me who's frightened now, I think I go. I look at the horizon, and I see the line of raw blood is wrong against the sky. Unfamiliar, jagged, broken, twisted, skeletal angles. I peer into the dark. Heavy scent of old ash. Did it burn? I ask. Tom, did raw blood burn? Yes, he says, wary. It's gone. Burned last summer. I set it on fire, I say. Last night. It worked after all. Raw blood, my home, my prison. I look at its shattered silhouette. It wells up strong in me still. That love. Even now. I think I could stay if I wanted. Burned or not, I could wake beside the fire in the great hall. Go through the endless doors. Do what has already been done and give in. Forget. Raw blood will always be there. All I've done. I touch the paper in my pocket. Creased, soft. I had a letter from you, I say to Tom. Well, he says, I must have sent 100. If you've anything to tell me, I say, it'd best be now. All right, he says. The night wheels on. The shape of his head against the stars. The skyline's blue and burgeoning. Shapes are stronger by the moment. I can see him just in the silver light that comes before the sun. He's tired, pale. Memory surges through me. Afternoon heat, blue surge, his hand touching mine as we ride home. Hooves clipping the road, the song of bees, happiness so thick it's a warm stupor, as if someone has taken our minds. I'm filled with simple knowledge. I touch his shoulder. Through the thin shirt, it's good and damp and real. I thought it was my father, I say to him. I thought I came back for raw blood, for her. But after all, it wasn't those things. In the end, it wasn't them I came for. Tom looks at me and I at him. The first reddish beam of day falls across us. Behind him, the sun crests the hill, a blazing line. Above us, the tree is wreathed in light. Each winter branch is lace work against the sky. I'm not ready. We've barely begun. I reach for his hands. He grasps mine tight. No, he says. Pest. The red disk of the sun rears up. The sky runs blood, then orange, then amber. The light strengthens. I say, no, wait. I hold to him. Warm, familiar. Wait. His fingers slip through mine. He's gone. I'm alone in burning light. I close my eyes, but the sun is in them still. Behind my lids, they're Dancians, planets, stars. All the moments and beginnings and endings. The faces of the dead. Rustle of silk, the thud of a boot. Flash of my father's eye blinking, great and brown. Centuries unroll. The colors are staggering. Indigo, white, yellow. Burning wheat fields, the light caught on battle blades. Blood, blood, and everywhere, the sound of trees growing. The ground creeps up over my boots, my legs. Earth about my shoulders, my head. The ground closes above me like water. A grass snake winds smoothly past my cheek. Creatures and things move in the earth about me. It is so alive. I sink down, past the old stone foundations of raw blood. The house by the bridge over flowing water. My fingers brush the stinking fur of a fox where it sleeps in its earth. It bares its teeth but doesn't wake. Down through a cold river, bound deep in the rock. A quick flash of a green shining cave. 2 children crouched on the rocky floor. They speak to one another, faces intent. I know her, of course, and him. How strange, how tender, distant. The candle stub flickers bravely, casts light and shadow. I yearn toward them. None of it had happened yet then, although, of course, it had. The little girl looks at me, horror on her small white face and fear. She puts her thin child's body between me and him. The white worms crawl in my eyes. She pulls the boy up and runs, scattering shale and shards of brown glass. The cave walls flicker. There's a woman in a blood-stained dress. She weeps, and her huge belly undulates. A knotted old man crouches by her, eyes milky. I want to touch her, to comfort her and be comforted, but they're gone. The shining green cave is shadowed, empty. A gold ring sits on the altar stone. Red and white gems gleam in the cool light. I sink. Down through other caves where blind fish swim and calcified minerals bleed from the ceilings in glittering pointed spikes. Down into the deep inside of the land, to where nothing is anymore. I come to rest. There are many arms about me in the dark, kind arms. They hold, and their voices are in my ear, my family. I see their faces and their lives laid out like a road through the centuries, like a ribbon. I see my part in it and the choices that were their own in the end. The sadness brims, fills me like a cup. I will drown in it, surely, and that will be welcome. They speak long and low, and I see, like the crack of breaking bone, that I am so very small in the placement of earth and hill and rock, in the placement of things. And I see that I am forgiven. They leave me. They slip away like smoke. I am alone on a great plain. Fire leaps from deep holes. Scent of lilies of rot. Something approaching. Dark, boiling, rolling closer, huge and terrible under the fiery sky. No, I've made a mistake. I turn to run. It rolls over me, hits me like a torrent. I am shattered in a slow explosion. The pain is beyond anything. It's knowledge, time, all racing through me like horses. I am broken, disassembled. The brawling noise, high wind. I flow out into the little rivulets under the world. The day rises through the bare tree. Tom pushes the last of the earth into the grave. Something stirs the air behind him. He throws the shovel aside, turns quickly. A flock of starlings rises, iridescent in the morning light. They flow about the ruins of raw blood, shining, cackling. He makes fists of his hands to stop the shaking. He is alone. Light somewhere. It could be fire in a great hall, sunshine in a blue nursery, morning light beneath a tree, or something I have never known.